to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com. The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Your business can become an advertiser today on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10, your home for local news, talk, and sports. With over 17 million views and counting, you won't want to miss out. From Eastern Panhandle Talk every morning to the Sports Mix at noon and local high school, Shepherd Rams, Mountaineers, Commanders, Steelers, Nationals, Wizards, or Capital games each evening, Talk Radio WRNR has it all day long. So advertise with us, Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
It's time for the 2022 Norwalk Soapbox Derby. The 2022 Norwalk Soapbox Derby is sponsored by Bucky's LTD Auto Body, Virginia Riggers, First Energy Foundation, Z Hess Construction LLC, Sunset Water Service, B&S Hauling, the Hornby Media Group, the Berkeley County Youth Fair Association, Sheets, Kent Parsons Ford, Norwalk Antique Car Club, Main Street Martinsburg, B&G Custom, Chick-fil-A, Hoss's Steak and Sea House, Domino's, DM Bowman Incorporated, Pill & Pill PLLC, Hagerstown Ford, and Brown's Funeral Homes and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons. Now let's send it to downtown Martinsburg and experience the thrill of the hill and the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby.
Good morning and welcome to a wild and wonderful and also very wet Martinsburg, West Virginia, here down the hill of South Queen Street. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Jim Klein here for the 2022 Soapbox Derby as it's presented by Bucky's LT. Auto Body. Let me welcome in my broadcast partner, Jim Klein. Jim, you're ready to go here for a full day of the thrill of the hill in the Soapbox Derby racing.
Man, that's great. The thrill of the hill. Like, this is not Akron, Ohio. Let me tell you something. But since 1934, the World Championship has been held every year, actually in the greater Cincinnati area until 1978. So this is a great opportunity to see Soapbox Derby racing right here in downtown Martinsburg, West Virginia, Little Daytona.
As we get into some information here, just want to let you guys know that the beginner class is the stock division for children ages 7 to 13, which has a total combined weight range of 198 to 200 pounds, including the car. The next class is the super stock division. Its competitors, are 9 to 18 years of age, and the division has a total combined weight of 238 to 240 pounds. Last is the Masters division, which typically contains the most experienced racers and a few former champions as well. The combined weight range is 253 to 255 pounds. Drivers cannot compete in a division in which they have already won, and due to the size of the cars, it is much more common for a racer to become too tall to fit in a car before they reach the maximum age limit of 18 years of age. But we do actually have one senior in high school that will be competing here today, Jim.
Yeah, this is awesome. It's great to see so many different people. There obviously no class limitations in terms of the different types of people who are racing. It should be a fun event. A little soaky, a little soggy this morning, but people are here ready to go. Should be a fun event.
Let's now get into some other information about how exactly these races work. So the Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby race is conducted on a lane swap, wheel swap, double elimination, which gives equal advantage to all racers, as well as giving the participants at least 4 opportunities to race their cars down South Queen Street here today. Lane swap means each heat is run twice to eliminate both lane and wheel inequalities. In the first phase of a heat, Racer A, for example, runs in Lane 1 against Racer B in Lane 2. At the finish line, the winner and the winning margin must be measured and recorded by means of an electronic timing system. The 2 racers are then returned to the starting line and race again. Now Racer B is in Lane 1 and Racer A is in Lane 2. The driver who wins by the larger margin, or who wins both runs, is declared the winner of the heat and advances to the next heat. The loser enters the challengers bracket, and the loser is only eliminated if or when they lose 2 heats overall.
Yeah, so great point. So bottom line is they switch lanes. If they split the wins, it becomes the differential. The differential is what matters. And what we've seen in the past is the far lane from our camera closest to the side of Boys and Girls Club typically has been the fastest. What I see this morning is standing water. So you have to wonder if the near lane, the lane away from Boys and Girls Club in the library, if that might be a little bit quicker this morning.
We'll have to wait and see here, as let's take a 5-minute commercial break for back at the studio. Again, a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we will go over each bracket for the stock, super stock, and masters class. So again, Nick, back at the studio, a 5-minute commercial break. This is the 2022 Norwalk Soapbox Derby on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fare map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 is the #1 source for local news and sports in the Eastern Panhandle.
Is tonight the night that we finally see this jump from Spring Mills to be the top team in this section?
Talking with Steve Catlett, by the way, he just announced that he's going to run for the county council.
Johnson now in transition with the one-handed slam dunk.
Let us showcase your business to our thousands of daily listeners and viewers. Call us at 304-263-6586.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all. And Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
Day here this morning as we get into the divisions and take a look at each bracket. We'll start with the stock division bracket here, as you can hopefully see on TV 10 for us as Nick will pull that up. And let's look here at the bracket, starting off in the top left there. Number 007 will be Kayla Martin She has a bye, so she'll go up there against number 188, Weston Garvin. Number 14 is Airline Pritz. She also has a bye to start things off. So she will go on and take on number 187, Kenzie Edwards. Number 119, Kylie Hoop, also has a bye. So she'll advance to go take on Caleb Height. And then no bye here for this one. So first off in the stock will be number 1, Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. taking on number 7, Bentley Brown. And the winner of that will go on to face Holden Carper. Let's now flip over to the Super Stock division. And for the Super Stock, I'll allow Jim to go through that one if that's all right, Jim, unless you want me to do it.
No, it's all right. We start at the top left of the bracket.
Start at the top left.
Yep, number 95 looks like Nicholas Masters has a bye. So good job, Nick. You get to advance to down in the next round. 831, Hank Plunker goes up against 167, Austin Kern. So winner of that heat will face Nicholas Masters. We move down to the next bracket, 999. Bailin Rodriguez goes up against 213. Jaden Shade. Winner advances then to face the winner of the next heat, 224, Bradley Smith against number 5, Cedric Walker. Move then to the lower half of the bracket, number 29, Corey Edwards up against number 22, Bailey Olak. Winner then advances to face the winner of the next heat, 305, Benjamin Chrisman against 426, Jacob Kearns. And then, of course, the final four down at the bottom, fourth of the bracket, Haley Pleasance at 39 against 405, Liam Hoop will face the winner of 62, Kayden Blair, and 64, Braylon Hoffman.
Thank you there, Jim, as we now will go and look at the Masters division here, as it has a little less people, only 4 in total, but still double elimination. So starting off for Masters will be number 17, Cohen Huffman, taking on number 18, Jackson Hill. And number 100, Caedmon Hager, will be going up against number 222, Delaney Cedars. As we get ready here, we'll be jumping all over the place there bracket-wise, because even though it is double elimination, and obviously that means it takes 2 races to decide a winner in the lane swap situation, they still have to get all the Soapbox cars there back up the hill, so it'll be a race for 1 and then a couple more races before the second time around that the 2 go head-to-head to see who wins. So we'll do our best to hear from the PA announcer next to us who all is racing, as well as when, and get you the times as best we can here for the Stock, Super Stock, and Masters divisions. It's the 22nd annual here, Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby. I know you got a lot of information here about the racing, as well as some interesting facts there from Akron, Ohio as well, Jim.
Yeah, so bottom line is the racers want to drive as straight as possible. I mean, there's a drag coefficient and then obviously a new element that works into the mix because of the additional drag created by the wet racing surface. Again, the far lane, the lane closest to the library and the Girls and Boys Club, appears to be holding water more so than the lane closest to our cameras, which would be what's considered the far lane at the starting line. In any case, point is, drag is going to come into play. Keeping it straight, avoiding the puddles, different things like that. Should be an interesting day. I think we're going to see something that we haven't seen before. They announced earlier, in 22 years, they've never had rain like this.
Yeah, and it's going to occur, rain or shine, unless we get some thunder or lightning. But as you can see here on TV, a lot, as you said, standing water around here down South Queen Street. Had the sweepers out this morning doing the best they could try to get some of the hay off there as well, but it'll be interesting to see how these cars do coming down the hill at speeds of 25 to 30 miles per hour when we do get started. So it should be a hopefully fun event here for a lot of these kids as well. Some of them first time ever racing. Sometimes it could be the last possible racing for them as well. As we take a look here at last year's 2021 Super Stock champion Xavier Smith, so he will not be competing today. But we got a lot of great information here about each kid here, starting with Erilyn Prince. She's in 4th grade there at Orchard View Intermediate. She will be competing in the stock division, and her favorite thing about the racing is obviously going down the hills, Jim. As well here for Braylon Rodriguez, a 6th grader at Hedgesville Middle School, who's competing in the super stock. He likes having fun and meeting new people, and when he grows up, it's interesting now how things change from when we were kids, how when we grew up, I always wanted to be a play-by-play announcer. How about you?
Oh, I wanted to be a teacher.
Well, Braylon Rodriguez wants to become a YouTuber.
Oh, wow.
So maybe one day we'll see him on our YouTube channel or another YouTube channel. But let's now go and look here at Benjamin Chrisman. He's in 6th grade at Mountain Ridge Middle School, competing in the Super Stock division as well. His favorite thing about the race is going fast, and when he grows up, he wants to be in the NBA. He looks up to Michael Jordan, so hopefully he's not too tired today. Maybe or maybe not. He stayed up and watched the NBA Finals last night. I know I did, so was not too happy that my Boston Celtics lost last night. But if he likes Michael Jordan, maybe he's a Bulls fan. Maybe later we'll have to ask him when he comes down the hill.
I imagine he's not a Wizard Jordan fan, I would imagine.
Well, we also have Bentley Brown. He's a 4th grader attending Tomahawk Intermediate School. He's been racing for 2 years, and he will be in the stock division. His favorite thing about racing is having fun and winning, but even to see others win that are friends of his as well. Trying to see here what the PA announcer is exactly saying, if maybe we'll be starting here shortly or not, but let's continue learning about our racers here as we go next to Braylon Hoffman. He's a 6th grader at South Middle School. He's been racing for 5 years. He'll be racing here, going down the hill, and watching his friends race is his favorite thing about the race, and when he grows up, he wants to be an engineer. He also likes to play lacrosse as well as soccer. And then let's now look at Brantley Michael Smith. He's in 5th grade, attending Mill Creek Intermediate School. He's been racing for 2 years. He'll be in the Super Stock division. His favorite thing about racing is going down the hill and catching speed. Jim, you want to give us some more information about our other racers?
Sure. We move on then to Cademan Hager, 12th grader, homeschooled. Been racing for 11 years, racing one of the 4 in the Masters division. Favorite thing about racing is the competition. When he grows up, wants to make a lot of money. I mean, who doesn't? So there we are. And the person he looks up to most is Samir Woods. Fun fact about him is his uncle drag races, and when he's not racing, he likes to work. So we'll move on then to Caleb Heights, a 5th grader attending Mill Creek Intermediate School. Has been racing for 3 years, and he will run today in the stock division. Favorite thing about racing is meeting new racers and the actual driving of the vehicle. When he grows up, like to be in the NBA, and the person he looks up to most is his 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Casey Harmon. Fun fact about Caleb Height is that people think that he's funny and entertaining, and when he's not racing, he likes to be outside riding 4-wheelers and dirt bikes. So it sounds to me like he's just got that need for speed. We'll look then to Kayden Blair in 5th grade at Rocky Knoll. He's been racing for 3 years, and he enjoys competition. When he grows up, he wants to be, can't read his handwriting there. Can you read that, Colin?
I cannot, but my favorite part's the next part. The person he looks up to the most is his dad and granddad. However, a fun fact about him is that he is Ricky Bobby Jr. from Talladega Nights, if there was one.
So he is not.
He likes to shake and bake.
He's on fire. He is on fire.
Well, we have plenty of rain here to put him out.
Invisible fire. He likes to play video games, ride his dirt bike, hang out with family, and he likes to build stuff. So there you go. Moving on, we'll look at Cedric Rodriguez. Cedric is a 4th grader attending Eagle School Intermediate. Has been racing 2 years. Not sure what division he's in. We can look that up, though, for him later. We'll make sure we announce that. When he grows up, he'd like to be a police officer. He is the son of Sheriff Rodriguez, and his favorite color is blue. In his free time, he likes to read. Cedric would like to wish all the racers the best of luck. How nice is that? That's super nice.
It is.
Move on then to Kayden Hoffman, an 8th grader at South Middle who's been racing for 7 years. He likes to go down the hill fast. When he grows up, he wants to be an electrician. The person he looks up to most are his mom and dad. He likes to play soccer and lacrosse. When he's not racing, he likes to hang out with his family and friends. And then we'll move on to our second female racer that we've announced today. Her name is Delaney Cedars. She's 14 years old. This will be her 5th year racing in the Soapbox. She has won in the stock and super stock division, is now racing in Masters. You see that? 2-time champion. Fun fact. You cannot reuse a car once you win in a division. So, this has to be a brand new car for her in her first year in the Masters division. She likes being competitive, which makes it fun. Her other hobbies include volleyball and being in the outdoors. Colin, you're up.
Alrighty, let's now look at Hank the Tank Plunker. He's in 6th grade, attending Martinsburg North Middle School. He's been racing for 6 years now. He'll be racing in the super stock division. His favorite thing about racing is being competitive and having fun. When he grows up, he'd like to play basketball or football. The person he looks up to the most is TJ Watt. And a fun fact about him is he's going to the State Social Studies Fair in Charleston this year. So I guess that already happened, unless this is last year, because it does say 2021 race day biography. So hopefully we're not a year behind for each of these kids, but if so, we do apologize to them. When racing, he likes to play football and be with friends. Next is Holden Carper. He's a 1st grader attending Back Creek Valley Elementary School. Been racing for 1 year and racing in the stock division. His favorite thing about racing is getting to learn how to drive a car, so watch out when he turns 15. When he grows up, he'd like to be a karate instructor and open up a doggy daycare as well. The person he looks up to the most is his dad, and a fun fact about him is he loves doing karate and working towards earning his next belt. When he's not racing, he likes to ride his bike, play sports, video games, baseball, basketball, and football. So, sounds like Holden Carper is a pretty active kid. Next, Jackson Hill. He's in 8th grade, attending Spring Mills Middle School. He's been racing for 6 years, and his favorite part about racing is going down the hill and talking to his friends. He wants to become an engineer when he grows up. He looks up to his mom, and a fun fact about him is that his sister won the Soapbox Derby last year. When he's not racing, he likes to play with Legos as well as on his Xbox with his friends.
I like the hat he's wearing.
I do too, a Washington Capitals hat there in his picture that we have. And if you would like to see all these biographies as well as a great article, it's in the Around the Panhandle magazine that we have. And you can also come down here at the bottom of the hill. We have boxes that we can give you a magazine for free as well from Around the Panhandle. But let's now learn about Jermaine Rodriguez. He's 7 years old, in 1st grade at Tuscarora Elementary School. It is his 1st year racing. Jermaine is the son of Sheriff Rodriguez. His favorite color is blue. His free time, he likes to hang out with his family. And when he grows up, he wants to be a chef. Wonder what his favorite thing cooking right now is. And he also wants to wish all the racers today good luck as well. Next, it is Kayla Lee Martin. She's in 3rd grade, attending Eagle Intermediate School. She's been racing for 2 years, and her favorite thing about racing, like most, is going down the hill. When she grows up, she wants to become a hairstylist. People that she looks up to is Jesus and God as well, and a fun fact about her is she likes running. Last here is Kenzie Edwards. She's in 4th grade. She's in online school. She'll be in the stock division. Her favorite part of racing is also going down the hill and getting watery eyes from going really fast down that hill. As I mentioned earlier, sometimes speeds between 25 and 30 miles an hour. When she grows up, she wants to own a farm. She really likes to draw as well as be with her family. Jim?
Yeah, so now we're going to move on to Corey Edwards, a fourth grader at Potomac Intermediate who's been racing for 2 years. She'll be running in the super stock division today. Favorite things going down the hill, and when she grows up, she wants to work in construction. The person she looks up to most is her family. And a fun fact, she used to play 4 sports, and she's racing her mom's car from 2004. Wow, a vintage Soapbox Derby. She's not racing, she likes to walk. Just go for a walk. We'll move then to Nicholas Masters from Spring Mills Middle, 6th grader. Been racing for 3 years, this year competing in super stock. He likes going down the big hill, plus it's a family thing for him. Cousins used the same Derby car years ago. When he grows up, he wants to be an electrical engineer, and I think that the engineering is an important part. We've seen another engineer in the list.
I think we've seen multiple.
Yeah, and the way that you build the car, actually, fun fact, we have the Red Bull keys to building a winning Soapbox racer. And the engineering is very important. Person that he looks up to most is his dad, Mark Masters, and a fun fact, he shares his birthday with Star Wars Day, May 4th. May the 4th be with you, Colin. When I am not racing, Nicholas says he likes to ride four-wheelers, play with friends, and watch YouTube. YouTube makes it an appearance. So well, we like that.
Maybe he'll have to watch this afterwards as we are on YouTube to see how he does today.
He can evaluate his racing by watching the replays. Okay, so 2021 race day biography for Vayli Olek. She's entering the 10th grade at Martinsburg High School. She's been racing for 6 years, and she's racing in a super stock car. Favorite thing about racing is meeting the new racers, seeing the racers from years before, and riding in the car back up to the top of the hill. When she grows up, she'd most likely to become an optometrist. And it's difficult for her to pick someone specifically, but probably her parents is who she would look up to because they both play such a huge part in her life and are always supporting her. Fun fact, she's in both the show choir at school, Glitz and Good Times, and she plays soccer for Martinsburg High. When not racing, she likes to sing and dance, hang out with friends, shop with mom, kick the soccer ball around with her dad, and, of course, play with her little sister, Lexa. Next, we move on to Weston Garvin, first grader at Rosemont Elementary. This is his first year racing. He'll be in the stock car. What he enjoys most about racing is going fast and winning. When he grows up, he'd really like to work at Martin's and help people. Got to find that nice. The person he looks up to most is his mom. And a fun fact, he likes Spider-Man and Policeman. When he's not racing, he likes to play video games and baseball, which is super cool. Can't wait to get some people on like Weston Garvin so that we can hear more from them.
As we await here the start of the Soapbox Derby, here again, 3 divisions, the stock, super stock, and masters division still looking up here at the top of the hill. Looks like they're not fully ready to go, so we'll take another commercial break. Let's only do about a 2-minute commercial break here, and when we come back, hopefully it'll be time to start here on South Queen Street. This is the 2022 Norwalk Soapbox Derby on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
Welcome back here to downtown Martinsburg. We're here at South Queen Street. Colin McLaughlin here for TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Alongside me is Jim Klein. Our crew today working hard and doing our best to stay dry here in downtown Martinsburg is Dylan Bishop, Donald Kinney, Avery Newport back at the studio. It's Nick Verzolini, all doing our best here, working hard, making sure we can bring you the 2022 Norwalk Soapbox Derby as we still wait here for everybody to get started coming down the hill. Looks like nobody's at the starting line just yet, and it looks like you got some information for us here, Jim, while we wait to get started.
Yeah, so what we've done is we pulled some information on how to build a winning soapbox racer, and there was a very good interview in December of 2021 with Nick Hunter, who was the world champion, 2019 world champion, running the car called Gas, Gas, Gas. And in that interview, he indicated, in his opinion, what are the top things that go into building a winning Soapbox Derby car. Number one being having a solid chassis, making sure that the vehicle is solid, which allows you a light and tight run. Very important, having a solid chassis. So that's something to look for. If the car looks loose, maybe it's not going to run as fast or straight. Keeping the bodywork light. You need to have a light framework so that it doesn't get damaged, but at the same point in time, the lighter the better. Some cars could even be built from cardboard, so it's something that you could see, I guess, today, which I wonder how that would work with the rain. But cardboard air intake was something that was very important for that car in 2019, the world champion. Using the right wheels come into play, and that makes sense, especially on a day like today. Brakes, shock treatment. In 2017, the national winner had superior level Pro-Tech shocks that came into play. And in 2019, Hunter, he included the Pro-Tech shocks on his vehicle, and he believes that helped to propel him to that win. And then getting as many things as you can donated to help build the car. So, for example, they used a local company to water jet cut some of the parts for the chassis. A local go-kart track donated a seat. And finding the right steering wheel, believe it or not, came into play is what Nick Hunter believes helped him to win. And then thinking outside of the box. Finally, steer clear of imbalance. Running as straight as you can, as fast as you can. That's the trick on the build.
As it looks like here, we're going to get started soon for the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby. So we hear the PA announcer getting things started as we'll wait and see who it will be racing first in the stock, super stock, or masters division. Again today, it is double elimination to decide champions. The champions will move on to Akron, Ohio later this year to compete in national. So we'll have 3 racers representing this area here in Martinsburg.
I definitely think differential is going to come into play today. I think that what you can still see standing water on the far lane, the lane closest to Boys and Girls Club, whereas the near lane appears to be drier, less standing water. So there could be a lot of split heats, and again, in a double elimination type run, what we're looking for is to see who wins by the largest margin. The time differential in each heat going to come into play.
Yeah, it looks like we only have one returning champion from last year, as it was Ava Hill winning the Masters division, so she will no longer be competing, as we also have Xavier Smith, who will not be competing. I don't see in the Masters division here today. He was the Super Stock division champion last year. The only returning champion is Kayden Blair. He won the Stock division last year. He will be in the Super Stock Division as we have the national anthem here, so we'll take a quick break in me talking to allow that to play.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsinis.com.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Skills as well. We now pause here for more from the PA announcer.
Dear Heavenly Father, first of all, we want to thank you for your death, sir, on the cross and the resurrection to give us eternal life. We just pray, dear Heavenly Father, everyone who's gathered here today knows you as your personal Savior. If that's not the case, we ask that they'd soften our hearts, dear Lord, and fall upon you. We would be amiss this morning if we didn't remember those that have been involved in these horrible acts over the past several weeks, dear Lord. We pray that you'll be with those families, dear God. Just comfort them in only the way that you can do. We thank you, dear Lord, for this morning, for this country of America that we live in. We pray, for Heavenly Father, that you'll change the hearts of people, that we'll see more love in this country instead of hate. Dear God, we thank you for each one of these children that's here today, for each family that is represented. We pray, dear God, that you'll just be with them, guide and direct them as they go through this life. We pray, dear Lord, for safety this morning, that you'll give each one as it goes down the hill, that it'll be a memorable experience for them, and it'll be something that they can remember for years ahead of them. Dear Lord, we ask once again that you'll be with them safety-wise, that you'll be with each family. Remember their fallen soldiers, dear Lord, this morning, and those families. Dear God, we thank you for this rain. We realize that it's dampening spirits, but it takes rain to make crops grow and grass grow that we can enjoy. And we just thank you for each day that we're able to look upon and enjoy. So, dear Lord, once again, I ask you to be here today for safety. These things we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
So we wait and see here if we are ready to go. Looking up the hill, trying to see if any racers are getting to the starting line here at South Queen Street.
Would not be possible if it weren't for the generosity and services of many.
We look here again at some information to explain to you how today's racing will work. Got to get open here to the correct page to make sure I got the information right for you. Again, Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby race is conducted on a lane swap, wheel swap, double elimination, which gives equal advantage to all racers, as well as giving the participants at least 4 opportunities to race their cars down South Queen Street. A lane swap means each heat is run twice to eliminate both lane and wheel inequalities. The first phase of a heat, Racer A runs in Lane 1 against Racer B in Lane 2. At the finish line, the winner and winning margin must be measured and recorded by means of an electronic timing system. The two racers are then returned to the starting line and race again. Now Racer B is in lane 1 and Racer A is in lane 2. Driver who wins by a larger margin or who wins both runs is declared of the winner of that heat and advances to the next heat. The loser enters the challengers bracket. The loser is only eliminated if or when they lose 2 heats overall. Colin McLaughlin here for TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Alongside me is Jim Klein as we wait the start of the 2022 Norwalk Soapbox Derby. You got just around about 30 racers that will be competing today between the ages of 6 and 18 years of age, I believe it is, in the 3 divisions. Again, the beginner class is the stock division for children ages 7 to 13, which has a total combined weight range of 198 to 200 pounds, including the racer and the car. The next class is the super stock division. Its class has competitors that are ages 9 to 18 years old. The division has a total combined weight of 238 to 240 pounds. Lastly is the Masters Division, which typically contains the most experienced racers, a few former champions as well. The combined weight range is 253 to 255 pounds. Drivers cannot compete in a division in which they've already won. Due to the size of the cars, it is much more common for a racer to become too tall to fit in a car before they reach the maximum age limit.
Man, you know what, Colin? I think what we need to do is get a TV10 pace car out there. You should be running the pace car down to get this puppy going. No start your engines today. It should be the sports doctor running that TV10 right down. Would you crash? Would you hit one of those hay bales?
I would.
Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
I have no experience driving a soapbox car. Do you?
Heck no. 25 to 30 miles an hour, I'm not sure I want to do that.
So we get ready here to wait and see. Still doesn't look like there's anybody up at the starting line just yet, but everybody getting ready down here to be able to grab the cars.
Yeah, and this is state-of-the-art stuff, man. Like, they've got laser system up here at the finish line. The differential coming into play, so important today. This is not like your, run-of-the-mill type race where somebody's sitting there with a stopwatch or whatever. This is an electronic system. They're going to identify specifically which car. And from looking at last year's with Matt and Matt, man, we're talking about tenths and hundredths of a second in some of these heats for the differential. There, very few of those cars that won were at the 1 second division in pace. So look out for some real tight racing here this morning, especially in wet conditions, which you would imagine could complete more drag and slow things down. Absolutely.
So we got 3 cameras here set up for you, one looking all the way up the hill, one a little bit closer to the hill to see start line, and we'll have a camera set up right at the finish line as well to do our best to give you some photo finishes. As we wait here, I believe they said the stock division will be going first in the stock division. It's Kayla Lee Martin, Weston Garvin, Caroline Pritz, Kenzie Edwards, Kylie Hoop, Caleb Height, Jermaine Rodriguez Jr., Bentley Brown, and Holden Carper. In the super stock division, as I flip over here to that bracket, that's the largest division. We got Nicholas Masters, Hank Plunkert, Austin Kearns, Bailin Rodriguez, Jaden Shade, Brantley Smith, Cedric Walker, Corey Edwards, Valley Olak, Benjamin Chrisman, Jacoby Kearns, Haley Pleasance, Liam Hoop, Kayden Blair, and Braylon Hoffman. And then lastly, in the Masters division, it's Cohen Huffman, Jackson Hill, Caedmon Hager, and Delaney Cedars. Looks like they got the starting ramps there ready for the racers. Still don't see any cars, though, at the line.
But the anticipation's building. I mean, you can feel the electricity in the air. Either that or maybe there's just a little static from the ring. I don't know. Just feels to me like maybe there's some anticipation.
So we look up towards the hill. We do see some of the cars. They're just all being covered up, trying to stay dry as it's a very wet day here in downtown Martinsburg. Hopefully you guys get to enjoy a great day of racing here for the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby.
Maybe what we could do is, you want to see if we could grab somebody from the finish line table and see if we could do a quick on-air interview? We got time for that, boss?
If you want to try. I don't know who would be willing, but I'll let you go try that and see what we can get information-wise here from some racers. Help explain maybe some rules or possibly what we will be seeing today here as they get ready to start things off. As Jim waits to see who would want to come on and talk to us a little bit about today's festivities. And they're doing nose goes, so this is what I expected, but Jim wanted to try anyway, and it looks like Jim did find one brave soul to join me on the headset, and while you get set up, I'll let you introduce yourself for us, please.
Hello, hello. My name is Tierney. I am the announcer today.
Alrighty, as we just wait here, just explain to us a little bit about how the race will take place and who will be going first for us, if you know.
Sure. So we're actually going to start with the super stock. It's a step up from the stock division. Years and years ago, I did this. My sister did this. There was always a rival between siblings. She always beat me. I wasn't very happy about that. Every year I tried, and it did not work. But it's definitely an experience. It's a family-building experience. It's something that, especially weather depending, it's a really good experience. Coming down literally the thrill of the hill, something that you won't experience really until you're in the car coming down the hill. So
have you run in the rain before?
No, this is the first time in the years that I've ever done it. They said 22 years that it's ever rained like this. Now, whenever we went to Ohio for the All-American race, it did rain up there, but this is the first time in Martinsburg that it's rained.
So how do you think the rain could possibly affect the kids as they go down the hill?
Well, one with the stopping, I think having the rain, it won't be as much friction with the stopping. Having the handbrakes, I feel like that might be a little bit of an issue. Hopefully not. I know the reason why they said we were going to start with the super stock cars is because the Masters being as low as they are in the car, they only have, a little bit of room to see, and they're not able to see with that rain coming through. So that's why we're going to hold off on the Masters division right now and start with the super stock. Stock and super stock divisions, they typically have a little bit more headway. They can seat up a little bit more and have a little bit more of a view rather than a Master car would.
Looks like we might have some cars at least at the starting line right now, just waiting for them to take the tarps off and get ready to go. But as you mentioned, you've raced before. What was always your favorite part about racing here?
I think my favorite part was just the amount of friendships that you build here. You never really see how many people you connect with that you don't just go to school with, or you don't just know from church or from camp. There's a lot of different friendships that develop throughout the entire process, from your pre-inspections, from meeting people to your final inspections to even race day. And it's a great thing to see all of the families and friends that come out and support everybody that does this.
What was it like building the cars?
Building the cars was an experience and a half, I would say. The very first year I did it, luckily my car was built already. I didn't have to do anything. Whenever I moved into the super stock division, my dad and I built our own car. We had the thing painted. We did everything. Took a lot of time and a lot of work, a lot of effort, and there were times where if we didn't have something right, we always knew that there was somebody behind us willing to help and lend a hand to get us where we needed to be.
Alrighty, thank you so much. We'll allow you to get back to your spot announcing-wise for us, and I'll let Jim come back on with me, but we appreciate your time talking to us here.
Right, thank you very much.
So we wait here, looking back up at the starting line. Thank you, Tierney, for coming on here on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube to talk with us as Jim is back on the headset now. Great job getting somebody.
All right, Tierney Reiner. So, congratulations to her and all of her experience, and we're certainly very grateful to all of the volunteers, all the people braving the elements for the Bucky's Limited Norwalk Soapbox Derby right here. The Thrill on the Hill in downtown Martinsburg, West Virginia.
So we wait here for the Super Stock Division to start, as that is the middle division experience-wise usually. But as you heard there, they don't want to start with the Masters because how low they sit in the car. The only thing that you can actually see when they're coming down the hill is their eyeballs and the top of their heads peeking out. So especially in the rain when you're going probably 30 miles an hour, it might be pretty difficult for some of these kids to see. And I mean, granted, you have to stay straight, but that's easier said than done, Jim. So,
absolutely, because
especially with the wet conditions.
Right,
yeah, you don't know how this will be, and as you heard multiple times by now, there's not been rain like this in the 22 years of running here on South Queen Street.
Absolutely. It's not like you can practice. You can't simulate these types of conditions, although, maybe some of the drivers who have tried, runs in the rain, maybe better prepared.
Get buckets of water, splash it at them. Water balloons, maybe. That'd be fun, trying to swerve around water balloons that are flying at you.
Ruin your car before you get the show day. So, I mean, here we are.
Looks like we got some kids there underneath the tents at the starting line, and everybody is communicating from the bottom of the hill back up to the top to see if the top of the hill is ready to go. Doing our best here from the bottom of the hill to see up, have a lot of tents and trees in the way, so we'll be doing our best to see when things officially get started here for the Super Stock Division. Waiting to hear who it will be first for that division as well. In that division, again, it is Nicholas Masters. He had a bye, so he will be waiting for the winner of Hank Plunkert and Austin Kearns. Braylon Rodriguez is against Jaden Shade. Brantley Smith is against Cedric Walker. Corey Edwards is against Bailey Olak. Benjamin Chrisman is against Jacoby Kearns. Haley Pleasance is against Liam Hoop. And rounding out the Super Stock Division, it is Kayden Blair against Braylon Hoffman. Colin McLaughlin here. Alongside me is Jim Klein. Our cameramen are Donald Kinney and Avery Newport. Running the A-10 right now is Dylan Bishop. Back at the studios, Nick Verzolini. And since it's a long day as well, we'll be alternating spots. So sometimes here on the headset you'll hear from Dylan Bishop as well as Avery Newport. And if we're crazy enough and he's on his best behavior, maybe for a little bit we'll allow Donald to hop on a headset too and experience announcing the thrill of the hill, as they like to say here at South Queen Street in downtown Martinsburg, as looks like we have some cars finally getting rolled to the starting line, but we were told it was supposed to be starting around 8 a.m., but with the rain, it's kind of pushed things back a good bit here in Martinsburg. But as we said, winners will move on to Akron, Ohio to compete in nationals, Jim. And what else, information-wise, do you have for us? I know you talked a little bit earlier about possible cheating back in nationals back in the day, which I don't expect to hopefully experience here today.
We've heard all kinds of fun stories, things like bending the axle so that only 3 wheels are touching the ground, which creates less drag coefficient. However, only one national champion was eliminated in 1973. Now, you'd have to hope that the 14-year-old didn't do this on his own, but an electromagnet was placed in the front of the Soapbox Derby car. They used a fence system. When the fence fell forward, the electromagnet pulled the Soapbox Derby car with the magnet to give it an advantage from the starting point. Don't expect to see something that sophisticated today. Certainly hope that we don't have anyone trying to find a way around the rules. But believe it or not, it did happen in 1973.
Looks like more going on at the top of the hill, just waiting for everybody to get in position so we can get started here. Looks like our announcers are welcoming us back in here, so we'll try to wait and hear here who will be first.
We've had rain, and I can attest to that. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our Super Stock division. In lane 1, we're going to have Hank Plunkert. And in lane 2, we're going to have Austin Kearns.
So there you go, and if you could not hear it, I'll repeat it. We're starting here for the Super Stock division now. In lane 1, it will be number 831, Hank the Tank Plunkert, taking on number 167. In lane 2, Austin Kearns to start off the racing here. As you can see, the top of the hill doing the best that we can with our cameras to zoom all the way in so you can see them get started here at the top. And followed by that, it will be Braylon Rodriguez against Jaden Shade. We can see the crew and everybody getting ready. Looks like both racers are in their derby cars as well, waiting to come down the hill here of South Queen Street. Finally get to see how the wet conditions will affect possibly these racers or not. Might have slower times, might hopefully not see some hay bales get hit.
Well, and that did happen last year on dry surface. Tierney, she mentioned in her on-air interview that there are concerns at the absolute end point of the running track because of the handbrake failing or being impacted by the wet weather. They do have cones laying on their side, which the driver could place between the center of the front two wheels to increase the amount of drag before it hits the bales. But what I've noticed this morning, different from last year, is the number of volunteers at the stopping point is doubled or tripled. And I would think that the safety of the drivers is imperative. So creating that environment where there's additional help is so important.
So we are still waiting here to make sure that the top of the hill can hear everybody down below.
We've got a ready call. We've got a final ready call.
So, looks like there was just some technical issues on the other side of things.
22 years we've been doing this. This is the first year we've had rain. Kids, we want you all to have fun. We want you to stay safe.
But we will be going rain or shine.
Thank you for support.
Hopefully you are enjoying the best that we've been able to do so far here in the hour already on the air, waiting the start of the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby. Again, lane 1, it is Hank Plunkert. Lane 2, Austin Kearns. This will be the Super Stock Division. So it looks like the tarps are off. Can't tell if the drivers are in their cars or not yet. It looks like they are. And it looks like they are slowly making their way down the hill. I see one racer kind of getting that outside lane advantage. It looks like possibly in the lead. So we wait for them to get more of the incline of the hill to pick up some speed here. Both of them are off now. Looks like got a blue car and a white car coming down, as we can see in front of us.
Yeah, and again, it looks like the near lane. Near lane looks like it's running a little bit faster.
Oh, looks like it's the Freaky Tiki car getting in first here in lane 1, as it was Hank Plunkert crossing first. So Hank Plunkert winning by 0.438 seconds there in the inside lane. So he'll have the slight advantage as we get ready to go once they get back to the top of the hill. But next, it will be Braylon Rodriguez against Jaden Shade.
Yeah, so then Kearns moves to the loser's side.
Not yet. Because don't forget, it's
double elimination.
well, not only double elimination, but it's the 2 races, and it's decided by if the same racer wins twice, as they have to do the lane switch as well as the wheel switch. But if one wins and the other wins as well, it then goes by the larger racing margin.
The differential.
Yes. So right now, as you heard, it was by 0.438 seconds. So very close race there between Hank Plunkert and Austin Kurtz. We get a look back here at the top of the hill. We wait to hear who it will be in lanes 1 and 2 for the next race of the Superstock division. Didn't seem like the rain caused too much of an issue there. I don't know the exact time. All we heard was the margin of victory.
Right.
I don't know if it was a slower race or not from previous years. We'll have to figure that one out later on.
Yeah, very good point.
But it looks like we have a Braylon Rodriguez and Jaden Shade make their way down the hill. And this one is a very close race. It looks like possibly here on the inside as
Shade.
We wait to see who was in which lane here. It looks like Jaden Shade was in lane 2 and Bailin Rodriguez was in lane 1.
So it would be Rodriguez then with the win.
I think we will wait here the official timing because we are farther back from the finish line.
Will advance in the winner's bracket by 0.227.
So Bailin Rodriguez got the win there by 0.227 seconds.
So it's a good point of clarification. Lane 1 is the lane that's closest to our table, closest to opposite
lane
of.
is lane 1.
Correct.
Far lane will be lane 2. And right now, out of the 2 races, looks like lane 1 has had the advantage.
Which is kind of what we predicted at the beginning this morning because of the rain and standing water on lane 2.
So right now, we've had 2 people, Hank Plunkert and Bailin Rodriguez, win the first races in each of their matchups. Next, it will be Brantley Smith and Cedric Walker going up against each other. So we wait to see who's in which lane. Can't tell if they've... Looks like Brantley Smith will be in lane 1 and Cedric Walker will be in lane 2. As the racers are ready and they slowly make the start at the top of the hill. Looks like they're in the near lane. Brantley Smith kind of going a little sideways to start. So is now Cedric Walker. Both trying to straighten things out here as they make the way down the initial incline here of the hill.
Yeah, Walker, it would seem, is definitely taking a different strategy, a different line.
Looks like the lane number 1 getting the win here in the Around the Panhandle Magazine Derby car. So getting the win in the first lane is Brantley Smith against Cedric Walker as we wait here to hear the margin of victory. 0.656 seconds.
Well, that's the largest margin of victory so far. So Brantley Smith used a different line. It appeared that he moved away, so we'll see.
That's next here. It will be Corey Edwards against Valley Olac. Wait to see, I believe. The way it's been going is the first person in the bracket is in that lane 1. So lane 1 will be number 29, Corey Edwards. And in lane 2, it's number 22, Valley Olac.
And Olak has a lot of experience, so see if she could be the first person to win in lane 2. See if that experience comes into play.
We wait here for them to get started. The green light is on, and they start at the top. Nope, I guess the green light down here does not mean go. It just means we're ready to go. I don't know. Because I saw the light go from red to green down here, but there's still people in front of the racers as they move out of the way now. And the two racers are underway here between Corey Edwards and Vayli Olak. Looks like coming down the hill, Olak and Edwards are neck and neck. Olak might have an advantage on the outside now as they make their way down the hill. We wait and see who crosses the finish line first, and I believe it was Olak. We'll have to wait for the official word there in the blue All-State car.
That was going to be lane 2, Vayli Olak.
And there it is. The experience comes into play.
0.317, I believe, is what I heard in the margin of victory there for Olak.
First time that lane 2 has won today. Vayli Olak, and her experience brings a .317 victory.
Next now is Benjamin Chrisman, number 305 in lane 1, against number 426, Jacoby Kearns in lane 2. I like to see all the different cars, the designs, and sponsors as well. Here, a great community event in the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby.
Hey, the racers definitely have a lot of community support. Obviously, the families have to be involved in this to some extent. So you're right. I agree. There is a huge sense of community that comes from an event like this.
Looks like the race is underway outside the lane. Might be a banana car coming down. I can see some gold on the front. I don't know if it has anything else on it. Inside lane, the blue car is Benjamin Chrisman. Outside lane again is Jacoby Kearns. As they make their way down the hill here on that outside lane, it looks like we might have the advantage in Kearns. But now coming forward is Benjamin Chrisman. To cross the finish line. That looks like it will be possibly that inside lane. Benjamin Chrisman with the slight advantage will wait for the official word in his patriotic Stars and Stripes car.
.175, you're right. Sports doctor.
.175. Benjamin Chrisman gets the first win there. Again, the race will happen twice between each other, and if the same person wins both races, they advance in the winner's bracket. The other racer goes to the challenger's bracket. But if not, and they split wins, it goes to the largest margin of victory as we now continue here in this super stock division. It will be Haley Pleasance in lane 1 and Liam Hoop in lane 2.
Hoop, there it is.
The Hoopster.
I said hoop, there it is.
I know.
Like whoop, only hoop.
You have to wait and see if that is the winning call, possibly, or not.
Should
have saved it.
It's one of those things. It's one of those. She's in lane 1. No, Liam. Liam is in lane 1.
Is it Liam in lane 1? I thought it would be Liam in lane 2, unless it's been switched here. At least the way we've been set up.
You're right.
Looking at the bracket, the top name that we have has been in lane 1.
Yes, you're right. I apologize. Yeah, it's so the font is very small.
Well, it's a pretty large bracket for the super stock, especially with the double elimination, and this being the largest division of the 3. As the racers come down the hill here, looks like that outside lane in Liam Hoop might have the advantage in it. At the finish line might be too close to call as the one racer wipes out a volunteer. They just missed the brake cone as that was Hoop, there it is, but everybody seems to be okay.
They're being exuded to get their handbrakes on much more quickly. And in that case, neither racer quick to hit the brakes, and both went through the barricade at the end, wiping out.
Haley Pleasance gets the win by 0.193. All these races very, very close, so very competitive, but
yeah, 1 to 2
almost had a disaster there as the racers come down this hill, as we've heard, 25 to 30 miles per hour, and the only things to really break them is the handbrake that you have that goes down to try to slow you down on the road, but with the wet conditions, that's a little bit tough. The next thing to stop them is that traffic cone, and if that doesn't work, it's hay bales. And if that doesn't work,
so the volunteers. Yes. Bowling for volunteers. Everybody appears to be safe and unharmed, and definitely very happy about that. But they were flying, man. Like, there was some serious MPH running there.
Yes, Donald, we did get the kid that had to jump over one of the soapbox cars on your camera as you're doing great work in front of us, and hopefully none of those cars come towards you, because
Yikes.
Hurdling with a tripod camera and yourself might be a difficult task. But I believe in you. Kayden Blair and Braylon Hoffman up next. Kayden Blair, stock division champion last year. So we wait for them to start, and it looks like they do. Inside lane is Kayden Blair. Outside lane is Braylon Hoffman. It's the two starting on more of the incline here of the hill. Outside there, Hoffman pretty close to the far cones, kind of coming inside as they are at the midway point of the hill, making the way down towards the finish line. It looks like the outside
Hoffman
lane,
very late to break.
Braylon Hoffman came across first, at least from my vantage point. We'll wait and see the margin of victory here, getting the official wording. 0.216 in lane 2. Braylon Hoffman gets the win against Kayden Blair. Colin McLaughlin here for TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Alongside me is Jim Klein, Dylan Bishop, our executive producer right now. Cameramen are Donald Kinney and Avery Newport. Back in the studio is Nick Verzolini. As you can see here, the cars getting lined up on the side of the road there for South Queen Street. It's a pretty cool system that they have. A lot of roads closed here in downtown Martinsburg today to make sure that this system works. So as you can see here, they lift those soapbox cars on the back of the trailer there, hooked up to a truck that goes all the way around and back up to the top of the hill, and the racers will get in the back of that truck to also be drove up that hill so they don't have to walk or drag their cars up the side.
Yeah, the announcer, Tierney Reiner, was, again, reminding the racers that as they cross the finish line, first off, they need to immediately apply the handbrake and then aim for the cones, the inverted cones, to help with deceleration. And so, you know, it's an important thing. The hay bales at the finish line are being moved back, and it's great that we got her on air earlier. Her experience definitely came into play. She predicted that there could be problems with braking, and what we've observed that, and making sure that everyone is safe, the volunteers, the drivers, obviously, and how unfortunate would it be for one of the cars to be damaged, especially after winning a heat. So good reminders. It's great to be here this morning, even in some questionable conditions, and hope to just keep things rolling along.
I believe we'll continue here for the Super Stock Division, and we go back to the top of the bracket for Hank Plunkert and Austin Kearns as we wait to make sure I'm correct, because I don't want to give you any misinformation. Kind of hard, though, here at the bottom of the hill to see up top as who it will be, but I do see cars set up. Jim's getting some information here to see who it will be next. So it looks like we're waiting to see here that we might be switching divisions. So Super Stock first round, or halfway through the first round, I should say, is concluded as we go back through the bracket. Again, earlier it was Nicholas Masters, since it's an odd number, getting a bye, so he advanced to the second round. Hank Plunkert got the win against Austin Kearns, and how much was it by there? 4/38 of a second.
Mm-hmm.
And it was Bailin Rodriguez beating Jaden Shade by 2/27 of a second. Brantley Smith beat Cedric Walker by .656 seconds, followed by Vayli Olak winning against Corey Edwards by .317 of a second. Benjamin Chrisman beat Jacoby Kearns by .175 seconds. Haley Pleasance beat Liam Hoop by .193 seconds. And Braylon Hoffman beat Kayden Blair by .216 of a second, as we wait here to see if we will go over to the stock division or the masters division now, as they are readjusting things here since it's a very wet day, trying to move the hay bales at the finish line forward, as well as the cones that are laid down flat to try to help each other out.
And the word on the street is, from our friend Tierney Reiner, is that we're going to stay in super stock. We're going to go back to the top of the heat, wheel swap, lane switch, and what we saw last year is the lane, especially early in the day, the lane was a key factor. So swapping winners means the differential is going to come into play.
We'll have to keep our eye on that as best as we can, but if we're going to stay in the super stock division, we'll have Hank Plunkert against Austin Kearns. So we're officially sticking with the super stock division.
We got that inside link. See, man, you did that great interview, and we get the inside info.
It works. So now it will be lane 1, Austin Kearns, and lane 2, it will be Hank Plunkert. The inside lane being lane 1, outside lane being lane 2 there on the TV screen. Or if you want to go right side's lane 1, left side's lane 2, whatever will help you figure it out, as we're doing our best to figure it out and have some fun here in Martinsburg.
And I hold my hand up, both of my hands, and I see the L side. That's my left.
As they come down the hill.
The thrill on the hill.
Oh, looks like it is Plunkert in the outside lane with the advantage right now. And if he gets the win in that freaky tiki car, he will move on the winner's side. And it's the freaky tiki car heading first as they hit the brake and then the cone and safely come to a stop.
Well, my early favorite car is Freaky Tiki. I
remember that car from last year.
There's just something about that just makes me want to have an island drink.
So Hank Plunkert won this time by 0.442. So Hank Plunkert advances, and you'll face Nick Masters next. As we write this down here, so Austin Kearns will head over to the challenger side. So, even though he lost this one, there's still another opportunity, and you can still win out of that challenger's bracket since it's double elimination.
Yeah,
so,
and that's a very good point. You bring up a very good point, and the reason, at least in my opinion, would be conditions could change. You know, think like, there was only a 50% chance of rain this morning at 9 a.m. Imagine what happens if this rain finally moves out. We get a little bit of a drying effect, and how things could change as the challenge bracket, and how the rain may have affected those runs.
Looking at last year. And I believe when it did come to the championship that both sides actually split 1-1. So it did come down to the margin of victory, and it was the winner's side getting the wins each time. But you never know. Next now, it is Bailin Rodriguez and Jaden Shade. It will be Jaden Shade in that right side, Bailin Rodriguez on the left, as they set up the cars and get started. As they come down the top of the hill here, making their way towards the slope, picking up speed now. Let's see. Looks like both racers keeping control. Right now it looks like it's kind of been a switch to that outside lane, having more of the advantage here. Both racers cross, and that inside lane really picked up. We'll have to wait and see who got the win. From my eyes, it's too close to call between Bailin Rodriguez and Jaden Shade.
.048.
Bailin Rodriguez gets another win, so he'll advance.
Man, we're talking about, like, the times less than half a second. Unbelievable.
So Bailin Rodriguez goes now into the winner's side. Now we'll have Brantley Smith against Cedric Walker.
So where does Shade go on this bracket?
I believe they're in the bottom right side where it says L2.
L2. Okay.
I think, I'm hoping I'm correct there.
All right. Well, we'll get, we have an in.
I mean, you want to go double check? I'll let you while we get ready here for this race. And
yeah, we'll definitely.
Very close race there as we get ready here for Brantley Smith against Cedric Walker. Both of them come down the hill here. Neck and neck, getting at the midway point now, which is where the steep slope of this hill on South Queen Street is for the two racers to pick up speed. Still neck and neck between these two. It looks like the inside lane has the advantage. It's both hit the brake and slide through to the cones. But on that inside, I believe this time is Cedric Walker.
It's going to come down to differential.
It's going to come down to differential between Walker and Smith. It was Smith winning by how much last time, Jim?
Last time was .656. Last was .656. They're doing the math right now. I didn't hear this margin.
Almost sounds like they could have tied. Wouldn't that be something? Come down to rock, paper, scissors that time? Do they do a third race? We'll have to wait and see, but
there's no way that was .656 seconds.
Do they have to go to the fourth number? I don't know if this has happened. We've had a lot of firsts here in the 22 years of the Soapbox Derby, possibly. We await the official wording of who won this one and by how much to see who advances.
I didn't hear the differential for this one.
I think it was very, very close to the first one.
Our previous race, Brantley Smith will advance. Cedric Walker will be moved into our challengers bracket.
So Brantley Smith moves on, but I thought it was Cedric Walker getting the win in the last one.
Walker did get the win in the last one. It was a differential.
Did not hear how close it was, unfortunately.
Did not either. Good call. And Olak, with her experience, won in that first round.
So we fix our brackets here. It is Corey Edwards now against Bailey Olak. Olak won the last time, and she's in the inside lane. The outside lane is Corey Edwards as they make their way down the hill.
You can hear the thunder. It's the thunder of the cars, the wheels.
I was about to say, try to turn up the crowd mic here. See if you can pick it up on.
Oh, got a little sideways there. The 167 car got a little squirrely right before the finish line.
As they make their way out of the cars, have to get a little help. Obviously, since it's on wheels, they have the volunteers come. Corey Edwards wins this one by 0.224. But Olak will still advance in the winner's side, and Edwards will go to the challenger side due to the margin of victory. So Benjamin Chrisman and Jacoby Kearns up next. Chrisman and Kearns up next.
Yeah, Chrisman and Kearns in the race that would follow. Kearns. The race that would follow, Liam Hoop having steering issues.
Well, he's the one that almost wiped out there, yeah.
So steering issues, so we're...
Because we saw him miss the cone, hit the hay bale, and then hit the volunteer that was fortunately okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. We did not have any injuries. I can see that volunteer still over there at the finish line. He just may back up or get out of the way when Liam Hoop's up again.
He needs to work on his dodgeball skills, and the only thing that might be bruised is his ego, but... I don't know. So Hoop's in the pits, man. In the pits.
But right now it
working
is
on the suspension.
Benjamin Chrisman and Jacoby Kearns. Kearns on that inside in the yellow. And it is Chrisman in the Stars and Stripes car on the outside as they make their way down the midpoint of the hill. Coming close to the finish line. It's that outside lane with a pretty big win this time as it is Benjamin Chrisman, I believe, getting another win. So he'll stay put in the winner's side. That means Jacoby Kearns will go to the challenger's bracket. So Kearns will take on Edwards. Chrisman will take on Olak.
And this is the kind of thing that I really like about youth sports. Think about what the language is. We're not calling it a loser bracket. We're calling it a challenger bracket. And it just helps to uplift sportsmanship, the perseverance, the opportunity to continue to strive to do better. I love the way that we shade the language to something positive.
So since Liam Hoop was having some steering issues, it should be Kayden Blair and Braylon Hoffman back up now, I believe. Unless Liam Hoop's ready to go. We'll wait and see. It's the walkie-talkie system in effect
like
here.
Hoop's ready.
Yep, lane 1, Liam Hoop. Lane 2, Haley Pleasance. Pleasance won last time, so she has the advantage here in this second race.
Yeah, .193 advantage. All eyes and ears are going to be looking at the braking at the finish line.
I was about to say, nobody's moved out of lane 1 yet, so they might not be aware who's up.
Well, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Can you dodge a soapbox car? It's a little larger than a dodgeball, Jim.
Oh, that's true. But the agility that comes into being a volunteer.
Donald looks slightly nervous right out in front of us here in lane 1.
Kenny doesn't have to jump. I don't know, man. He'd whip out some of that Cobra Kai stuff and probably just de-axle that vehicle.
Again, Liam Hoop in lane 1 here on the near side. It is Haley Pleasance on the outside lane as they make their way down the hill. Two of them at the start, neck and neck, making their way down the slope. Passing a couple trees here as we wait to see them in our eyesight. And it looks like
neck and
might
neck.
Be a tie, and see if Liam Hoop breaks, and he does not again. Oh, man.
Goodness. Brakes were not working.
Well, that's why the hay barrels are there and everybody got out of the way. But we'll have to wait and see who wins.
It's much more fun to avoid the braking cone, apparently.
I think he did get the braking cone.
No,
he missed again.
Everyone missed the cones. We're going to have to take him to driver's ed. He's safe, though. Look at that.
So Liam Hoop got the win that time, but Haley Pleasance wins by margin of victory between the two races, so she will stay on the winner's side. And Liam Hoop will go to the challenger side of this super stock division. As Hoop, making sure I have correctly here, I believe we'll go to the L6 spot to take on Walker.
Getting ready up top, we have lane 1, Braylon Hoffman. Lane 2, Kayden Blair. This will be their
Kayden Blair and Braylon Hoffman will now go head-to-head. Hoffman won the last time in lane 2. He will be in lane 1. Kayden Blair is now on that inside lane. And he was the stock division champion last year. I know you're looking at my bracket. I don't even know if I have it correct.
My challenger's bracket is a mess.
But confidence is key.
That's why I use
And this is
pencil.
the start. That's why I brought out a pencil, too. I had the pen, but I'm like, nope, going with the pencil today.
I am definitely not going to.
As the two racers make their way down the hill. Blair and Hoffman right across from each other. It looks like the outside lane picking up speed. I believe that's Blair with the advantage. And he gets by first here against Braylon Hoffman. So Blair gets the win. We'll just have to see if it was enough to put him through and stay on the winner's side.
Yeah, Blair was quick. That was a good run. Very good run.
What was the margin of victory last time? .216 was Hoffman last time. So we'll have to see if it was Blair to win by a better margin this time or not.
And again,
lane 2, Kayden Blair by 0.579. This means that Kayden will advance.
So Blair won by 5.09, I believe I heard. So he will get the win and stay put in the winner's side to take on Haley Pleasance next. And that puts Hoffman against Shade on the challenger side.
Up top in the ranks, we're going to have lane 1, Cohen Hoffman. Lane 2, Jack.
And it looks like we're going to the Masters division now.
So hold your hats. These are low riders. These vehicles run
Four
very low to
racers
the
in
ground.
this one. It is Cohen Hoffman against Jackson Hill, followed by Piedmont Hager and Delaney Cedars. Cohen Hoffman in the inside lane, Jackson Hill on the outside lane of this Masters division. As Jim takes off the headset, wants to double check that we have the challengers bracket side correct, because otherwise we're going to be giving you a lot of misinformation, and we don't want to be doing that here on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. While Jim goes and double checks that we have the brackets correct, we will wait here for the Masters division to start, and both racers are off between Cohen Hoffman and Jackson Hill. Again, it is Hoffman on that inside lane and Hill on the outside lane. Both very close on the near side, and going sideways it looks like is Hoffman trying to straighten out there on the slope. That might have gave Jackson Hill a advantage as they make their way right down the middle. Hill is stayed straight pretty much the entire time as he crosses first and brakes. And Cohen Hoffman comes in and brakes as well. But as I said, Hill was going straight. He kind of went to the right there at the end, but did get the brake on as they come out of the car. So that will be number 18, Jackson Hill, coming across first. We'll just have to hear by how much. 0.601 is the margin of victory there for Jackson Hill to start things off here in the Masters division.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to just throw my headset
Did we have
down.
it correct, though, Jim?
You know what? I don't know because I didn't look that closely at yours, but what I do have the challengers bracket.
I get to mine, so Austin Kern's at the top, no?
Bye. There's a bye.
Well, bye.
And then Huffman.
Oh, no, so yeah. Forgot that. Oh, no, so I was way off.
There's not enough eraser in the world for me to get that right. Not enough freaky tiki drinks as well. I hope that if Mike Hornby does come, that my breakfast drink includes pineapple in some way.
I agree. If he's tuning in. Anybody else want to place an order?
The mogul's not tuning in? I can't
Donald?
believe that. The
Pineapple?
mogul is definitely
something with pineapple? Pineapple coffee, Donald? That does not sound good. I'm not a coffee person anyway. I am a pineapple person, but those two things together...
You can make anything work if you have the right mixer.
We did, but you said
I'm
coffee.
sorry, I have to step away. We have breaking news. Breaking.
Oh, no. Bye, Jim. Okay. Alrighty, so we just got that. We'll have this other race of the Masters, Piedmont Hager and Delaney Cedars. After that, we'll go to the stock division, do one round of the stock division, and then go back to the super stock division.
It pays to know people.
Are we only doing the
Breaking
one
news.
round of the Masters? Are we only doing the one round of the Masters? Right. That's what I figured as they're coming down the hill now between Piedmont Hager and Delaney Cedars.
It's so cool.
Cedars on the outside, Hager on the inside. And it looks like Delaney Cedars goes first as Hager completely misses the cone as well and goes into the hay bales. And now rolling back down, but everybody's okay. That's what matters today.
These are awesome cars. The way that they sit in almost like a prone position, a very little eye view from the from the way that they sit in the vehicle.
0.620 seconds is the margin of victory for Delaney Cedars. So Jackson Hill won by 0.601. Delaney Cedars won by 0.620. So now we will head over to the stock division, but I want to make sure I got the super stock division right. If you can give me the challenger side.
Challenger division.
So L1 was a bye.
L1 bye. Next.
Who was L8? I just want to go down the line. So Hoffman.
L3 Shade.
Hold on.
Sorry.
All right, so we're going to get switched over to our stock.
L6.
Kearns.
There is only one.
Mine was all down one because I did the buy as L8 instead of L1, so it might not have been too big of an issue. I don't know.
L5 Edwards.
There's not a racer for the other racer to
L4 Walker.
And then they will race from there, and we will determine
Okay.
L7 Hoop. There he is. L2 Kearns.
Thank you there, Jim, as we now get ready for the stock division, and I'll give you who all is competing in that again here now as I flip over to the stock division. And getting a bye was Kayla Martin, so she will take on Weston Garvin.
I think we're starting at the bottom with Rodriguez and Brown.
Are we? Yeah, that would make the most sense. Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. and Bentley Brown, because they were the ones that did not get buys.
Not breaking news.
But that's really going to mess up that other side in the challengers bracket with 1, 2, 3 buys. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye. We're having too much fun, maybe. That's a good thing. Nick just texted me. Is he about the bye, bye, bye comment?
That was
no,
me.
that was you?
I'm literally cracking up. I'm literally cracking because we definitely
Nick has requested a interview with Liam Hoop.
We need to get Liam Hoop over here. We want to ask him about his breaking.
We have the stock division here.
Oh, we're taking a commercial break after. And who do we have? We have Jermaine Rodriguez against Brown right now? Okay.
And that'll be it here for this one?
The thrill on the hill.
Okay. Alrighty, so we got Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. against Bentley Brown, and then we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll try to figure out how long so that you're aware there, Nick. But get ready for a break at least, as the breaks here have been inconsistent. But maybe that'll change. Is it still raining out there, Donald? Yeah? I figured. But we wait here for the racers to get set, and I don't see any cars in the positions yet. Maybe the stock division wasn't ready, but again, since those are the beginners usually here experience-wise, it goes stock, then super stock, then masters. But let's see, what all information did we have again on these two racers? Let me try to find those and give them to you again about Bentley Brown and Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. Got to flip through here.
For our stock division, it'll be lane 1, Jermaine Rodriguez Jr.
Bentley Brown. He goes to Tomahawk Intermediate School. His favorite thing about racing is to have fun and win, but even to see others win He wants to be a soldier or a police officer when he grows up, and the person he looks up to the most is his baby brother, Maddox. Fun fact about him is that he is the fastest kid in his second grade field day. He ran 37 laps around his school. I wonder how long that is. It's probably not a track.
17 miles.
But that's a good bit. If it was an actual track...
No, I
don't know how large
I was being facetious.
the school there is, obviously. I don't think...
Sorry about that.
That'd be pretty impressive for a fourth grader to run 17 miles.
Absolutely.
But he does like playing football. He plays there in Hedgesville.
Well, he's got a cast on his magazine around the Panhandle photos. So, I mean, he's a tough kid.
And again, if you want to see the Around the Panhandle magazine, we do have them down here at the bottom of the hill.
Free copies.
Gladly give them away so that you can read up on this Norwalk Soapbox Derby as well as learn about the kids competing today.
Yeah, come get a free copy. TV
issue
10
here that just came out last week.
Will you sign one? Can we get a sports
worth?
doctor signature?
Honest.
I don't even know what the list
people
price
want
is on
that.
this. I don't know. It's definitely going to increase the value if the sports doctor signs it. Come on, man.
I don't know.
We get the whole crew to sign. We got the blog sensation here, Dylan Bishop, the voice of Shepherd Sports.
Well, we got a little bit of a break.
Do have a break here. Maybe we should have took the break now. I thought it was after, but I don't know.
She said that we were going to run Jermaine Rodriguez. I like to call him JR Jr. and then Bentley Brown.
JR?
Well, it's JR Jr., because it's Jermaine Rodriguez.
JR squared.
JR squared.
That's what we're going with. We got to give each of these kids
Yeah.
nicknames because
We
we got Hank the Tank Plunker, Liam Hoop, there it is.
We got to get Hoop and JR squared on air. Like, seriously, we need to mic these guys up,
Well,
go hot.
At the end, we will interview each of the winners, and then we can see who else would be willing to. But so far, so good.
I wonder if
Still very wet here.
Do they circle up and shake the, probably not champagne, sparkling cider or something, at the winner's circle?
I don't know.
Probably not.
Milk?
Milk's not a bad
Which race
idea.
does that?
Is that
the
Daytona?
Indy 500? No,
Or
that's the
Indy?
Indy 500. That's what I thought. It's the Indy 500 that does the milk, so maybe they can do milk here. Have to go get some. Lane 2 is Bentley Brown. Lane 1 will be Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. So here in the stock division, as everybody else had buys except for these two. So
For those not aware, stock division is typically where you can start out at if you'd like. The car's a little bit smaller. From the stock division, you can move up to super stock, and then from super stock, you can move up to masters. A lot of this can be based on weight. It can be based on if you've won previously.
we wait here for the two to start, and it looks like they're both underway at the top of the hill between Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. and Bentley Brown. Brown on that outside. Rodriguez Jr. on the inside. It looks like it might be JR squared as we've dubbed him.
Neck and
Very
neck.
close neck and neck here as they cross the finish line.
No braking. Oh. Oof. Yikes.
As JR squared takes a big hit into the hay bales. I saw him brake. He hit the cone, but still had a lot of speed. These are the youngins, too, so.
Yeah, I think he's getting the lecture about the braking, about hitting the hammer. Yep.
He's okay.
He's okay, though. These are lessons. We're learning life lessons.
So that one's going to be lane 1.
We wait for the winner. Huh?
Oh, no. I'm hearing talk of disqualification. We're having a rule clarification.
Is there a new rule that they're putting into effect about crossing the hay bales?
No,
We'll have to get wording on
His
what this
wheels
is.
crossed the yellow lines, but it was after the finish line.
Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. by 0.153.
Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. by 0.153. So is what they're saying that he crossed into lane 2?
So one of the rules is you can never cross the center line. Okay. So after he crossed the finish line, he didn't brake, missed the cone, or hit the cone, but then crossed the yellow line when he hit the hay bales, which the question was whether or not that would disqualify the run. Would they rerun it, or because at the point in which he made contact with the hay bales, is that what drove him across the yellow line?
So now I believe we're going to have a break. I don't know how long, though, if you want to go ask for us, Jim, so that we can figure out here how long we'll take a break for so that we can get our sponsors in, unless we miss the break, which could have happened as well, because I do see some cars up there ready to go.
I think we're in the Super Stock Challenging division.
Are we just going to go to the Super Stock?
I think we're... No green light yet.
No green light.
No green light.
But we'll have to wait and see here.
Sounds... What I heard was Hoop versus Kearns in Super Stock Challenger.
Yeah, we are. So we're back to the Super Stock.
Hoop Kearns is what I heard. It looks like we may have had
And we never got a red light or a green light, so...
This might have been a premature run.
This is a premature run, yeah. Unfortunate for these two, especially... Yeah,
so this will be a rerun. This will be a rerun.
It was Hoop and Kearns there.
We're going to have to hustle these cars back up to the top.
Yeah, that was Hoop again that went through.
After rerun, this was a false start.
So Liam
also, a yellow flag on the play. We have a yellow flag on the play. Someone is trying. Tierney Reiner has thrown the yellow flag. We're going to rerun that.
Well, we're going to have to wait.
We're going to have to wait.
So we'll wait to see who's next.
Racers and volunteers up top. Please
Uh-oh.
ensure there is a green light before coming down. Racers, please listen to me. If you don't listen to me all day, I don't care, but listen to this. As soon as you get down to the finish line,
being reminded as soon as you cross that finish line to brake.
Hit or pull your brake.
Because that has been a pretty big issue so far today.
The straw bales will help you, but you have got to make sure you are hitting that brake.
So we wait to see who's next here. So who's racing now? Should be Shade and Kearns?
Hoop and Kearns is what I got.
Different Kearns. There's two Kearns. Kearns. Yeah. There is a lot of confusion going on here right now.
They are trying to sort out. There was a premature start, and now trying to decide who should run next. And a lot of conversation about that.
We wait here to figure this out.
Outstanding TV, let me tell you. This is high drama. And
we are
there cars
back
in
the Super Stock division.
Cars in the slot? Can't see.
Yeah, I think. I see two there. They're just waiting for the racers to, I think, get in the cars and waiting for a green light as well. Because that was the issue that we just had, was there was no green light. The racers went, so they have to rerun. But are we waiting for them to rerun now? Can they not go to a different race? I don't know. Could there be some confusion in the bracket, maybe? Because how we have it was the bye, followed by Hoffman, which meant Hoffman got to advance there on the challenger side. It should be Shade against Kearns, Edwards against Walker, and then Hoop and Kearns. So it looks like they finally got it figured out, unless... You want to go see if our bracket's correct, too, Jim?
Well, I copied that from their bracket.
But what if that bracket might have been wrong now? I don't know, unless the top bracket was wrong. Something sounds like might have been wrong here. So we wait here for more information to be given. So we're at South Queen Street, but yeah, we're going to take a... oh no, I don't want to take a break and miss a race, but
We're switching over to our Masters division.
we're just going to go to the Masters division.
Lane 1, Jackson Hill. Lane 2,
Okay.
Cohen Huffman.
Thank you so much.
Oh, no.
There's lots of moving parts here. You really have to commend these volunteers for their flexibility and their willingness to pivot in a heartbeat to make changes.
Well, we're back here in the Masters division. It is Cohen Huffman against Jackson Hill. Leave Hills on that right side, Huffman on the outside as they make their way down towards the finish line. About at the midway point now. Passing our camera, coming to the finish line, and it is Cohen Huffman on the outside getting the win this time. We'll just have to see if it was a wide enough margin to advance him on the winner's side, as it was Jackson Hill in the first race winning by .601.
Winning that race, that phase, was lane 2, Cohen Huffman by .383.
So he won by .383 that time, so it should be Jackson Hill to still advance.
First race, time differential, Jackson Hill will advance.
On time differential.
Cohen Huffman into our Masters Challenge.
Jackson Hill advances.
And Huffman goes to challengers. Hoffman has a sharp car, though. Really like the color scheme, that Mountaineer logo. Another Masters run.
Caedmon Hager against Delaney Cedars is now up.
Cedar wins, she advances. Outright wins, all she needs.
Yep, she won by 6-2-0 last time. It's a pretty wide margin there.
0.6 of a second. I don't know, man. I don't think that's a wide margin, but it is in today's terms.
It has been today.
Correct. But still, 0.6 of a second. I mean,
that is very, very close. You are correct, Jim. It is Hager this time on the outside, Cedars on the inside. Looks like we're waiting for everybody to get situated. Since this is the Masters, which are the older kids division, they have less room of vision in their cars compared to the others that you've seen where most of the kids' upper body is sticking out of the car. Here for the Masters division, all that's really sticking out is from the nose up. So we wait to see here the two at the top of the hill. It looks like both are moving. I believe it's the outside and Cedars with a better start as they come down the slope of South Queen Street. Both on the Cedars, on the outside near the cones. Hager coming both in the middle as they make their way down the midway point. Now it looks like it's the outside lane getting the win as the two break. Both hit the brakes. It doesn't look like, though, that they're hitting them hard enough.
Right, and skidding on the wet surface. But, again, both drivers missed the stopping cones. You just have to wonder what kind of damage could occur by constantly hitting those hay bales.
So Hager got the win on the outside. We'll have to see by how much. So that has been the big issue. They're hitting the brakes. It's just not ever hitting the ground, so the brakes aren't working.
And I wonder if it is a requirement that the hay bales be that distance from the finish line. And I asked that question because imagine if you put the hay bales 10 yards further. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you move the hay bales 10 yards
there
further,
is a slight
right? There's a slight
there,
upslope, so that would, added the additional distance. But everything here is so uniform and regulated. I almost think that the hay bales probably have to be that distance from the finish line because you simply move them 20 feet further, and gravity's going to help you with stopping.
But we are waiting to hear time difference here in the winner as well. I believe it was Kayden Hager.
Kayden Hager did win by 0.555.
Oh, no.
0.555, but that was not enough for him to move on in the winner's side.
To our challengers bracket.
Wow.
So, Delaney Cedars. And then that'll move Cedars over.
Back to Superstock, I think.
We'll have to double check here. I'm just making sure we get the bracket here correct. Are we going to the stock or the super stock? That's the question.
Well, I thought
we've only had one stock race so far, and that was Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. and Bentley Brown. And they only did one of the two. It looks like we're going to stock. It is Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. and Bentley Brown coming back head-to-head. Last time, as I said, it was Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. getting the win. So we're in the stock division now. Lane 1 on that right side is Bentley Brown. Lane 2 on the left side is Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. So we wait for the green light, which is now on. The racers getting situated up top, just waiting for that side to start. Seeing a lot of movement up there.
Whatever you need. Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Looks like might be an issue. I can't fully tell what's going on up there, as it's really tough to see all the way up the hill if the racers are even in position or not. I see two cars, but I don't know if the racers are in them. But again, it is going to be Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. on the left side and Bentley Brown on the right side. And they're ready. Both of them are ready to go here as they make their way down the hill.
Yeah, there is some discussion about moving the bales up further up the hill to use gravity to help slow at the finish.
They're both making their way down the midway point. And it is neck and neck as the two cross the finish line.
That is.
0.030 was the margin of victory there. Just got to wait for who it was.
Winning that heat is Jermaine Rodriguez Jr.
So Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. wins again.
030. Racers up top. Again, if you don't listen to me all day, that is fine. Please, 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 whenever you get to the bottom.
Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. advances here in the stock. He will go take on Holden Carper. So that's number 4, which means Bentley Brown goes to 4, I believe. But here's where it gets confusing because everybody else had buys.
Yep, should be interesting.
So 1 had a buy. Number 2 had a buy. Number 3 had a buy. So think I got it correct now as best as we can, but we're waiting here for things to, I believe, get readjusted with the hay bales here at the finish line. Probably going to get pushed back some because the way it's set up here at South Queen Street, you come down that hill, and then there is a slight incline back up the hill, so they're hoping that since the brakes have been a issue here for the racers, that going slightly back up a hill will help slow them down before they come crashing into the hay bales, which we've been informed with a couple racers has caused some steering issues for them as well. Colin McLaughlin here. Alongside me is Jim Klein, Avery Newport, Donald Kinney, and Dylan Bishop working as well. So we get ready to switch over to the Super Stock division now. We'll have to wait and see if we go to the winner's side or the challenger side. As we wait to see here who will be going first. I believe it might be Edwards and Walker. So it will be Walker and Edwards. Corey Edwards in lane 1. Lane 2 is Cedric Walker. And it is the challengers bracket side of this Super Stock division. We're here in downtown Martinsburg, West Virginia for the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby. Everybody's been set up here since this morning. Very wet day. It has caused a lot of issues for these racers as Edwards and Walker are off, making their way down the hill. Two working the outside parts of their respective lanes, trying to come back in here down the middle. Very close to each other as they cross the finish line and break. Now it looks like it's the inside lane getting the win here. Number 29 and Corey Edwards getting the win. You just have to see by how much. So Corey Edwards beats Cedric Walker here in race 1 of the 2. And we'll have to rerun it again. A second issue here on the timing for the Super Stock division. Yeah. Just bad luck for them.
And what I did learn, I did go down to the stopping point and discuss with, there is some discussion with the tournament director regarding moving the bales back. There has been hay caught in the braking mechanism from the first run, which has caused not necessarily a failure, but created less effective means to brake. So in some of these cases, the kids are pulling the brake, but because in their first run they hit the bales of hay, there could be hay that's caught up inside the vehicle, which is making it more difficult to brake.
Great bit of information there for us, Jim. Working hard on your adventures here.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of everything. Breaking news left and right. Like, this is Johnny on the phone. Breaking news. Breaking news.
Did you intend that?
No, I did break that.
Well, you're welcome.
News. Thank you. We've got nothing but puns here today, ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to stick in the Super Stock bracket. Jacoby Kearns and Jaden Shade are up now. Lane 2 is Shade. Lane 1 is Kearns. Here in the Super Stock Challenger side of the bracket, which is the elimination side. These two already have one loss each.
Green light.
Green light is on here at the bottom of the hill. So we look to the top of the hill as the racers slowly start at the starting line. Picking up speed now as they go closer to the slope of the hill. It's like Shade, the slight advantage possibly on that outside, but Kearns on the inside coming right back up as they hit that downward midway spot. Two flying down this hill right now. Coming to the finish line, and it looks like it's the outside lane getting the win. It's number 213, Jaden Shade, I believe, getting the win. 0.473 is the margin of victory there for Shade. As they get their cars, have to head back up to the top of the hill. So we'll have to see if Liam Hoop, as well as, you look here, which one? That would be at number 2, Austin Kearns. Or if we go to a different division or not. Or if we go to the winner side. You never know. Believe that they're getting set up at the top. Just have to wait and see who it will be. What have you enjoyed here so far, Jim?
Well, first off, the extreme amount of dedication of the volunteers is just amazing. I mean, everybody has a vested interest. Everyone is working very hard. Some people sitting, most people standing, and everybody just really putting forth a lot of effort to make sure that, you know, the participants all have an outstanding experience. That's the sense of community that I really enjoy, that the people who are willing to put service above self.
People have been out here since probably midnight. I know we got here around 6 a.m., but there were a lot of others out here before that getting set up for today for this event. So Austin Kearns and Liam Hoop
rerun
are back up here, and this is their first. Even though they did come down the hill previously, it is a rerun because the timer was not ready earlier. So the red light's still on, so hopefully they don't mess up again. But it is Hoop and Kearns coming down.
We went to green. We have green.
We have green. Did you hear who was in which lane again? I believe it was Hoop on the outside, or the left side, I should say. But the two racers are off at the top of the hill. It's Austin Kearns and Liam Hoop in the challenger side of the Superstock division. Two make the way down the hill. Both neck and neck as they are at the midway point. Still neck and neck coming down. Looks like right at the end, it's that outside lane. Getting the win, and I believe it was Liam Hoop missing the cone again. But he did break. Maybe one time he will. Liam Hoop, what was it?
0.489.
0.489 for Liam Hoop against Austin Kearns. I think they might have enough volunteers. What they need to do is get a big sign that says break, and as soon as they, cross that finish line, you just hold up the sign that says break. Yeah. I know. We've seen each time the brakes.
The wet.
It's just so wet that there's a issue. Yeah. Hay bales have been moved back, but everybody's okay, though. And the cars so far have been okay. There's been no disaster. So we will now go to the winner's side here in the Superstock. It will be Nick Masters
in one
against Hank the Tank Plunkert. I gave him that nickname. Hopefully he likes it. We'll have to ask him. It'd be even cooler if his, Soapbox Derby car was designed as a tank. But it's Masters against Plunkert. As Masters had the bye, Hank Plunkert defeated Austin Kearns last time around in the two races.
Yeah, and Plunkert had a .438 win in that first heat. So you have to wonder if Masters in the bye might work against him because this is obviously Plunkert's third run and this is Masters' first.
Yep, as the two racers are off now at the top of the hill. The two making their way down. Outside lane, pretty close to those cones on the edge, coming back in as they make the way down the hill. I believe that's Hank and the Freaky Tiki.
Freaky Tiki!
Getting the win.
Again,
doing a beautiful job braking as well there in the Freaky Tiki car.
Freaky Tiki does not mess around. Cool drinks and
Hank
braking.
Plunker gets the win. He steps out and has to put his flip-flops on. And it looks like Nick Masters deciding just to run up the hill himself in his Crocs.
Masters is
not going to use the truck for help to go back up. He's just going to do it all himself. 0.621 for Plunkert. And now we'll go back to the challenger side to get the rerun between Corey Edwards and Cedric Walker before we go back to the winner side.
Edwards in lane 1, Walker in lane 2.
Between Corey Edwards and Cedric Walker. In lane 1, we have Corey Edwards.
Lane 1 is Corey Edwards. Lane 2, Cedric Walker. So it looks like we're all good. The green light's on. We look at the top of the hill. They look ready to go as well.
Just a friendly reminder for our spectators, if you have to cross the street, please do not. If there's nothing, it doesn't matter really if there's nothing going on or not. Please don't cross the street. If you have to cross, please.
So we are being informed, do not cross the street even if you have to, just for safety concerns.
Absolutely.
The wet conditions. Even if the racers aren't going, you never know when they will. And it looks like they are right now. So as we look here to the top of the hill, as it's Corey Edwards and Cedric Walker making their way down on the slope. Both racers really close to the cones, trying to come back towards the middle of their respected tracks here on South Queen Street. Now it looks like the outside lane, and I believe that Cedric Walker might have hit a couple of the cones. That could have slowed him down. I see, I believe, 1, 2, 3 cones were hit and knocked back there from the outside lane. As both exit their cars, and we have some volunteers to go back up and readjust those cones as we await the margin of victory here for the inside lane.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if that's
and Corey Edwards getting the win.
A penalty? Are you allowed to hit the cones?
I believe you can. It just obviously would slow you down.
Huh.
0.546 is the margin of victory there for Edwards. I believe we will now go to the winner side of the Superstock. Braylon Rodriguez will be in lane 1. Brantley Smith will be in lane 2.
So Rodriguez is in 1, Smith in 2.
Back in the winner's side of things for the Superstock division. As it was Bailin Rodriguez, who's already 2-0 today, as well as Brantley Smith. It was Rodriguez defeating Jaden Shade in round 1. Smith defeated Cedric Walker in the 2 races, as they will now have 2 races here to decide who moves on to round 3. Which means they'd be 1 win away from the championship if they could get there.
Staying in our Superstock division,
Bailin Rodriguez and Brantley Smith, followed by Vayli Olak and Benjamin Chrisman. And then the last one on the winner side is Haley Pleasance and Kayden Blair. Again, Rodriguez on the right side, Smith on the left side. Once we get started, as the green light is on, and they're off at the top of the hill here at South Queen Street. Looks like that outside lane might have the advantage right now, trying to stay straight. The inside kind of going back and forth, but has straightened out just a little bit as they make the decline of the downhill slope. Pretty straightforward here by both racers as they make their way down neck and neck. Let's see who has the advantage as they get towards the finish line a few feet away. And it looks like it is right on the inside here. Braylon Rodriguez just barely getting the win against Brantley Smith and the around the Panhandle car.
It's going to be lane 1, Braylon Rodriguez by 0.272.
0.272 was the margin of victory there for Braylon Rodriguez getting the win. So now we go.
We're dropping down to lane 1.
Pleasance and Blair.
Yeah.
So dropping down 1 to wait for Norwalk and Chrisman. Blair in lane 2, Pleasance in lane 1 once we get started.
For Superstock, we have lane 1, Haley Pleasance. Lane 2,
Haley Pleasance defeated Liam Hoop last time. Kayden Blair defeated Braylon Hoffman to advance here to this matchup. So we wait here for the two racers to start as the light's still red down here. But we're getting some communication here, just making sure that the kids can hear, in fact, everybody yell break.
I think that's Liam Hoop's dad.
Could be. I don't know.
He
said, have to ask.
He asked if he could stand actually in the road to communicate to him, to tell him to break.
So we wait here. It looks like they're off at the top of the hill.
Please make sure you are hitting your brake.
It's Pleasance and Blair making their way down the hill now. Two racers at the midway point. Coming down very close to one another.
Oh, that's a tight race.
At the finish line. And the one completely crossed the lane. So now the question is, even though it's across the finish line, does it still count as crossing the lane?
Because they crossed
causes a disqualification or not? So we'll
or
have
a
to
rerun.
wait. Or a rerun. So we'll wait for the explanation there. So we are awaiting word here of the rolling between Haley Pleasance and Kayden Blair. Looks like there might have been a malfunction with Haley Pleasance's car. That's what we are hearing through the walkie-talkies from the volunteers. Everybody's okay as they readjust the hay bales and everything, but we have to wait and see what officially is the word on this race, Jim. Sounds like a cable might have came loose. I don't know which one. If it was a steering cable or a brake cable is the question, it sounds like.
If it was a steering cable, then
sounds like we'll have a rerun.
Because, so if it was a steering cable issue, then the fact that she crossed...
Here's the rolling. Hold on.
We just ran Haley Pleasance and Kayden Blair. There will be a rerun of this run.
And we'll get a rerun of Haley Pleasance and a Kayden Blair.
Racers are safe. Everybody is great. This race will not count. It will be a rerun again.
So there you go.
Okay. What they said was previously, if it was a steering cable malfunction, then the driver would have no fault. So it was a brake cable malfunction, so there's a rerun.
Whenever you get to the bottom and you hit or pull your brake, if you are going towards a cone that is laying down.
And now we are just going to wait and see who is up next.
Go towards the straw bale.
As right now we're in the Super Stock Division, racing-wise here. 3 divisions, Stock, Super Stock, and Masters for this 2022 Soapbox Derby.
Grounds for disqualification.
There we go.
From that heat. So please keep that in mind.
If you cross the yellow line, even after you hit the cone, you can be disqualified.
Which is what almost happened there to Haley Pleasance,
But
as we heard, it was because of a malfunction as to why she was not disqualified. So we wait now to see who will be racing next. So we are here at South Queen Street in downtown Martinsburg. Colin McLaughlin right now on the call with Jim Klein, Donald Kinney, and Avery Newport, our cameramen. Dylan Bishop running the ATEM, and back at the studio, it's Nick Verzolini. We'll be swapping out here as it's a very long day. Just have to decide when we want to swap out. Myself, along with Dylan and Avery. Maybe even you, Jim, if you need to take a little bit of a break, too, just to get everybody in here.
I've just been so busy trying to get breaking news that, I mean, I'll do whatever you need. Like, if you need me to take a break.
We'll see. It's up to you. Whatever you're comfortable with. So we wait. Looks like there's 2 racers at the top, just don't know who. So it looks like we're going to take a break here. So let's do a 4-minute break here, Nick, and then we'll be back after that. Again, a 4-minute break here for the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at
Orsinis.com.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back in here to the Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby here at South Queen Street in Martinsburg. I am Dylan Bishop taking over the announcing duties for Kyle McLaughlin and still have Jim Klein with me on the call. How's it going, Jim?
Hey, doing great, man. Good to see you here in the hot seat, man. And Colin's one who usually keeps me straight. So, you have a huge responsibility to not only maintain the puns, but also make sure that what I'm saying is actually factual.
Well, I'll do my best. I'll do what I can. So we'll see what's going on here. So let's see. Where are we going for our next race here?
Waiting for that announcement, I believe.
Yes, we just took a quick break. We'll about to get back into the action here, so we'll see what we've got going on.
The computer problems. The computer that manages the timing system actually locked up, so the old Control-Alt-Delete, the blue screen of death. We're just waiting for that system to restart and then get back to live action.
Control-Alt-Delete. It's always the fail-safe. You can always go back to it when you need to. More often than not, it gets you where you need to go eventually.
Yep. We just finished a short little rain squall that has passed over, hoping that that's the last of it today. We have intermittent showers, heavy at times. First time in 22 years, if you're just joining us, that we've seen this type of rain. Checking the radar on weather.com, it's showing that the rain is likely to end by 12:15. But looking at the radar, most of the darker green areas have moved past us at this point. We're looking right now at, oh my goodness, at about a 90% chance of rain. Then it drops to 68% at 11, 58% at 12. So actually a chance that we have some partly sunny skies later this afternoon, hopefully earlier than later.
We've been able to avoid a good bit of the rain here and there, but, we may get some later, looks like, as Jim just mentioned, but again, looks like we're going to be able to avoid having the rain entirely all day, so that's good for us at least.
Absolutely good for the drivers, too. Like to see things dry out a little bit here so that we keep moving. Going to step aside here for a second, walk over and ask the scores table what we've got coming up next.
So yes, again, we sit here at the 2022 Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby. We're still waiting for action to resume and make sure we can learn what we have coming up next, as Jim Klein has gone to find out what we have going on next. And Colin McLaughlin has
They're still having computer issues, so that's what the hold-up is right now, is computer issues for the timing, and when it's an electronic timing system here to determine the margin of victories between the racers, and when that goes down, it's a pretty big issue, so we're going to have to wait for that to get fixed. Don't know how long it will take, but it looks like they're going to have two people just walk across it now to see if the mechanism is working or not.
Yep, so again, the computers shut down. Sometimes it happens. you just go with what we have. And it looks like there might be some sort of reset that we have to do here, and we're testing it out with
looks like they work.
Humans running across the finish line to see if things are running back again. But I assume that it looks like the test has worked, as Colin said.
So let's get back to racing, hopefully. You ready, Jim?
We've got Jim Klein coming back on the mic.
Everything about this is just amusing to me. They tested the camera system, or the timer system, by having two of the volunteers actually walk through the system. So they've tested. We're coming back with Super Stock.
All right. The Challengers bracket.
It's going to be lane 1 is Liam Hoop. Lane 2 is Austin Kearns.
Got Austin Kearns and Liam Hoops. There it is. Back, coming down the lane. So we'll see if he can win another one, and if he can take out some more hay bales on his way down at the bottom as well.
Yeah, Liam's had some challenges braking, but we've got some people here. Maybe some family members. I think they're going to be cheering him on.
It's hard to always know 100% certain if it's just a brake failure on the car itself, or if it's the heat of the moment, the driver not knowing whether just forgetting to brake. You know, it happens. So they come down the hill.
Very exciting for the kids. Love to see how excited they are about doing this.
Just got a Hoop in lane 1, Kearns in lane 2. They're coming down. They're coming close. This looks like a close one, and it looks like it may have been the Bucky's car that came up as Hoop. It didn't quite take out the bales as much as he has on other turns.
Very close finish.
It's going to be lane 1, Liam Hoop.
Liam Hoop.
0.018.
Wow.
Wow.
0.018 margin of victory for Liam Hoop.
Will advance in our Challengers bracket.
He advances in the Challengers
Wow,
bracket.
congratulations.
Closest race of the day. How
My
about that?
goodness. 18 thousandths of a second.
So that means that the day is not over for Liam Hoop. So we'll get more work down with the hay bales. We'll have Jaden Shade and Jacoby Kearns coming up in our next race. Jaden Shade will be in lane 1, Kearns in lane 2. So we have 2 Kearns in a row here. Hopefully this one goes better for this Kearns than it did on that last race, and get a winner this time. As the racers set up at the top of the hill, we wait for them to be given the go and start their way down the hill. And it looks like they have begun, and here they come. The yellow and green cars making their way down the hill. And Shade and Kearns. Kearns in lane 2. Shade in lane 1. Looking pretty close so far.
Neck and neck.
As they come down, looks like we may have a small advantage in lane 2 as they finish up. And it does look like...
Good run. Very good run for both racers.
Absolutely. Looks like Kearns in lane 2 may have gotten the advantage there. We'll wait for the official call. So without incident that time, both making it into the braking cones.
So this could come to differential. Shade won the first round.
I guess we will see.
Is Jacoby Kearns by 0.052.
0.052 margin of victory for Jacoby Kearns.
Jaden Shade, yep. Just a larger margin of victory in the first run for Jaden Shade. Shade takes the heat.
There we go. So we'll move on. Next up, we'll see what we may have coming up next. Is there more in the Superstock Challengers bracket?
Superstock switching over to our advancement.
Going to the advancement bracket.
We have lane 1, Hank Plunkert.
We'll see Hank the Tank Plunkert and Nicholas Masters.
Plunkett had a sizable win in that first run at .621, and Colin is cheering for Hank the Tank.
Crowd favorite over here, Hank the Tank Plunkert.
Maybe what we could do is, after this run, if Hank the Tank advances, maybe the sports doctor could draw Hank the Tank over here to the TV10 table.
To see what Colin can get accomplished.
We might not have time. Might not have time for Hank the Tank.
We may not, but we'll find time for him eventually, I think. You always have to make time for Hank the Tank. As they're starting to come. Oh, we have an incident at the top. Only one car coming down the hill.
Oh, my goodness. It's the Freaky Tiki.
And that's Hank Plunkert coming down and finishing the race, while the other car has not made it down the track. Hard to see from our standpoint what happened at the top of the hill there, but
the conjecture from the timing table is that the cars are hitting the hay bales and it's causing some type of mechanical issues.
Oh,
that is it's conjecture. I mean, this has not been accurately reported, but that's what I just observed.
Strictly speculation at this point. But it would make sense. You ram the front of your car into the hay bales. It could dent it and change up the aerodynamics of the car. So Nicholas Masters did not make it down the hill.
Only one car made it down to the bottom of the hill. Hank did come down. Nicholas did not. Nicholas is okay. He was having some steering difficulties. The racers have been informed if you're having any kind of issues, if something is not working, if something does not feel right, if you do not feel like something is where it should be working, hit the brake. We'll get you taken care of. We'll check everything out, make sure you're okay, make sure the car is doing what it needs to do. This will be one that we need to take a peek at Nicholas's car and square it away again.
So it looks like
again, Nicholas is okay. He may be a little shook up a little bit.
We're seeing the announcements. It looks like Nicholas Masters is perfectly fine, even though his car did not make it down the hill.
Steering issue.
Steering issue, yes. So that'll happen, I suppose, after a while. If you run into the hay bales, it could mess with the car. I believe Colin attempted to get us Hank Plunkert on the air, but it looked like he declined to comment after his
it makes sense. When you're running this strong, you don't want to do anything to break the juju. Like, you need to stay focused on victory. I mean, this is full-on Rocky III. We are focused. Eye of the tiger. We're not going to let anything get in the way. No distractions.
You can't take him out of the zone. Hank the Tank is in the zone. You don't mess with him, all right? That's our mistake for even asking. Really.
I want to now, was he the Jordan fan? The Jordan fan? Because
he may have been. We're looking at Edwards and Walker coming up next. That would be over in the Challengers bracket.
It's run 2. Edwards came in with a .546 advantage. So if Edwards wins, Edwards advances. Otherwise, it comes down to the differential.
So it'll take a good run from Walker here to make up that difference.
Absolutely. Real good run.
And they're coming down the hill now. Looks like getting a little close to the outsides here on their way down the hill.
Wow, yeah.
On our way to seeing some
lane 2 way outside.
Taken out. Not
looks
quite
like
there
lane
yet.
1.
It does look like a close race, very close race so far. They're coming down, and it looks like, wow, very close. I think lane 1 is your winner there. Looks like that's Corey Edwards. Was in lane 1 there.
So Edwards should advance.
Winning that phase is lane 1, Cedric Walker by 0.
Excuse me, Walker. 0-1-3-3. So I believe that'll advance Edwards from the differential. And we get that official word from the PA announcers. That is the case. Corey Edwards will move on. Even though Walker was able to take that race, didn't quite make up the differential quite enough. we've been able to keep the hay bales intact for the last few races, relatively.
Again, I don't care if you don't listen to anything else I have to say today. This is important. I need your undivided attention.
Again, another announcement here.
At the very bottom of the finish line. There is one in each lane. Lane 1 has
just making sure that the racers know that really emphasizing the braking here.
For those, once you pull or hit your brake, once you get to the finish line banner. I know that's a lot, and I'm sorry. But this is for your safety and to make sure the cars are operating.
It is an important announcement to make.
It's causing a lot of issues because we've never had this issue before. So whenever you get to the finish line banner, start pumping your brake and aim for the cone, and make sure if you have to steer, do not steer towards the center line. That can be deemed for disqualification. The cone is your friend. At least at the bottom of the finish line, the cone is your friend. I promise.
So they're just making sure to emphasize hitting the cone, hitting the braking cone, so we're not running into the hay bales, because it looks like it is affecting some of the driving.
Lane 1, Brantley Smith. Lane 2, Bailin Rodriguez.
We'll get Brantley Smith versus Braylon Rodriguez in lanes 1 and 2. So we are over back to the advancement bracket before we move back over to the challengers bracket after this race. So I believe you were looking at, it was a 0.048 advantage for Rodriguez in the first race. So
correct.
This race might just be the one that decides it. That's absolutely a very close margin.
Very close margin, absolutely.
As they're coming down the hill here. Looks like it is neck and neck so far. Rodriguez in lane 1. Excuse me, Rodriguez
very
in
close.
Lane 2. And it looks like the Bucky's LTE car will just barely edge out the around the Panhandle car. And it looks like lane 2, Rodriguez has come up with the victory.
It's going to be lane 2, Bailin Rodriguez.
We'll find out the margin.
0.109.
0.109 for Braylon Rodriguez. And after getting the win in the first race as well, that'll be enough to move on. As we move back to the Superstock Challengers bracket. Await the announcement.
Olak versus Chrisman.
All right. So that'll be their first matchup, it looks like. So let's see. We had Olak advancing by .317 in the first race against Corey Edwards, and Chrisman advancing by 1.175. So it was a pretty sizable advantage in the first victory for Olak. We'll see if they can do it again. So we'll wait the racers to come down. It looks like they are just about ready to head down the hill. They just await the green light. So we sit here once again, 10:13 a.m. on Saturday, here on South Queen Street in Martinsburg. I'm Dylan Bishop, along with me, Jim Klein on the call. On the ATEM, Donald Kinney. Currently on the cameras, Colin McLaughlin after getting a break from the commentary, and Avery Newport as well. Nick Verzolini back in the studio with you here on WRNR and TV10 on YouTube. So again, we wait.
We have green.
We have
green. I don't know where the 14 moves to the challenger's side. I don't see a result of 14. 17, 18, 19, 20, 9, 10, 11, 12. Where's... I'm going to have to 14. Go to the scores table and find out where Heat 14 moves into the challenger's bracket.
That's good to know. The races are coming down. And it's Olak and Chrisman It's a close one, very close. The All-State car, Olak, looked to have gotten the victory. Good brakes there on both of these cars.
Yeah, but after that last announcement, it really seemed to, hit home.
A .188 margin of victory for Bailey Olak in the first race. So I believe they will go again after eventually. To see if that margin can be made up by Chrisman. But Bailey Olak gets that one. Olak in the All-State car. Chrisman with the red, white, and blue B&S car. As the Volunteers get him loaded and ready to take back on the trailer. As we're going to switch over to the stock division.
Lane 1 is going to be Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. Lane 2 is going to be Holden Carper.
Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. and Holden Carper.
JR squared.
JR squared, that's right. JR Jr. So we're looking at a .153 margin of victory for Jermaine Rodriguez. And a very close .030 margin of victory in the race for Jermaine Rodriguez, or for, Holden Carper. They're coming down, and we've only got one car coming down the hill this time, it would appear. I believe that's Holden Carper in the BB&T car. Perfect landing into the braking cone, but still had the assistance of the hay bales, as it appears that Jermaine Rodriguez did not make it down the hill. To find out more about that, and he did come off the side here. Appears to be fine. The car is being whisked away.
So the car went into the side of the. You almost have to wonder if that's a steering failure. We've heard discussions about that possibility, especially after hitting the hay bales at some point in time. So,
yeah, there has been that issue again that we've mentioned. I mean, the rain coming into play. This has been a pretty unprecedented edition of this Soapbox Derby that we have annually here. 22 years, they've never used a rain date. It's never really rained. This is the most hazardous conditions, if you want to put it that way, that they've had to deal with. So,
well, if cars are being eliminated because it's absolutely hazardous, I don't think that that's a hyperbole at all. Vehicles are running through the cone into the hay bales with very little slowing, because the brakes skidding on the ground and in the wet and hydroplaning, and so this is definitely a new experience, I think, for everyone, and hopefully we've learned some lessons and things will continue to run smooth as the day progresses.
Hopefully, because right now doesn't appear to be much of any rain, but there does appear to be some on the radar coming through later in the morning, the late morning, early afternoon.
And it's chilly. I mean, 61 degrees for the second week of June. It's a surprise to me. The high today is only 72. Intermittent showers until about 12:15 today. So it's unfortunate that a majority of the racing is going to be finished by the time it actually begins to warm up and stop raining.
We're getting an announcement on that last run. It'll be a rerun, which more than fair to give both racers a fair shot.
Kylie Hoop and Caleb Height are our next run in the stock division.
Another Hoop. Caleb Height will be in lane 1, Hoop in lane 2 as they begin to make their way down the hill.
You just can't help but smile when you see the enthusiasm. It's really a cool thing. If you're not a Soapbox Derby fan, you still find the happiness in something.
And this looks like a close one so far. It's going to be a photo finish. I think Caleb Height may have gotten it.
Agreed. Caleb Height on the named car. He's got his name on his car. That is cool, man.
Yeah, I was going to say the Lions Club, but I don't see an L at the beginning of that. Against the S&G Lawn Services. A 178 margin of victory for Caleb Height. Now, again, that was a close one. It was neck and neck the whole way.
Absolutely.
So we get our cone set back up. No hay bales needed that time.
Yeah, she did a great job at really reinforcing, they need to drive towards the cones, steer towards the cones, avoid steering towards the center. And this time, it really seems like it's come home.
And after that stock race, we're going back up to Hank Plunkert and Nicholas Masters.
Yeah, so this is the one that was a no run, I think.
I believe so. Or a second run.
Yes, Freaky Tiki came down by himself.
So this is phase 2. So this is their second run after a .621 margin of victory for Hank Plunkert. Hank the Tank Plunkert with a convincing victory in the first run, but Nicholas Masters was not able to make it down the hill on the second one, so this is our rerun of that. So we await the signal for them to be sent down the hill.
Tierney Reiner is just berating the help.
She's doing her best to be the captain of the ship here.
I tell you, we are right here in breaking news. We've got the one of the breaking cones was off center, and that ship has been righted, and we're awaiting the green light. We have green light. We have a green light.
We have. We've had a lot of breaking news, B-R-E-A-K, and breaking news, B-R-A-K-E. Been a lot of talk of breaks in this race, so now Plunker and Masters are coming down the hill. It's hard to tell at an advantage so far. It may be Plunkert early on.
Nick's going to need a big win for this.
Actually, it looks like Masters is going to take the win here. It's close.
Good driving. Very good driving.
Good brakes on both of those cars. So it looked like Masters was able to do it, but will the margin be enough? .070.
So
very close.
Plunkert should advance.
But yes, after a convincing victory in the first race between the two, it'll be Hank the Tank Plunkert that advances to the next round of the winner's side, the advancement side of the bracket. So we'll see who we're going to next. We've been going between the stock and the super stock and the master, going back and forth a bit as those two cars are wheeled off. And it looks like we may be getting another run in the super stock division coming up. We'll make sure we can confirm. Again, Nicholas Masters had the bye in the first round, and Hank Plunkert was able to advance past Austin Kearns in the first round to advance to face Masters, and now, after two races, Plunkert is able to advance on, and he will meet either Braylon Rodriguez or Brantley Smith in the next round. And then we've had Vayli Olak and Benjamin Chrisman on the other side of the same bracket, as well as Haley Pleasance, Kayden Blair. The advancers from those two matchups will face each other, and the winner that comes out of that will face either Plunkert, Rodriguez, or Smith on that side of the advancement bracket for the Superstock division. As we await our next two, it looks like it's Olak and Chrisman. Benjamin Chrisman will be in lane 1, and Vayli Olak will be in lane 2 switching it around from the last one, giving each side 2 races against each other, 1 in each lane. Make sure that we're getting a fair shake to each racer. Looks like they are beginning their way down the hill. Chrisman and Olak. Olak was able to take the first race by a margin of .188. And it looks like it'll be a close one again so far, as they reach about the midway point. And they are just about neck and neck. Olak maybe a little behind, and that's a very close one there. This will be very interesting. It looked like Olak may have had the advantage there for a while, but this is going to be a close call.
Very close. Chrisman, I think Chrisman crossed the line.
I do think so.
Oh, my.
Oh, that is a close one. A .120.
Right, 6/100ths of a second differential. 6/100.
So close.
Yep.
Olak was just able to get the first race by just a bit of a wider margin. So it'll be Olak that moves on. Bailey Olak. How about that? That's one of the closer matchups in this second round, where the advantage comes into play between the two races. We've got Caleb Height, I believe, coming up in the next race, which I believe is back to the stock division. That is the case.
It's going to be lane 1, Kylie Hoop.
Kylie Hoop will be in lane 1. Caleb Height in lane 2.
Height with a .178 advantage coming into this run. 0.178. Hoop needs to come in a little bit faster than .178. We're talking 1/1000th of a second to take this win.
And not too big of an advantage to keep if you're Kylie Hoop. So Caleb Height has a pretty good chance at this one. If he can have just a slightly better run than he had the first time. So we wait. We haven't gotten the racers coming down the hill quite yet. It should be coming shortly. We'll get the green signal, and they'll be sent down the hill, and here they come. Getting a little close to the center there was, I believe, Caleb Height, but he has been able to get himself back out towards the center. And it looks like it's a pretty close one so far. Height coming into the midpoint with a little bit of an advantage. And as they come to the finish, a photo finish. As Hoop goes into the hay bales, Caleb Height breaks early. Very close. Who do you think got that one, Jim?
It's too close to tell. It's going to be very interesting to see.
Height seemed like he might have gotten it very slightly. 0.067 is Caleb Height taking that one. So that is Caleb Height advancing. So Hoop put up a good effort. 2 very close races between them. But it'll be Caleb Height that moves on. Have to see if we stick with the stock here or if we move on to the super stock again. You're going to have Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. and Holden Carper, who still need to run once again in the stock division here. They had to rerun from their last race as Rodriguez didn't make it down the hill with a steering failure. So we get set up for the next race. to see if that's who we get or if we move back to the super stock division. Again, it's been touch and go here, whether we get some good braking at the end and getting any sort of malfunctioning with the cars as a result of hitting into the hay bales here and there. We've been pretty good about it so far, but we'll have to see if it continues, as Jermaine Rodriguez, again, could be our next race in the stock division. Wasn't able to make it down the hill, forcing a rerun. As we're getting some announcements here, or we're getting some figuring out of what's happening next. Not sure what we have going on here, Jim, quite next.
Yeah, no chatter. We're still in red.
Yep. We have 2 cars set up at the top of the hill. We've yet to get the announcement of who it is. Hard to tell from all the way down here at the bottom of the hill. Let's see.
Looks like we're about to go green.
All right. Getting ready to get into
our
next race.
We have the green.
Got the green light. See if we get our announcement of the racers.
Back to red. We have a change.
Looks like we may not be quite ready yet. All right, we're going back to super stock.
Back to super stock.
And it'll be Liam Hoop. And they're coming down. We weren't able to get the official announcement over the intercom, but they're coming down the hill, Liam Hoop and I believe Walker. And it looks like Walker won that race. Hard to tell if it's going to count since we didn't get the official announcement. But Liam Hoop came up short in that one. To see, again, if we get the official announcement here, whether that's actually going to be a race that counted. Hard to tell for sure until we get an official announcement. The tensions are rising over, but it looks like there's going to be a rerun on that one. See if we get.
We are going to rerun that. Number one, we didn't know who was running until last minute, and then number two, we had somebody trip the timer, so we weren't able to catch that. So we are going to rerun that.
The two kids that walked up the street walked in front of the timer. Oh my goodness!
Wow!
Yikes!
That's a new one.
Yeah, that is a new wrinkle.
So we had a timing malfunction. So that affected the race there. So, and we didn't even get an official announcement there.
Carper and JR squared.
Here we go. We have the rerun. Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. and Holden Carper. JR squared, see if he can get down the hill this time and hopefully make this a good race. They haven't been set down the hill quite yet. We should be getting that any second now. And it looks like here they come. Getting a little bit to the outside there in lane one, but able to center it back into the middle was Rodriguez. They're coming down. It looks like a very close race so far, very even. Looks like we might be getting the BB&T car pulling away very slightly. In lane two there. And the brakes come out.
No brakes on
only on one car.
JR squared. Did not see the brakes come down on Rodriguez Jr.
No, and it looked like he was a bit slower coming down the hill, as well as it looks like Holden Carper was able to take the victory. Again, as we saw in the last attempt to run this race, Jermaine Rodriguez had some issues trying to get down the hill. This time he got down the hill, but the brakes didn't quite come out. But either way, 0.348 margin of victory for Holden Carper. We're going back to a Challengers bracket here for our next race.
Masters.
In the Masters.
Is it Masters?
Oh, I believe you might be right. Yes, the first Challengers bracket of the Masters division.
We're going to do lane 1, Cohen Hoffman, lane 2, Kayden Hager.
This is Kayden Hager and Cohen Hoffman going against each other. First Challengers race of the Challengers bracket of the Masters division, which we haven't seen a race from in a while. Don't believe since I've gotten on the call here so far that there's been a Masters race. I believe Colin's gotten 100% of those to call so far. And there's a car, looks like rolling off to the side here. And it looks like one of the racers is not making it down the hill on this race, so we'll see if this race is even going to count. Cohen Hoffman, I believe, is the one coming down the hill. But it looks like Kayden Hager was very quickly gone off to the side as Cohen Hoffman comes down, knocking into some of the hay bales, but looks like we had another malfunction at the top, Jim.
Yeah, I'm not certain what causes that. Is there anything that we've been able to spot on camera that makes us lead to believe that there's...
It's hard to say. Hard to say for certain. Again, I think the only hypothesis that we've had is that racers who have run their car into the hay bales.
Yeah, another steering problem is what was observed on the walkie-talkie. And the drivers have been not admonished, but reminded that you must report any type of mechanical issues before you actually get to the gate. So
it's hard to say. So Jackson Hill and Delaney Cedars are going to be the next one up. Again, still in the Masters division. This will be the advancement bracket, the winner's bracket of the Masters division. It'll be their first race in their heat of 2 races.
The Masters cars are pretty cool. Lay down, fast runs.
So we wait for them, Jackson Hill and Delaney Cedars, to be sent down the hill on their first run of their races against each other. After winning in the first round, see Delaney Cedars was able to advance the .62 margin of victory. Jackson Hill was able to advance a .601 margin of victory in their first run as they are coming down the hill. Getting a little bit at the outside there is Delaney Cedars in lane 2. And getting pretty inside, close to the center, is Jackson Hill. And it looks like it may have slowed him down, as Delaney Cedars is going to come in with a pretty convincing victory, as both racers are able to brake safely.
Good run, good stop, both cars.
It was. So the purple car over here is able to advance. So it's 1.269 seconds, so over a second victory there for Delaney Cedars in race 1 of 2 against Jackson Hill. So
yeah, Hill almost looked like Hill took an inside approach and then tried to use the slope of the road to move back to the outside lane. And what we've seen in the past and so far today is straight line is the fastest path to completion. And that little maneuver really ended up in one of the largest margins of defeat today, maybe.
It did. So it'll be a big deficit for Jackson Hill to make up in the second race, as Delaney Cedars is sitting pretty well in the catbird seat.
Yeah, we've not seen many 1 second differentials, if any, today yet. So
that may have been the first one.
Yeah, I think you're right. I definitely think you're right.
To see if we continue, we just had 2 straight Masters Division races in the Challengers bracket and in the Advancement bracket. So I assume that we're going to have to see those cars brought back up to the top of the hill by the trailer. So I assume that we will move on back to the super stock or stock divisions.
A lot of racing yet to go today. A lot of runs yet. Looking at the stock division, we've only moved 1 car into the Challengers bracket so far.
Again, we'll probably go until about 2 o'clock today, if I had to guess, give or take. Somewhere in the early afternoon, we'll have some of our winners of these tournaments. Again, some of these cars that have failed to advance in the very first round and been placed into the Challengers bracket still have a chance. It's a double elimination. So we're going to have Braylon Hoffman and Benjamin Chrisman.
Lane 1 is Braylon Hoffman. Lane 2, we're going to have Benjamin Chrisman. This will be the first phase of their heat.
So it'll be the first of 2 races between the 2 of them.
I don't know where we are.
It does seem to be some confusion for what we have on our brackets, at least. They are coming down. So it's Hoffman and Chrisman.
I need to get the Challenger bracket filled in from the scores table. Do you want to do it or do you want me to?
So let's see. We've got, looks like lane 2 out ahead by a good margin. So it looks like Chrisman is going to come in with a solid victory. As Braylon Hoffman comes in shortly after into the braking cone, but that was Benjamin Chrisman with the victory. 1.355 seconds, I believe. That will make that the largest margin of victory on the day. So how about that? So after not seeing any over 1 second margins of victory for much of the day, we get 2 in short succession there.
So the superior vehicle and driver is beginning to separate themselves from the competition. You could make that assumption, perhaps, in the limited data that we've obtained.
It's certainly possible that the cream is rising to the top.
The sports doctor's over there trying to make his diagnosis of the Challenger bracket for us. I don't know where we'd be without the sports doctor, Colin McLaughlin. He is definitely the thinker of at least the duo when I work with him.
Well, what do we do? Always good to have a doctor in the house.
Absolutely.
So we got Bailin Rodriguez coming up in the super stock division. That's where we will stay. And it'll be Hank Plunker on the other side.
Lane 1, Hank Plunker against lane 2, Bailin Rodriguez.
Now, is Hank the Tank? Is that in our Freaky Tiki car?
Yes, it
is. We like that Freaky Tiki car, man.
The Freaky Tiki car, Hank the Tank Plunkert.
That is
a
definitely
favorite of the WR&R team.
Absolutely. How can you not be cheering for the Freaky Tiki?
Absolutely. Frank the Tiki Tank. So let's see if they're about to make their way down the hill. Well, I agree with Donald Kinney off camera here. We're seeing some Crumpy's Donuts over at the announcer's table. That's looking very enticing.
Right. Ready to start trading some Around the Panhandle magazines for some refreshments.
I know. I've been trying to secretly eat here as we are on the air here. I got some food delivered my way as I went on the air to replace Colin. So very interesting timing there that I had to get that food. So we're waiting for Hank Plunkert and Braylon Rodriguez to come down the hill in our super stock division here.
The sports doctor gave us an updated challenger bracket. Apparently, at some point in time, I must have blacked out and missed an entire section of the moving them over.
I guess so. It looks like we've got them coming down the hill now.
Moving at a breakneck pace. I'm unable to keep up with the challengers bracket.
Right. It looks like both racers here getting pretty far to the outside. Looks like Braylon Rodriguez has an early advantage. And
wow, is that tight?
That's a close one. I think Rodriguez may have gotten it out in lane 2. But we'll get the official word. I believe our timing system may have ruled this as a tie. We'll wait for the official word. From our perspective, our eye, it seemed like Rodriguez may have eked it out. We'll see what the timing system says. It's sounding like we might get a tie ruled here. Or a very, very close margin. And Braylon Rodriguez and Hank Plunkert, we may have the closest thing here of the day. They're saying extremely close.
A photo finish.
It really is. We might have to check the replay on TV 10. Our finish line camera, it might not be the exact finish line, but we do have the electronic timing system that they are looking at and trying to make a ruling on. They're looking for what they can rule here, what they can do, if anything needs to be changed. And again, an incredibly close race by the timing system. They're checking the timing system to make sure that it was correct.
There's a report that the differential was .000. And so, because of the unusual nature of a thousandths of a second tie, they retested the system. So now we're checking deep into the archived rules to determine if a tie in race 1 means that you switch lanes and phase 2 would automatically advance, or is it a rerun?
That's a good question. They're trying to figure out who is advancing. Because obviously this could have been, if you go out to 5 decimal places, you could find a winner, but it looks like the timing system only goes out to 3 decimal places. Perhaps we don't get a ruling more precise than that, but to the naked eye, it looked like Rodriguez had the edge. Obviously, our table here is a little adjacent to the finish line. We're not seeing it quite exactly straight on.
Okay, sorry everyone for the delay. So
here comes the announcement.
The race was so close. We thought the timer was not working, but that's not the case. The timer clocked in at .000, making it a dead heat. So what that means is whenever we run the next phase, whoever wins that next phase will automatically advance. And then whoever did not win will be bumped over to the challengers bracket.
All right, there's our ruling.
Dead heat. In 22 years, how many times has there been rain and a dead heat?
I can't imagine this has had that combination before. Maybe one or the other.
You were watching this live on TV 10 or YouTube, WRNR TV. Rain and dead heats here in Little Daytona.
What a time. We're here. Dylan Bishop and Jim Klein with you on the call. Donald Kinney on the ATEM. Colin McLaughlin and Avery Newport on the cameras. Nick Verzolini back in the studio. We're going back to Superstock. This is Kayden Blair. Will be in lane 2 for this one. Was not able to catch who was in lane 1. It looks like Haley Pleasance.
This is phase 1 for them.
This will be phase 1. So again, the ruling on that last race, Hank Plunkert and Bailin Rodriguez, is that their first race was essentially a tie, and the winner of the second one will win the heat. As these two come down the hill, Pleasance and Blair. Looks like the Ricky Bobby car has a little bit to make up, and it does look like he was able to. So I think Haley Pleasance in lane 1.
She might win phase 1.
I believe so. Get the 0.183 margin of victory for Haley Pleasance. So not an insurmountable lead going into the second race of the heat. But it'll be very, very interesting to see if Kayden Blair can make up that advantage. So, and that's our super stock advancement bracket, the winner's bracket. So the winner of this will go on to face Bailey Olak, the winner of their second of 2 in their heat, whoever comes out with the advantage. And then it'll be the winner of Hank Plunkert and Bailin Rodriguez that moves on.
Wonder where we're headed next.
Let's see if we stay in the super stock or if we go back to stock. Perhaps they throw us a curve and go back to Masters.
This is phase 2.
They're going back to JR squared. Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. and Holden Carper.
Carper with a .348 advantage. And JR squared light on the brake. It's hip to be square, says our man Donald Kinney. Comes out of nowhere with that quip.
This is a pretty sizable deficit that JR Jr. will have to make up here.
We don't have to worry about him braking too soon because typically he doesn't brake.
That means full speed into the finish line. That's what that means. And it looks like he's
coming in, yeah.
Going to win this one.
He might have the differential.
He might have done it. And again into the hay bales goes JR squared, but he may have been fast enough to make up that pretty sizable advantage. That
they said he didn't brake. Well, when you don't brake, you go faster.
There you go.
He had the need for speed.
Yeah. He wanted to go fast, like Ricky Bobby. What's the time?
Oh, he wins.
.58. So Holden Carper goes over to the challengers bracket. And JR squared advances after a big time comeback there by JR squared, looking like the Cleveland Cavaliers over the Golden State Warriors, coming back from a 3-1 lead. The Soapbox Derby equivalent. So we see JR squared and Hank Plunkert have advanced so far. 2 favorites here.
We saw height advance earlier from that division. So we put Hoop over here. The height advantage. We don't know Edwards Pritz. Hoop Smith. We're on the challenger side. Hoop and Smith.
Hoop and
Phase
Smith.
1, I think.
Phase 1 between the two of them. Looking at the top of the hill.
They're off.
They are coming down. See, Hoop, there it is. He's had some trouble braking at the end as well. As he's getting out towards the cones, he was able to straighten it out. As Smith around the Panhandle car is going to come in first. Hoop has missed the cone. But the hay bales are there for a reason. So there's Smith with the victory there. We'll see what the margin was.
Winning that one will be lane 2, Brantley Smith by .199.
.199, Brantley Smith. So Liam Hoop's going to have his chance to make up that margin in the second heat. But as it stands right now, that's a pretty solid margin for Brantley Smith to be able to deal with in the second run of their heat. So we're going to a rerun here. The Masters rerun. Yes. Cohen Hoffman and Kayden Hager in lanes 1 and 2. This is the
Phase 1.
Yes, Phase 1. I believe was only Hoffman was able to make it down the hill the first time that they tried this, so we're going to give it another run. So wait for the signal for them to be sent down the hill. It looks like they are both sitting in their bobsled style Masters cars. Not much room to see out of, but
that's a good comparison, actually.
Let's see.
Racers up top. Again, if you don't listen to me all day, that's fine. I do not care. I need you to pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. There is an orange cone laying down at the very bottom in each of your lanes.
Getting another admonishment at this point.
Yes.
We're beyond redundancy now. We're just chastising the drivers for failing to hit the...
Just really trying to reinforce it, or not listening. They are coming down the hill, though, Hoffman and Hager. We have Hager in lane 2 coming down, and the Bucky's LTD car is going to get the victory here as Cohen Hoffman comes in shortly after in the WV, the flying WV car. We'll see what the margin was. .416. So it's a miss of the cone there, the braking cone, but
point missed. We're gonna have to start assessing 1/1000ths of a second deductions for missing the braking cone.
At some point, the scorers here, they might resort to that. Yeah. If just a simple talking to won't work, perhaps they'll have to turn it into a point deduction
or a finger pointing. I mean, maybe they need a
finger point, a finger. We could see a finger wag.
A wag, absolutely. It's a
pointed stare.
Use their middle names.
It could go full,
once you tell them
using full names. Yes, that's a step that none of us want to see. We don't want to see it taken that far.
Lane 1 is Benjamin Chrisman. Lane 2 is Braylon Hoffman.
So that Benjamin Chrisman and Braylon Hoffman in our next round here. I believe that's
Challenger Division,
yes.
And this is a Phase 1.
It'll be super stock.
Will advance into the Challengers bracket further.
So apparently this is phase 2. Missed that phase 1 time.
So Hoffman and Chrisman. Yes, I believe that's the one that they ran that one, but we are not quite aware of.
I don't know.
So they are coming down the hill. I believe this was the one that we did not have at first because the challengers bracket was not filled out the way that we thought it was. So we were still trying to get that together, but they will make it their way down the hill.
Sports doctor diagnosis.
And it looks like
Lane 1.
Lane 1 has got the advantage, and they're going to keep it. Benjamin Chrisman makes his way across the finish line first. We'll see what the advantage was.
Winning that heat is Benjamin Chrisman by .372. He will advance.
.372. And he will move on to the next round of the challenger side of the Superstock division.
Masters.
I know we're going back to Masters. So we'll get Delaney Cedars
with a huge margin of victory. Hill's in lane 2.
Yes. So we'll see if switching lanes will do anything. But Delaney Cedars and Jackson Hill are going to be the next ones up. Again, Delaney Cedars, a 1.269 advantage from the first race. A nice and solid margin of victory that'll be hard for Jackson Hill to make up for in one race, but we'll see if he can pull it off.
We have green.
We do have it, and they are coming down the hill. Jackson Hill and Delaney Cedars are. You can see lane 2 car getting a little wide, but able to make it back out. It's hard to tell so far, but it looks like there might be some space between the two. Not as much as I had thought. If they come down, this is going to be pretty close. And it looks like Jackson Hill was able to pull that one out, but I do not believe that was a 1.2 second difference there. So I'm not sure if that one
sounds like a rerun.
There. It looks like we may have a rerun. The timer did not stop, appears to be the ruling. So we weren't able to get an accurate timing. So it looks like Jackson Hill may have a second chance at life in the advancement tournament.
Which is very disappointing. It's got to be disappointing for Cedars because the difference had to be.
I can't imagine that was any more than maybe a .02, 0.2, 0.3 second difference. But that's good news for Jackson Hill. So we'll get those cars back up the hill as best they can. As quick as they can.
They're checking the timer.
And we will have some time for checking the timer once again. So again, we have another test here going on of the timing system. We've had different things going different ways here that have caused some trouble. We've had steering issues, braking issues, timing issues.
And I do feel bad for the drivers, and they both are still standing, looking, trying to discern what has happened. They clearly have not been informed. There's not been an announcement.
They are waiting for the truck, it would appear. So let's see who we're going to. Challengers bracket, Superstock. Corey Edwards and Nicholas Masters.
First phase.
First phase. All right. So let's see. Hopefully we'll get a smooth run on this one. So it looks like both drivers are ready to come down the hill, and it looks like they are moving. And we got a little bit of lane 1 moving out to the outside. Able to recover. As we go into that side where the cones are a little wobbly there. It looks like we are going to have a decisive winner in this one. Lane 1 in the Max Locks car coming up with the victory. That's Edwards, I believe. Yes, Corey Edwards. 0.66 second advantage there for Corey Edwards against Nicholas Masters. So we're going to go with Hank Plunkert and Bailin Rodriguez again. Coming up next. This was the one where they were a dead heat in the first race.
Lane 1, we have Bailin Rodriguez, and in lane 2, we're going to have Hank Plunkert. The winner of this will...
So this will be the one. This will be the deciding one.
This is it.
There's no making up advancement. There's no making up deficits from the first one. They both had the same time in race 1. So race 2 is for all the marbles. And here they come. Getting a little wide right at the start is Bailin Rodriguez. He's able to get himself back on track. As Hank Plunkert in lane 2 comes down. Both drivers getting pretty wide out into their lane. As they come down, it's looking real even, but it looks like Bailin Rodriguez. Oh man, this is another close one. It looked like once again Bailin Rodriguez had, to the naked eye, a bit of an advantage over the freaky tiki car of Hank the Tank Plunkert. But let's get the ruling.
Phase is lane 1, Bailin Rodriguez by 0.278. Bailin will
0.278, margin of victory.
And Hank the Tank moves over to right here.
Right to the challengers bracket now. So Bailin Rodriguez moving on very close to the top of the winner's side.
This will be a phase 2 in your advancement bracket.
So the advancement bracket, this will be Blair and Pleasance once again.
Pleasance with a .183 advantage coming in phase 2.
So not too decisive of a victory in the first phase.
Right, and this is not an elimination race. This is just the differential will determine, unless Pleasance wins outright, the differential will move to the challengers bracket.
Yes, again, this far in the race, is still in the advancement bracket. Not getting to the next round of the advancement bracket. Not the end of the world for you, because you still have time in that challengers bracket.
We've got a green light.
So we'll see. They're about to come down the hill. Kayden Blair in the Ricky Bobby car. Again, it looks like that left lane closest to us, a lot of drivers have started to, at the very start, get widened out to close to the cones closest to our side here. But they're usually able to even it back out as they come to about the midpoint. Looks like a very close race right now. And it looks like a photo finish by my eyes. It may not be it may not be in a wide enough margin either way to change the result of the first phase. 0.109.
So
Kayden Blair gets that one. But with a .189 advantage from the first race, Haley Pleasance will move on. Kayden Blair will move to the challengers bracket. So again, you get moved over to the challengers bracket, you still have a chance. Like if you just saw Hank Plunkert, Kayden Blair, they only need to win just 2 more matchups in the Challengers bracket to be one win away from the final. So, again, you lose one, not quite out of it yet. As we see who we will have coming up next in the 2022 Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby here at South Queen Street, Martinsburg, West Virginia, here on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. I'm Dylan Bishop. Along with me on the call is Jim Klein.
Lane 1 is Brantley Smith. Lane 2 is Liam Hoop.
Going to get Brantley Smith and Liam Hoop.
For them, and the winner will advance.
So the winner of this one's going to advance.
Looks like a .199 differential Hoop needs to make up to have the opportunity to win the heat.
Yep. So Hoop, there it is. We'll see if he's able to keep going. Again, we see kind of a wide start out as soon as they leave the starting area, but able to even it back up. See if Liam Hoop can get fast enough to make up this advantage. If he is fast enough, then that'll be bad news for the hay bales at the end. And it looks like he is going to win this one. Here comes the brakes. And that, I'd say that's the best that I've seen Liam Hoop's brakes work all day today.
And a double thumbs up from Liam Hoop.
He won the race. We'll see if he was able to win it by enough to make up the advantage.
Winning that heat is going to be, winning that phase, I'm sorry, is going to be Liam Hoop by 0.355. Liam will
355. It is enough. The Liam Hoop's going to advance.
So that means that Brantley Smith would be.
Would that be the end of the day?
The end of the day. Is that our first racer who has finished the day?
I believe so. So it's been some good runs from Brantley Smith, but you can't win them all. So that may be our first racer of the day that, well, they get to go home early, perhaps. So we're going back to the Masters division. The Challengers bracket, the second phase of Cohen Hoffman and Kayden Hager. It's going to be their third attempt at going against each other. Again, the first time Cohen Hoffman was not quite able to make it down the hill.
Yeah, I wonder in previous years, I don't recall that many reruns last year when I watched Matt and Matt call it. Seems like there have been a lot of non-runs and reruns.
It has been. I suppose it's more than likely it's the rain getting into that. We've seen some timing issues electronically, some braking and steering issues that haven't been at the fault of the drivers, some issues of crossing the line here and there that have resulted in some reruns. You can chalk it up to the rain. You can chalk it up to the drivers' mindset affected by the rain. Whatever it is, seen a lot more reruns than usual.
We dwindle down through our Masters division. Based on the heat we're getting ready to run with Kayden Hager and Cohen Huffman, whoever does not advance in this phase will be crowned fourth place.
Fourth place.
So we've gotten, the Masters tournament here is getting down to its end. We've only have 4 Masters participants here, but we will get our official fourth place finisher after this race between Hager and Huffman. I believe it was Huffman. It was Hager, I believe, that was not able to make it down the hill the first time. So we'll wait for them to be given the okay.
We have the green light, so it's just a matter of what needs to be done at the top of the hill.
It looks like they're into the finishing phases here. It looks like it'll be just a matter of seconds before they are sent down the hill.
And maybe if one of these drivers could bring a cup of coffee, that would, they have the room.
I think we could all use that. And some food, maybe? Bring down. I'm not for the rest of you. I'm the one that ate, but yes. Get some off-screen chatter. But here come the drivers down the hill. Hoffman and Hager. CH and CH coming down South Queen Street. It looks like a bit of an advantage for Cohen.
Lane 2, Cohen comes out quick.
He really did there. And, well, it was Hager that won race 1. It'll be Cohen Hoffman winning race 2. So we'll see how much of that deficit he was able to make up with the official call.
Oh, no.
Winning this heat is lane 2, Cohen Hoffman by 0.46.
Hoffman pulls it out.
So by a half a second.
Wow.
By half a second, Cohen Hoffman is able to make up that .416 advantage that Caden Hager had.
That is unbelievable. What a good run. The Mountaineer car with a huge win at the right time. Great run.
Absolutely. It's a tough advantage to make up there. Might not seem like much, 0.4 seconds. But
if that was the WVU basketball team shooting 46%, they'd be very happy with that. Unfortunately, most of the season, wah wah.
Not a better run for Cohen Hoffman on that race
than WVU's entire basketball season.
Absolutely. So it'll be at the worst third place for Cohen Hoffman coming up today. We'll find out if Jackson Hillard Delaney Cedars is able to make that up, but we're going to go back to another division here. We're going to go back to stock. We're going to see JR squared once again.
So it's JR in height?
To see, I believe
that is
correct.
There's a height advantage brewing. Stole that from Donald Kenny.
So we'll see. They're coming down the ramp.
Quick green. We had a quick green there.
We did, yeah. Don't even know if we got the official announcement over the intercom. But here they come. And this one's looking like
Lane 2.
Lane 2, Rodriguez. As, of course, we know JR doesn't use those brakes.
Yeah, it's just a little bit late to brake.
Yep, whether it's the car's brakes or his willingness to use them, it's ended up in another victory. So at 0.142 is the advantage there. We will have the second race between the two. So we've seen bigger deficits be made up.
Yeah, 0.142. And he's getting coached by one of the other drivers saying you need to get left quicker, move to the left edge of the lane more quickly, and you can beat him. Well, but different lanes, so we'll see. We will see.
So it looks like that. Now that I think about it, now that you hear that little piece of information there, that might be part of the strategy of the racers in lane 1 to try to get outside early so they can then kind of push towards the middle later on, give them a little more speed. Perhaps they've kind of figured out the layout of South Queen Street here to give them a little more velocity coming down the hill.
Oh.
So we're back into our next race here.
Missing.
So we will see who it is, the two that are coming down the hill, as they are off and rolling. See, I believe we have the BB&T car coming down the hill. Weren't quite able to get our stock challengers bracket isn't quite up to par as we were able to get our super stock. We might have to take another visit over.
Well, there's so many buys, it's hard to flush that out.
It is, yes. We had some drop out, and it is going to be the win there for lane 1. Just barely. We'll get the official call on what the margin of victory there was. You see both going into the... It's Holden Carper. It's Holden Carper, and I believe Kylie Hoop was the matchup there. And by a margin of .325, Holden Carper was able to get the win there. And we're going back to the Masters division for our next race.
So this was the rerun that should have already decided that race. Cedars had a 1.269 advantage.
Yeah, and it looked like Jackson Hill was able to run that race that didn't count. He was able to win it by maybe 0.2, 0.3 seconds, which is a pretty solid victory there, but it wouldn't have been enough to make up the margin that Delaney Cedars was able to get in the first race. So whoever loses this heat here will bump over to face Cohen Huffman. And Huffman versus that driver will decide who goes on to face the winner of this heat in the Masters Division Championship round. Again, only 4 racers in the Masters Division today, so this one's going to wrap up a bit quicker than the other ones, unless they are moved to around the same time as the championship rounds of the stock and super stock, which is certainly possible, without knowing the exact order of events as they are coming down the hill. Jackson Hill and Delaney Cedars. So we've got Cedars in lane 1, Jackson Hill in lane 2, just like the last race that we are doing this rerun of. And again,
it's very close.
Jackson Hill has a bit of an advantage.
Yep, lane 2.
He's going to take this one. Hard to say. I'm just off of my feel for that one. Not going to guess that that was a 1.2 or 1.3 second margin of victory, but we will await the official call. So we were about to get the announcement here, but there's been a call to stop. Not announce it yet.
Sorry about that, guys. So winning that heat winning that phase is Jackson Hill by 0.279 based on
279.
Phase. Delaney Cedars will advance.
So Delaney Cedars still had that victory. So it was about a full second that Delaney Cedars was able to win that heat by in the end. So Jackson Hill.
Right. So Hill and Huffman end up in the Masters division fighting for second and, well, to determine who's going to go back up against Cedars.
So yeah, Cedars awaits her opponent. So we're going to get another run of Masters and Edwards.
Edwards with a .66 advantage.
It's a pretty sizable margin of victory there. So we'll see if Nicholas Masters, after having a bye in round 1 and falling to Hank Plunkert in round 2, is able to make up that big advantage as they come down South Queen Street. You see lane 2 there getting a little wide. Out towards the cones. Looks like this is going to be another close one so far. Come here. It looks like they are a dead heat, but in the end, Nicholas Masters was able to get it. He got the victory, but was it enough? I think that was a pretty wide margin to make up there. From looks of it, I wouldn't expect it to be quite made up in full. So we await the official call from our PA announcer. But it does look like Edwards will advance. 0.204 officially. It is not going to be enough to make up Phase 1's margin of victory. So it'll be Corey Edwards moving on.
This is back to stock, I think. Yes.
Weston Garvin. I haven't heard from Weston Garvin in quite a while.
As the rain starts again. Oh, my goodness.
Just when we thought we avoided it for a while. So Erlen Pritz. Erlen Pritz and Weston Garvin, I believe, was what they were just announced. Our bracket has Martin and Garvin.
Or did they advance and I just missed that?
It's possible.
But then Martin, one of them would be over here, so I need to hear that again.
Would also.
I thought at first they said Martin and Garvin, but
Weston, Garvin, and Erlen Fritz, they are brother and sister, so we do have a little bit of sibling rivalry today.
They have announced that. So it looked like Weston Garvin So it looks like we had a crossing of the middle line there.
I need to go to the scorer's table and double check this.
So Jim is going to go ahead and check with the announcers there, because our bracket that we have didn't quite line up with what was announced. But there it looked like Weston Garvin had won that race, but then went across the middle line.
All right, so
we wait the announcement here.
Weston crossed the line, unfortunately. This means Erlen will go ahead.
So yes, Erlen
and we will move Weston
will go across. Erlen Pritz
again, remember, if you cross the center line,
will advance due to a disqualification of Weston Garvin for going across the middle line. As we continue to check to make sure that our bracket is correct, I sit here with you. Just still in the AM here, 11:27, here on South Queen Street, Martinsburg, West Virginia, for the 2022 Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby. My name is Dylan Bishop. With me on color commentary here is Jim Klein. The crew along with me here on 810, we have Donald Kinney, we have Colin McLaughlin, and Avery Newport on our cameras, and we have Nick Verzolini back in the studio.
Lane 1 is Jaden Shade. Lane 2 is Kayden Blair.
So we have Jalen Shade. Jalen Shade and Kayden Blair in the Super Stock division coming up next. The Challengers bracket. So this is another one that, after this phase, I believe can end the day for somebody. After both phases of the heat, that is. We'll see. We're going to continue to check on making sure that our brackets are correct as the racers come down the hill. Kayden Blair in the Ricky Bobby car. This is a very close race so far. And that's going to be a photo finish. We may have our victor in lane 2. That would be Jalen Shade. Well, let's get the official ruling. 0.073. Excuse me, it was a lane 2 victory, but that was Kayden Blair with the victory by less than 1/10 of a second. Less than 1/100th of a second. .0073.
Keeping in our super stock advancers bracket, lane
So we're going to go back to the advancement bracket.
in lane 2 is Haley Pleasance.
We're going to go to Bailey and Haley. The matchup here. Bailey Olak and Haley Pleasance. So we continue to make sure our brackets are up to date. We have Jim Klein back on the call here.
Yeah, I think we're good now. Oh, it should be Olak and Pleasance in first run.
Yes.
In that phase.
Yep. So we have that. And again, we'll have Plunkert and Bailin Rodriguez advancing there, I believe, as these two come down
Looks
the
like
hill.
lane 2.
Lane 2, I believe you are correct. That's Haley Pleasance. She's going to have a bit of an advantage in that one.
Lane 2, Haley Pleasance by 0.061.
0.61. Close one. Very close one there. So Olak is going to have a pretty good shot at making up that difference in the second phase of this heat. But for now, a bit of an advantage to Haley Pleasance. As we continue on, again, the winner of Bailey Olak and Haley Pleasance go on to face Bailin Rodriguez. And that'll be your final of the advancement side. We got Holden Carper and Kylie Hoop coming up next.
Over to our stock division in our challengers bracket. Lane 1 is Kylie Hoop. Lane 2 is Holden Carper.
It's going to be Hoop in lane 1, Carper in lane 2.
Carper with a .325 advantage, having beat Hoop the first time.
There we go. So it'll be pretty hard for Hoop to make that one up. We'll see if they're able to do it as they come down the hill. And looking like it's both drivers, no incident so far. Coming down, getting a little outside in lane 2 is Holden Carper, excuse me. But it looks like a pretty wide margin for Kylie Hoop. I believe may have been enough to make up that margin of victory from the first heat. Should get Carper going into the hay bales there. Over 1 second victory there. So that's going to be Hoop moving on. So how about that? So we have Pritz on the side here. So that was a pretty solid margin of victory there. And in round 1 of 2 there between the two of them, but able to make it up. So we'll see what we're moving on to in our next round here. If we'll stay in stock or super stock. Perhaps go back to Masters.
Staying in our stock division in our advancement bracket.
The advancement bracket of stock now. Wait the official call.
Lane 1 is Caleb Height. Lane 2 is Jermaine
So we're going back
Rodriguez Jr.
to Caleb Height. And
Junior had a .142 advantage last time.
.142. So it'll be pretty big here. That's one of our biggest margins of victory on the day. So see if Caleb Height can make it up.
Well, I think it was .142.
.14.
.142. So not giant, but so we will see what happens here with Height and the near lane are right as you're watching at the top of the screen.
So we'll see as they begin to come down the hill. Both racers taking a more inside approach than some other racers have been doing lately. It's looking pretty close so far.
Junior's been quick all day, so.
He has. And this is a very close one. And that's a photo finish.
Very late bright, very late bright.
And that's a hard hit into the hay bales there for Junior. I believe height might have been able to take out the victory on that one.
Okay, so for that one, our timer did not stop. Racers,
Timer didn't stop.
Racers, listen to me. You have got to hit your brake.
So that was JR squared there once again. Hitting into the hay bales.
It's no run. This is not a run.
Nope. So the timer had an issue once again.
Yeah, it's a steady downpour right at this moment, and we've seen this a couple times today. Didn't see this at all last year. 0 runs.
So there's potentially issues, you know, we've seen all day. There's been a few racers that just haven't been able to get their brakes going the way that they can. So that one in particular was a pretty hard hit into the hay bales. So we'll see if there was any sort of damage that would prevent a further run.
Definitely went sideways at contact. Big hit.
Yeah, so that looked like maybe the hardest hit into the hay bales of the day. So we'll see if that is something that comes into play later on when it comes to a rerun. If there were, for some reason there was no run be able to be made, and we did see Caleb Height advance. So we'll see who's coming down next. So we're back to the super stock. So we're going to go Liam Hoop and Corey Edwards.
This should be a first run, I think.
I believe so.
Going over to our Super Stock Division Challengers bracket, lane 1 is Corey Edwards. Lane 2 is Liam Hoop.
So we have Liam Hoop in lane 2, Corey Edwards in lane 1. The winner of these two will go on to face Kayden Blair, who was just recently knocked out of the Challengers, knocked out of the advancement bracket and into the Challengers bracket, as they will come down. Getting a little outside on lane 2 here. Lane 1. Liam Hoop outside in lane 2. And I think Edwards has a bit of an advantage coming into the finish line.
Great job. Good run. Good finish.
It was. So it was a very close one. We'll see what the official ruling was. 0.228 in the first run. A victory for Corey Edwards. We're going to stick in a Challengers bracket. We're going to go to the Masters Challengers bracket. So this will be Cohen Hoffman and Jackson Hill. This is their first of 2 races. And the winner of this heat between the two of them will go on to face Delaney Cedars in the Masters Championship round. And that's when we will be able to find out our first champion of the day, perhaps. Unless they want to really give the Masters a long a long layoff between rounds to have them end around the same time as the others. So we'll see here. You're listening and watching the 2022 Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby. I'm Dylan Bishop. Along with me is Jim Klein. We have Donald Kinney, Colin McLaughlin, Avery Newport on the scene, and Nick Forzolini back in the studio as the two racers come down the hill once again. You have Hoffman in lane 1 and Jackson Hill in lane 2. And this is a pretty good race we've got going here. To see if they're able to put the brakes on. And they are able to. That was a close race. To me, it looked like it might have been Hoffman with a bit of an advantage. We'll see.
Winning that phase is Kellen Huffman by 0.007.
Wow.
007.
The James
Yikes.
Bond victory for Cohen Huffman. 0.007 in number 1. That's going to be one where you call it a victory there, but any sort of deficit that you allow in that second race might be enough to lose it. So it's almost
That's
a dead
right, almost a dead heat. That's a good point. Not much of an advantage. It's 0.007 of a second.
I mean, a thousandth of a second of range now. So good close races here in the Masters division. We had a big margin that led to Delaney Cedars moving on to the championship round. We'll see.
Cedars going to have a nice long wait here before this bracket finishes up.
Absolutely. We'll see if that plays into an advantage at all.
Right. You have to wonder, is there some type of strategy involved in?
So we're going to have Kayden Blair and Jalen Shade come in next.
Stock Division Challengers Bracket, second phase, lane 1, Kayden Blair, lane 2, Jaden Shade. The winner of this will advance.
Doesn't line up with our bracket, but that's what we have. So we'll get that double checked, but that is who's coming down the hill. It would appear. So we've got both coming down. They're coming down. As we check here, we do have Kayden Blair in lane 1 in the Ricky Bobby car. Coming down against Jalen Shade. And I do believe that the Ricky Bobby car was able to win. Lane 1, Kayden Blair. We'll see what the margin of victory was.
Winning that phase and heat is Kayden Blair. The time differential
Kayden Blair.
0.392. Kayden will advance.
0.392 margin of victory there. And they will say that Kayden Blair advances. And again, we'll get our
Second Blair. I had
getting checked out. There was another Blair. I think that's what we figured out here.
Track, taking pictures. We need you to get off of the track, please. You're about midway up from what I can see.
So now we have another issue arising.
Thank you.
As someone stepped onto the tracks, not inside the cones, but still on the road on South Queen Street. That has to be positioned and waved off back to the sidewalk. But after that, we do have the advancement of Blair.
Keep it in our super stock division. We're in our advancement bracket.
We're going to go over to the advancement bracket. We go back to Bailey versus Haley.
Pleasance with a 0.061 advantage.
So it'll be a very close call here, whether the first run makes the difference. Olak does not have to make up much time. Just a 1/10 of a second victory here in race 2 will do the trick as they come down the hill. So we'll see Olacker Pleasance, what they are able to do in this second race against each other. Again, the winner of this is going to be coming up close to the championship round. I believe the semifinals. It'll be the final of the winner's side of the bracket, as this looks like a very close race. They come across the finish. I do believe that Pleasance was able to get the win there. If that's what you saw as well, Jim.
Absolutely. Waiting for the official word.
Yep, so it was, again, a .061 difference in the first race for Haley Pleasance. If she indeed got the victory there, that is an advancement. Is there a rerun? Yep, they're going to say that there is a rerun on this one.
I think we're going to go out and take a look at the timers.
So it's another timer issue.
Ongoing rain and
so again, they go out and check the timers. So far, when they've gone out and checked them, the timers have been okay. So, or at least that has been the case so far, where there's just one timer issue, and then they go out and they check, and everything seems all clear, and it goes back to working. So it's hard. There doesn't seem to be one issue that can be locked down as to why that happens every now and then, but it could possibly just be that some of them are just too fast. So let's see what we have.
So we're going to take a 5-minute commercial break. Nick, if you hear us back to the studio, we're going to take a 5-minute break. This is WRNR TV 10. If you're following us on YouTube, WRNR TV. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back after these messages from our sponsors.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at
Orsinis.com.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Hornby Media Group is your all-in-one advertising solution for businesses in and around the eastern panhandle of West Virginia. Print, radio, television, and social media platforms work together to maximize your ability to reach target demographics. Go to talkradiowrnr.com or call us at 304-263-6586 and let us design the perfect advertising package that will suit your needs and your budget.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Welcome back to South Queen Street here in Martinsburg, West Virginia, to the 2022 Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby. My name is Dylan Bishop. With me is Jim Klein. We have Donald Kinney and Colin McLaughlin and Avery Newport with you as well. Nick Verzolini in the studio. Some switching around of roles. We have Avery Newport moving from the camera to the 8M. I'm sure at some point we will hear him on the air as well in color commentary. Jim Klein with us. Maybe perhaps we'll give him a break.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to leave.
We just got some food in here as we have racers coming down the track that I don't believe an announcement was made of. Liam Hoop and Corey Edwards.
Edward with the .2 advantage.
So let's see. That looks like a pretty decisive win for Edwards. As Liam Hoop, as he's done much throughout the day, goes into the hay bales. So Corey Edwards with their second run. It looks like another victory. So it looks like Edwards is going to advance. 0.287. So combine that with the first win, and that's an advancement. And there we go. So I believe that is going to be the end of the day for Liam Hoop. There it is. So one of our nicknames down and out. It's like, well, at least we still have JR. We have JR Squared and Hank the Tank coming up. Unless they are. Is there?
I don't know.
Chance?
I don't know if they're going to finish out all of the seedings, but it does say on the bracket that the loser of 501 does move to the 7th, 8th round. But again, that just could be for placings. They might not use that. I don't know.
Certainly possible. So we'll see. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Right now, we're really looking forward to the Olek Pleasance run because Edwards then will go up against whoever leaves the that bracket into the challenging bracket.
Yes, that'll be and that was a very close race. So we'll see when when race number 2 of that heat comes up between Bailin and Haley, as they had only a .061 margin. Lane 1 in our next race. Oh, we're going back to the Masters.
This was a .007 James Bond lead for Hoffman.
So you have Cohen, Hoffman, and Jackson Hill in the championship round of the challenger side of the bracket in the Masters division here. So get ready to see them come down the hill and see who will take on Delaney Cedars in the Masters Division Championship. Again, only a .007 difference between these two in their first race, so it'll pretty much come down to this one as they begin to come down the hill. So we'll see. We got lane 1 here. I believe that's Jackson Hill coming pretty close to that center line as they reach about the midway point. So we're getting a little bit of outside and inside work.
Looks like Cohen in the 2 lane.
And yes, it is Cohen Hoffman coming in with a pretty decisive victory in lane 2. We'll see what the time was.
Lane 2, Cohen Hoffman by
0.559. And that's going to be the advancement for Cohen Hoffman over to the championship round.
So Hoffman against Cedars will be fighting for the win in the Masters division.
Again, that's Jackson Hill in 3rd place.
We're staging a fist bump for
the
media.
Getting a little bit of a photo op. We had a nice genuine moment between the two, but then it had to be recreated for the forever capturing of them on film. But that does result. Delaney Cedars and Cohen Hoffman.
For the Masters division, the first place winner will go to Akron to compete in the All-American Soapbox Derby.
So we hear that again. The winner of the Masters will go on to Akron. Delaney Cedars or Cohen Hoffman. Cohen Hoffman was able to get his win back against Jackson Hill. They faced off in round 1, and Jackson Hill was able to get the victory. But we're going to go back to Super Stock.
Chrisman, lane 2 is Kayden Blair.
It'll be Chrisman and Blair.
This will be their first phase.
Perfect. That makes me feel good when I have it right. First phase, Chrisman and Blair. Blind squirrel gets an acorn every now and again.
Sometimes the brackets have gotten shifted around a little bit from what we thought they were and what they actually were.
Well, if you follow Super Stock at home, I could be wearing 2 pairs of reading glasses and still have trouble fitting the words in the lines.
It really is. It's quite a space to fit it into, as these two are going to be coming down the hill. So we're going to have Kayden Blair in the Ricky Bobby car in lane 2. This looks like a pretty close race.
Very close.
And it looks like Chrisman barely got the edge there. Came down to that finish line camera to make sure and see. But I think .174 is the margin of victory for Blake Chrisman. Benjamin Chrisman, excuse me. So that's just one of 2.
Nice run.
So we're going to Kylie Hoop and I believe Weston Garvin.
All right, switching over to our stock division, our challengers bracket. Lane 1, Weston Garvin. Lane 2.
Weston Garvin in lane 1. Kylie Hoop in lane 2.
So this should be a first run. First phase.
It looks like it should be, yes.
This will be their first phase.
As Kylie Hoop just was able to defeat Holden Carper in the last phase of the challengers bracket. So we'll see them coming down the hill.
You guys are doing a good job of hitting your
Here they come.
When you hit your brakes, we really appreciate that. Remember, your all safety is number one today. We all want to have fun, but we want to make sure everybody's safe today too. So good job, good job.
So there's a good announcement there. It has been pretty solid on the braking in the last few races here. So you come down.
Yeah, looks like lane 1.
Lane 1 does have the advantage. Weston Garvin misses the braking cone, takes a bit of a solid bump into the hay bales. Frustrated with someone or something as to why that happened. 0.736 is the margin for Weston Garvin in race number 1 there.
Yeah, that's a big lead. It's a good run.
That was. So it'd be, like we said, we've seen bigger margins come back from, but that is a very substantial margin of victory. So, yeah, so we get another announcement asking for more volunteers at the bottom of the hill. If anyone is listening in the area and has decided to go from, watching, if you're here, decide to listen while you're here, or if you're nearby.
Anyone basically in the 300 and 400 block of Queen Street, you could just come right out the front door, walk right down to St. Joe's School, and help move some bales of hay.
Yep. At the beginning of the day, we had a pretty solid amount of volunteers down there at the bottom of the hill, maybe like eight or so people. But now it's gone down to just about 3 people down there. So we are continuing to move around. So we'll see who's coming up next in our next race. Jermaine Rodriguez is coming up in the next one. Back to JR Squared.
We're going to do a rerun. Lane 1
yes, this is the rerun.
is Jermaine Rodriguez. Lane 2 is
Caleb Height and JR Squared, Jermaine Rodriguez Jr.
And this was only a .142 differential for JR Squared. So this is anybody's ball game right here.
It really is .142, not that big of a margin. So we'll see how it goes here in their second race, as they're coming down to about the midway point of the hill here. And it's looking pretty close so far. We'll see who comes across first. And it looks like just barely JR was able to pull it out. So he won the first race, and it looked like to our eyes that he won the second one. So I think that's going to be an advancement to the finals of the advancement bracket. 0.156. So Caleb Height does have the opportunity to move over to the the challengers bracket. So we'll see who's coming up next. So we're going to go back to Haley Pleasance and Bailey Olak. Very close race that will decide one of the members of the final round of the winner's side of the Superstock division.
A .061 advantage for Pleasance.
So they're coming down about with the halfway point of the hill. They're on South Queen Street. This is going to be
slight advantage right now for lane 1.
It looks like it, and it looks like I think that's how it's going to stay. Hitting the braking cone head on, still going into the hay bales, perhaps the sign of just a really fast car, because that looked like another win for Haley Pleasance. And if that's the case, when we get the official word, then she's going to move on. She's going to move on to face Bailin Rodriguez. in the final of the winner's side of the Superstock. We'll wait for the official word on the timing. So it looks like there might have been a timing issue.
Oh, no, again?
But we did hear that an official said that lane 1 clearly won. So I don't know if we'll go with that or if we'll need a rerun. We will wait for the official word. Let's see, as we see Tierney Reiner out here on the track, trying to make sure that the electronic timer is working correctly before we make the announcement. And talk to the officials at the top of the hill on the walkie-talkie to see what is the right course of action here.
It's sounding like a second rerun, which is very unfortunate for these kids.
It really would be. So we are having an official say over the walkie-talkie. They know that lane 1 won the race. We'll see if not having an official time will allow them to make an official ruling, or if they'll have to rerun it. I believe that's what's being talked about at this moment. So we'll see what they decide. Again, we're nearing the championship phases of these divisions. Not many competitors left on the challenger side.
The timer again did not catch, so we are going to rerun it. The time from the phase 1 heat was too close. It was too close for us to call. We want to be fair in this, so you two will rerun again in hopes that this will work. And this will be the last time you two have to run against each other.
Well, there you go. There's the official word. They will rerun it.
Yeah, it's disappointing. I do feel bad for the kids because, especially, of course, if something would change and go the other direction where Olac would come in with a 0.07 win.
Yeah, that's really would be disappointing there. The timing issues would lead to something like that. So we're going back to...
Chrisman has a 0.174 advantage here against Blair.
Yeah, Blair and Chrisman. Phase 2. This is back to the challenger side of the Superstock division. We'll see 174. Not that much of a margin. Not quite photo finish status, but enough that it can be made up. As you see that they're coming down the hill. Again, Blair kind of getting to the outside there at the beginning, which has been something we've seen a good bit of in that lane, in lane 1. Cars kind of going to the outside first, early in the race, and then evening out a bit. See both cars kind of getting out to the outside here. We'll see who's going to come in. It looks like Kayden Blair won that one. When Chrisman won the first one, so it'll come down to the margin of victory. What the timing is here. So the official ruling will let us know who advances to take on Hank Plunker. So we wait for word. I believe Kayden Blair may be the one advancing, but we will see for sure.
Winning that one is winning phase 2 is Kayden Blair by 0.378.
0.378.
This means that Kayden
That'll be the one.
Advance based on the time differentials.
And it was in fact enough of a victory to make up from the first phase of that matchup. So Chrisman falls out of the challengers bracket. We'll see if there are runoffs that are indeed raced. If so, it'll be Hoop and Chrisman. So we may be taking a lunch break here.
Sounds like a 10 to 15 minute break is what we have overheard, which was we were not aware of that.
Yeah, I don't think we certainly didn't expect that to come. I think us over here trying to sneak in our own food on the air while we can, because we didn't know that there would be a lunch break on its way. But it looks like if we wait for an official announcement on it, we did hear it over the intercom that there's going to be a break for lunch. Obviously, these are, the kids here want to take some time to eat. I believe there's some pizza coming along. Pizza at the top of the hill and pizza at the bottom of the hill. So it looks like that here they are going to break for lunch.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to take a 10-minute break from the live action. This is TV 10 and WRNR. If you're watching on YouTube, WRNR TV 10. This is a 10-minute break, and we'll see you with live action right after these messages.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at
Orsinis.com.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Hornby Media Group is your all-in-one advertising solution for businesses in and around the eastern panhandle of West Virginia. Print, radio, television, and social media platforms work together to maximize your ability to reach target demographics. Go to talkradiowrnr.com or call us at 304-263-6586 and let us design the perfect advertising package that will suit your needs and your budget.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsinis.com.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at
Orsinis.com.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
You've You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all. And Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Hornby Media Group is your all-in-one advertising solution for businesses in and around the eastern panhandle of West Virginia. Print, radio, television, and social media platforms work together to maximize your ability to reach target demographics. Go to talkradiowrnr.com or call us at 304-263-6586 and let us design the perfect advertising package that will suit your needs and your budget.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Is LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby coming to you live on Talk Radio WRNR TV 10 on TV and YouTube. I am Dylan Bishop coming to you from South Queen Street. Now joining me on color commentary is Avery Newport. How's it going, Avery?
It's going well, Dylan. Glad to be on the headset with you this afternoon and taking the place of Jim Klein. Shout out to him. He's done a great job so far this morning and this afternoon. I thought he deserved a little break, time to just relax a little bit. He's been doing a wonderful job today.
Absolutely, as has Donald Kinney and Colin McLaughlin, who've been with us. Colin McLaughlin, I took over for him a while ago. And we've all been moving around to our camera switchers, our cameraman, camera operators.
Everybody's kind of had their own, they've switched roles here and there. So.
Yep, and of course we have Nick Verzolini back in the studio. He's been keeping up with us with our impromptu breaks here and there that we've gone to. So appreciate all the crew that we have here and the food that was brought to us during that break, right before the break, really. But we
by
were
the mogul.
Enjoy it.
Mike Hornby.
Of course.
Thanks as always for the grub. It was much needed.
Absolutely.
It was running a little low there on fuel, I'll admit, during the races. So that was very necessary.
I think we were starting to feel it there for a while. So we took our 10-minute break for lunch. We were told it would be about 10 to 15 minutes overall. As we look back up to the top of the hill, we do have 2 cars up there.
They're getting ready.
It doesn't. I can't tell for certain. It doesn't look like that there are the racers in cars as we stand, ready to go at any point in time. Here, coming up super soon, we still have the red light over here at the bottom of the hill. So we'll see where we stand in some of our brackets here. So I believe, take a look at the super stock first of all. We've got Bailin Rodriguez and the Haley Pleasance. Well, actually, that was the race that we just saw right before our lunch break.
That was right before the break that they took, and I believe it was, it will be the 3rd time that Rodriguez and Pleasance will have to race against each other after a timer malfunction, I believe. Was that the culprit?
Yes, I believe so. So Bailin Rodriguez is going to await the winner of, as I race before I get ahead of myself on my own bracket, Vayli Olak and Haley Pleasance will have their rerun after. Well, it looked like Haley Pleasance won the second race, but the timer issue, the first race was so close that we wanted to give it a fair shake. Haley Pleasance came out with only a .061 second victory in the first leg of their heat. So when there was a timer malfunction in the second heat, even though it looked like she won the second heat, we're just going to make sure.
Bit too close to call there.
Yeah, a bit too close for comfort to just go ahead and advance her through with a timer issue. So it'll be another close race probably between Bailin and Haley to see who takes on Rodriguez in the final stage of the winner's bracket of the Superstock. We still have the likes of Hank Plunkert and Kayden Blair on the challenger's side, as well as, let's see, we have Edwards and Olak. Let's see. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on the Superstock here. Might jump back into that very quickly. We go to stock side. We have Erilyn Pritz, who is advanced to the final stage of the winner's side, as well as Jermaine Rodriguez Jr., JR squared, as we would like to refer to him on the broadcast here.
JRJ, you know?
JR Jr., JR squared, you know.
Whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, exactly. And then we're going to have Hoop and Garvin on the other side. Kylie Hoop, as opposed to Liam Hoop in the Superstock. And Weston Garvin have their second race after Garvin was able to get a .73 margin of victory in the first leg of their two-race heat. And then we will see also Bentley Brown and Caleb Height, who I believe have yet to run their first leg of their heat against each other quite yet. So we'll see the first of their two races against each other coming up here soon. And that's about where we stand in the stock division. And then if we take a look at the Masters side, the Masters are awaiting our championship round between Delaney Cedars and Cohen Huffman. Huffman was in the first round against Jackson Hill, was eliminated, as Jackson Hill was able to take a .601 victory in their first race, and .383 was only as much as Huffman was able to overcome in the second one. So that sent Cohen Huffman over to the challengers bracket, and it's a very good example that you guys are able. I mean, these racers, they can lose a race, and then they can make up for it in the other side.
Yeah, that's the benefit of having a double elimination bracket there, right? Is that you're not really out of it until you're out of it. And Huffman had a slow start, lost his first race to Hill, but was able to make a comeback there in the champions or the other bracket, and was able to find their way back into the championship bracket here between Delaney Cedars. So.
Yep, so that is the side where we have some official seedings and rankings and placements officially penned in, as opposed to penciled in, where we will see Cademan Hager took 4th place, Jackson Hill in 3rd place, and again we await the championship round between Huffman and Cedars. So that is where we stand here as we get into the later rounds of the Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby 2022 here from South Queen Street in Martinsburg. Again, Dylan Bishop, Avery Newport with you on the call. Jim Klein, Donald Kenny, Colin McLaughlin here on site with you. Nick Verzolini in the studio as we await for the end of this lunch break to take place. And it doesn't look like we are really super close to getting back into the racing. I say that they've taken the cars. Well, no, it looks like that they do have 2 cars up there at the top of the race, at the top of the hill, ready to race again. But it doesn't look like it looks like it will be a couple minutes before we have another race on our hands. So I would say it probably makes sense for us to take another commercial break here while we can, get in some sponsors.
I believe so, too. I mean, we have not really received any official word. It looks like some of the volunteer helpers around here are walking up to the top of the hill, maybe to see what the status is for the other racers.
Yeah, so
I think there's a large group of them that is heading up.
How much time?
So
let's go ahead and let's take a 4-minute commercial break as we sit here.
4-minute break. That sounds good.
At the Soapbox Derby here, and Nick Verzolini back in the studio can take us to a 4-minute commercial break. As we sit here, you are watching and listening to Soapbox Derby action here on WRNR TV 10 on YouTube.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at
Orsinis.com.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Hornby Media Group is your all-in-one advertising solution for businesses in and around the eastern panhandle of West Virginia. Print, radio, television, and social media platforms work together to maximize your ability to reach target demographics. Go to talkradiowrnr.com or call us at 304-263-6586 and let us design the perfect advertising package that will suit your needs and your budget.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsinis.com.
Welcome back to the 2022 Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby here on South Queen Street, Martinsburg, West Virginia. Dylan Bishop and Avery Newport on the call with you, joined by Jim Klein, Donald Kinney, Colin McLaughlin on site, Nick Verzolini back in the studio, holding it down at the WRNR headquarters and the TV10 headquarters, as we will get ready to, here in just a few minutes, jump back into the action. And we're going to go with Super Stock on the winner's side of the bracket. It's going to be back to the reruns of Bailey versus Haley. It's Bailey, Olak, Haley Pleasance trying once again to get this rerun in. The first run that counted, it was a .061 second victory for Haley Pleasance. So a margin of victory that close, it might just be this race number 2 that makes the difference one way or another.
And hopefully there are no more clock timing issues. It's been a common theme here as of late. So hopefully that whatever the problem has been with the timer is resolved, and we can have a nice clean race here this time up.
Hopefully. And again, we hear the announcement from Tyranny Reiner on the PA system. So Pleasance and Olak will try to finally get their last time in, get their last race in. Now we can decide who faces Bailin Rodriguez in the last stage of the winner's bracket, and that matchup's winner will go to the championship round of the Superstock tournament. We see the racers at the top of the hill.
Looks like they're getting geared up here.
There we go. We've ran the timer test. It's gone well. Getting ready to go green at the bottom of the hill to tell the top of the hill that we're ready to go and we can get back to racing. And again, we're starting off with Bailey versus Haley. A very close race. Not quite the 007 close race that we had in the stock portion of the tournament, but close enough.
They're still red, but I think the folks at the table down here are trying to confirm things with those at the top of the hill to make sure everything is all squared away. And still got a red light down here, so might be some. I think I just heard they're ready to go.
I think so. I think both the top and bottom of the hill are getting ready to give the signal. Right. We've gone green at the bottom of the hill. So again, it's Bailey.
And Bailey.
Bailey and Haley.
Bailey and Haley, yes.
Bailey and Haley will get ready to race down the hill.
Lane number 1, Haley Pleasance. Lane number 2, Bailey Olak.
So the second race that didn't count, that last race that did not count, it looked like Haley Pleasance had the victory. But again, just to be sure, since the timing issue arose, they're rerunning. So here they come down the hill. You see lane 2, Olak getting out towards the outside. So they get towards about the midline of the hill. It looks like it's going to be another close one. And it looks like Haley Pleasance once again is going to just come in ahead.
Just barely again, very close.
Olak. So I think we have another one that's going to be probably around a 1/10 of a second margin of victory. But it looked like Pleasance took it. We'll get the official word just to make sure. Make sure the timer worked. Well, it does.
Looks like there's another issue again.
Well, I mentioned I had to make sure the timer worked, and
it
looks like it didn't.
Don't believe it did.
So it looks like, again,
looks like they're going to move Pleasance on.
Yeah, Haley won that one. The margin of victory would not matter in that case because it would the time itself would only matter if Olak would have won the race, because it would have been a matter of how much did Olak win the race by, since we're taking the difference between the two races.
It was pretty clear, though. I mean, especially from our angle down here, Pleasant's car, the nose of her car was just over the finish line.
Yeah, I'd say by half a car's length, perhaps.
Yep.
Maybe a quarter of a car's length. One way or another, it was clear, I'd say, that Haley Pleasance won that one. So they might take the
Again, they're still
issue.
confirming here. They're still discussing things with... There's another thing they're discussing here.
Like
I'm not exactly sure.
It seems like it's a bit of a debate on whether or not to advance her.
Supposedly there's a backup timer. If I heard that correctly,
that's what I heard too.
They might,
in case it was neat.
They might swap out the timer here, which I wouldn't blame them if they chose to do that, because they've had some issues with the timer, and at this point in the competition, inching closer and closer to the championship rounds, you'd like to have some more consistency with the timer and more accuracy.
Again, this has been a pretty unprecedented day of Soapbox Derby action here in Martinsburg, as they've said, they've never used a rain date, so they were planning on going rain or shine.
That they did. Well,
interesting.
I just heard this from Jim Klein. They're going to run both of the cars across the timer and see if one of the cars is not setting the timer off correctly. And I don't know if I've seen or heard of that before. Yeah, it makes sense because, again, you have to make sure the timer is functioning properly. But
yeah, so I don't know. The racers are even themselves approaching the announcement desk here, the timer's desk, to see what's up for themselves. So, I mean, we'll see. They are indeed pulling the cars back over to the finish line to see if there's an issue with one of the cars.
Which is not tripping the timing properly when it's crossing.
Be a very fascinating development there. You see, they're going to pull them. See if they pull them one at a time. It looks like they're going to do it. So they push the button. It looks like. See, they're going to go
Which car
with
is the problem
Haley
car?
Pleasance is the one whose car has been pulled up to the line first.
No, they'll try to Olak's car over there on the left side.
I believe they're going to set them up right before the finish line and then, push whatever they need to push on the timer and then send them across one at a time. I assume that's what's about to happen here.
Looks like it. Yeah, it looks like they're going to send Olak's car over first. Or perhaps not. Maybe they're both going. They'll go with Pleasant's car instead.
I heard the two beeps.
Yep, the beeps are there.
The speed.
Yeah, speed might have been a factor there. Because, again, they just kind of lightly tapped the cars and they just slowly sort of strolled over the timer And going at such a speed, I think it's easier for the timer to pick him up. But if they were going the typical speed of a Soapbox Derby car, then the results might change a little bit.
Perhaps the girls were simply too fast for the timer.
I wouldn't be surprised. They were speeding down that hill. Yeah, there it is. There's the.
I don't know if that's the speed that they were quite looking for to test this out, but a fascinating situation we have here. They're going to have to rerun it.
They're going to have to rerun it.
That seems to be the word.
Seems to be the consensus. Almost everyone at the table here was in agreement.
Yep. So I
wonder. I mean,
it's good that we're at the bottom of the hill finding out all this information,
yeah,
whereas
it's
people
very
at the top
handy.
of the hill may have no idea what's going on.
Exactly. Yeah, we certainly benefit from our booth positioning being so close to the timing table over here.
Let's see. Rerunning.
And the timing table believes that it is Haley Pleasant's car that is causing the problem with the timer.
Interesting.
So they will have to rerun it, and I mean when they pushed her car over, I heard the timer sound, but evidently they must see something that we aren't able to see from over here.
So I did just hear them tell both of the girls here that Haley Pleasance is going to move on, and they're going to move Bailey Olak to the challengers bracket. They're continue to test this out here. I'm not sure if these tests could change that decision if something else happens, but I think at this point they're trying to figure out which car is causing the problem, regardless of independent of the results of the race. So, very interesting situation that we have here.
Yep.
So, it looks like these two cars will be pulled out finally, and we will move on to the next round, the next race.
They're discussing possibly running an exhibition between the two racers.
That I assume they could do that just to test out if it's one of their cars is causing the issue, and if it's at full speed is when the issue arises.
Right.
Or perhaps it's just a freak.
Because again, at these slow speeds, when they were pushing them over the timer was working properly. It was functioning properly, so that was not the issue. But at full speed, that might be causing the issues here. And
so we'll see. We'll see.
I believe this exhibition, if they do decide to do it, will not take place immediately. They've got other races to run. And yeah, I think they're saying the next time that Haley Pleasance runs, we'll do an exhibition race to see, because the folks at the table down here are pretty. I think they're pretty convinced that it's Pleasant's car that is causing the issue.
I suppose that her seemingly coming across the finish line first in these races, just barely, could be how they decided that. Okay.
So they're not going to race her against anyone else until
both of them.
Yeah.
So both Bailey Olak and Haley Pleasance will sit out races until they are able to, I believe, probably send them both down in an exhibition to figure out if their issue persists.
We are going to move Bailey over to our challengers bracket.
So they're now making this official announcement.
We'll race any other further racers. We will have an exhibition race. It will not be.
Yes. Okay. So there is
it will not be a rerun. We're just
the exhibition.
Figure out what exactly is the issue with the timing.
Yep. There it is.
Whenever they come full speed down the hill versus whenever they are just getting pushed across the way. So we're going to get back to racing. Trey, I
We're trying to pick up information on the fly here.
Quite some delay. I mean, there was almost
right after lunch too. So this is the first race after lunch. After a good solid 15-minute break for lunch, we get one race, and then we have another delay.
Yeah, that was... Dylan, what do you think? That was a 35 almost-ish?
Maybe.
35 minutes? I mean, including lunch and the one break in between, it's been almost over a half an hour since consistent action here.
All right, so we're getting back into racing. We're getting Kylie Hoop and Weston Garvin, their second race against each other. Garvin took the first race with a margin of 0.736 seconds. It was a pretty wide victory for Weston Garvin in the first race, so Kylie Hoop's got quite some catching up to do in this race as they begin to come down the hill. We finally get back into some racing here, as the weather has begun to clear up, actually. Not really as much. It looks like the rain may be done for the day.
No precipitation at all, really.
Hopefully it didn't jinx that as they come down the hill, and it looks like a pretty solid lead for Kylie Hoop.
Hoop's got a big lead here.
And definitely as we come across the finish line.
Whoa.
Ooh. Wow. Collision into the tree for Weston Garvin.
Oh, no. This could be a very serious injury for Weston Garvin.
It could be.
He went straight into the tree. I'm not exactly sure what caused his collision.
So it definitely shaken up going into the sidewalk there. Definitely in some pain.
Did he hit a cone, perhaps? Or maybe he was...
So I believe he missed the cone, and the car kind of went off to the right side and kind of into the sidewalk here. We're going to go ahead.
They might need medical attention.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and we'll take a break here.
We'll take
we'll take a
5-minute break. I think a 5-minute break is necessary here, Nick, if you want to start getting some ads going, because this could take a little while here. There's a pretty serious injury on the track, so we might need some time away for about 5 minutes.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at
Orsinis.com.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 is the #1 source for local news and sports in the Eastern Panhandle.
Is tonight the night that we finally see this jump from Spring Mills to be the top team in this section?
Talking with Steve Catlett, by the way, he just announced that he's going to run for the county council.
Johnson now in transition with the one-handed slam dunk.
Let us showcase your business to our thousands of daily listeners and viewers. Call us at 304-263-6586.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with 1-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
We'll explain it and just kind of see what happens. All right, we'll go in 5 or 10.
Welcome back into the 2022 Bucky's LTD Norwalk Soapbox Derby. We took a break from you after the last race due to an injury concern with the last race from Weston Garvin, who after crossing the finish line seemed to probably
collide directly into a tree.
Yeah. If not the tree, then the sidewalk right in front of the tree. It was hard to tell from our angle which one it was. But he definitely appeared shaken up. He's gotten out of the car. They've gotten the car onto... They've gotten it out of the way. They've gotten it onto the trailer. They've gotten him out of it. He's sitting down on the sidewalk by here talking to paramedics who have arrived on the scene here. Out of an abundance of caution, they were immediately called. Just from watching him on the street... it doesn't seem like it is, we won't speculate too much on the condition, but
right.
He is
it appeared that they were
responsive.
Right.
Sitting on the sidewalk, he was, yelling in some pain or perhaps some, the shock of the whole situation. Perhaps it might have been, but
there are other race personnel that are around the paramedics in Weston over there as well.
So they've cleared out the hay
I think
bales.
they were doing some concussion-like tests, perhaps. Again, it was hard to tell exactly what caused the collision from up here.
It looked like it could have been a steering failure because he went past the braking cone and took kind of a sharp right onto the sidewalk / tree area over here.
And I didn't catch it because I was looking at Kylie Hoop's vehicle as it was crossing the finish line, and as Hoop was barreling straight into the hay bales towards the back of the finish line, that's when the collision between Garvin's car and the tree / sidewalk area occurred.
So, I mean, I think the concern here would be some sort of concussion or whiplash from it. It looked like he was able to get out of the car and there was no injury to the legs.
I believe he did need assistance to get out of the car, but...
yes. So, we'll keep you updated on the situation. I think there's enough downtime here. There's still a situation on the side here with the paramedics. Haven't taken him off the scene yet.
Right, they're still treating him on the sidewalk. The Weston is sitting on the sidewalk currently with medical personnel and other race personnel around him. Looks like the fire and rescue team are asking him questions, checking him out. And, well, he just got up. He's walking now. He looked like he's hugging a loved one there over on the side. So that's a good sign.
Yep.
Certainly a good sign. He still appears very shaken up, though.
He does, yes. It looks like the paramedics may be walking away without taking him inside into the ambulance.
Which is great.
Which is very good news.
Very good news.
If there's no need in their eyes for him to take a trip to the hospital. If he's just a bit shaken up, maybe a bit scared.
Right.
Just kind of a high intensity situation there. But all things considered, we should take another break because there is a break in the action just to make sure everything continues to be okay.
And it will take some time too, Dylan, to remove the medical personnel from the scene and to get the hay bales back in their proper positions and to get the track back in racing condition. So I agree. I do believe another break is necessary here.
I would say we can take a 5-minute break.
I agree. Another 5-minute break, Nick, back in the studio. I think that should probably be a good amount of time to get things back in order, or at the very least to get a little close to being ready for racing action here again. Once again, that's a 5-minute break, Nick, to take a step away from the action here at the Soapbox Derby.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at
Orsinis.com.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 is the #1 source for local news and sports in the Eastern Panhandle.
Is tonight the night that we finally see this jump from Spring Mills to be the top team in this section?
Talking with Steve Catlett, by the way, he just announced that he's going to run for the county council.
Johnson now in transition with the one-handed slam dunk.
Let us showcase your business to our thousands of daily listeners and viewers. Call us at 304-263-6586.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with 1-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
Five.
Welcome back to the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby race here on South Queen Street in Martinsburg, as we've just taken another break from the action for an injury concern. The ambulance has just been backed out off of Queen Street as we now
left the premises.
It has, and we now are seeing some of the hay bales being replaced into their usual spot as the backstop for the racing, as we were attending to Weston Garvin as he is now walking up the sidewalk with his family. You hear the applause as he seems to be okay.
He does.
Maybe
he's
a bit
walking
shaken
off.
up, but
yeah.
The paramedics evaluated him and determined that he was good to go. He can walk it off and be all right. He can go with his family. I don't know how the rest of his day looks. His
racing,
car crashing into the sidewalk or the tree, whatever it was that it hit. There's a solid chance that it put his car out of commission. There's a chance that he might not even want to compete for the rest of the day, even if it were able to compete. So let's wait for an official announcement here.
Weston is up. He is actually making his way to the top of the hill. He is not going to be racing.
Yep. They just announced that Weston will no longer be racing today.
It was not
Not surprising.
It means that Kylie Hoop will advance instead.
That's right.
We're going to take a little bit. We're going to try to blow some of the standing water off of lane 2 down towards the bottom.
They're going to attempt to try and remove some of the standing water in lane 2.
A good idea.
A very good idea. I think just by that admission, Dylan, at least to me, that it appears that some of that standing water might have had something to do with Weston Garvin possibly colliding with that tree there, because
it's certainly possible.
Because again, that was the lane over in lane 2 where Weston Garvin was racing, and there's a noticeable amount of standing water puddles all along that lane, and there's virtually nothing in terms of standing water in lane 1. Which is nearest to us.
And that has essentially been the case all day. We were talking about really at the beginning of the broadcast how lane 2 was at sort of a disadvantage when it came to just strictly racing because there seemed to be more water on that side and it was affecting some of the speed. But then, of course, it can be a safety concern possibly as well. Right. So, we don't know 100% that it was, the water there that caused the little wreck on the side there for Weston Garvin, but they're going to be better. They're going to say better safe than sorry. They're going to take another break because they're getting so they are going to take another break. So we will go ahead and get ready to take another break.
And I believe the reason is they don't have the leaf blowers, so they're going to try and find some leaf blowers to blow the water puddles off of the race course. Yeah, I believe that's the situation. Well, before we go to break, Dylan, I did want to mention that because Weston Garvin will no longer be racing today, I was digging through the official rule book here for the All-American Soapbox Derby, and there was nothing in the rule book that addressed specifically what were to happen in the event of a driver injury, but there was something here about substitution rules. And a participant's car may be raced by another substitute racer only if the original participant becomes either too ill to race or, in the case of an emergency. So a substitute racer could come in to take the place of Weston Garvin if that were to be decided. We have not heard any official word yet. And
so he won't be racing anymore. Yeah. There's yes, of course, there can be. The rule book says that a participant's car can be raced by a substitute racer, but
his car is
toast. Is done for the day.
Car is not in racing condition.
So for 10 minutes, we're going to take another break. If we get make sure that as long as Nick Verzolini back in the studio, he's going to take us to our break. This is Dylan Bishop, Avery Newport, along with Colin McLaughlin, Donald Kinney, and Jim Klein on the scene here for the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby.
Once again, a 10-minute break there, Nick, back in the studio. We'll be out of action for a little while longer here.
Yep, we'll be taking a 10-minute break here. You are watching and listening to Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 on YouTube.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at
Orsinis.com.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsinis.com.
Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 is the #1 source for local news and sports in the Eastern Panhandle.
Is tonight the night that we finally see this jump from Spring Mills to be the top team in this section?
Talking with Steve Catlett, by the way, he just announced that he's going to run for the county council.
Johnson now in transition with the one-handed slam dunk.
Let us showcase your business to our thousands of daily listeners and viewers. Call us at 304-263-6586.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with 1-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at
Orsini's.com.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 is the #1 source for local news and sports in the Eastern Panhandle.
Is tonight the night that we finally see this jump from Spring Mills to be the top team in this section?
Talking with Steve Catlett, by the way, he just announced that he's going to run for the county council.
Johnson now in transition with the one-handed slam dunk.
Let us showcase your business to our thousands of daily listeners and viewers. Call us at 304-263-6586.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with 1-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
To the 2022 Bucky's LTD AutoZone Norwalk Soapbox Derby here on WRNR TV10 on YouTube. Dylan Bishop and Avery Newport with you on the call. Jim Klein, Colin McLaughlin, Donald Kinney with you on site. And Nick Verzolini back in the studio. We are finally going to get back into action here in the Super Stock division between Kayden Blair and Hank Plunkert.
After quite some time of inaction here, and just gave the thumbs up to the scorers table over here. We're all set.
So the green light has been lit down at the bottom of the hill.
Hank Plunkert and
here they go.
Kayden Blair.
It's been a while since we've seen Hank Plunkert take the Queen Street racing track. They're both kind of taking that outside lane there.
I believe Blair's in lane 1 and Plunkert in lane 2 is what I heard.
Yes. In the Ricky Bobby car is Kayden Blair in lane 1. And this one's looking pretty close so far. And it's the Freaky Tiki car of Hank Plunker that I think took the
believe,
victory
yeah,
there.
I think it was. It was Plunkert. Not by much.
Not by much at all, but it was a quick stop on his part as well. Good brakes on that car.
Yeah.
And, of course, Kayden Blair running right into that cone. That's what it's there for. So let's see. Wait for the time. I believe that was their first race against each other.
I think it was.
So this should be the first of two. And it looks like Hank Plunkert will probably have a bit of an advantage.
He will win, but time is to be determined. And looks like they're still calculating. I hope that there isn't another timing issue here.
So let's see. Looks like there's some discussion going on. It looks like
there is
was
another
a timing
issue again.
Yeah.
And this time they believe that it might be because the lane 2 over there on the right of us is not level, perhaps, is what they're
That might be what they're saying.
discussing here, because the racers over on that side are possibly at a disadvantage given the curvature of the road, whatever you want to call it. So now there's another stoppage, and race personnel are taking a look at the timer on the right side for lane 2, and it looks like the folks at the timing table are at a loss. Really, they just, there's another issue with the clock.
They really don't seem to be able to nail down what exactly the issue is.
Remember, for a while, it's been a while since we've raced, but there's a discussion that potentially it was a individual car issue, and that certain cars would just not pick up the timer. Now the discussion and the conversation seems to have shifted to possibly a track/lane concern.
I wonder at some point if they'll just pull out some hand timers.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, they're less accurate, of course, but they just keep having problems with this timer. Whatever it is, I don't think either of us have a super clear idea of what the issue could be. I think there are pretty convincing reasons for a bunch of different factors, really.
It's hard to know for certain, really. Without it seems, even those familiar with the technology that have used it before don't seem to be able to pin down what exactly is happening that is causing the issue. They're obviously trying to brainstorm here and troubleshoot.
Now it looks like they're trying to perhaps line up the timers.
Trying to raise it up, I believe. They might perhaps think
trying to prop it up with something underneath.
Possibly could be too close to the ground in order to read. It might be the issue. So, I suppose
we're headed for another
rerun
stoppage here.
Well, it'll definitely be another rerun, as it would seem, between Blair and Plunkert.
Again, it looked like Plunkert had the sizable advantage, but boy, just another problem here. Really, it has not been smooth sailing the last hour plus or so.
It really hasn't. Even before lunch, it was. Before the lunch break, relatively, there were issues here and there, but they were pretty sporadic.
Right.
There was sporadic timing issues, and there was the occasional racer that couldn't make it down the track because of an issue with their own car, but it was not as regular as it's been for the last hour or so.
Right.
So, again, pretty seemingly.
Do you think possibly somebody might have nicked some of the hay bales, and that might have thrown off the timer a bit? Because I really can't.
I think anything's possible at this point for what the issue is.
Because again, as you pointed out, the timer issues have been more of a recent phenomenon. Like, we were able to get through most of the races today without a lot of problems, and now it seems that they just can't get one finished without having a timer issue.
Yeah, they are going now, and they're propping up the other side.
And they're using the leftover pizza boxes from lunch break to try and prop up the timers.
Yeah. Lucky for us, Domino's is a sponsor of this event. So, good call.
Well, there you go, yeah.
On the pizza delivery here.
They're coming in handy in two separate ways.
They have the Domino's boxes.
Feed hungry patrons and to help assist the speed cameras here.
Yeah. So it looks like they might have taken one. They've taken one out right now. So we may just have to go to another break at this point because they definitely are taking a prolonged break from the action.
There's definitely too many issues here to consistently keep racing.
Yeah, so now that they're definitely going into a prolonged break, I say that we're going to have to take another one with them. I think another 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think a 5-minute break would be appropriate here, Nick. Looks like I don't know. They're replacing the battery on the timer there. So that could potentially be the reason. Maybe might need to hold off on the break if that's a quick fix.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see real quick, but we'll have ourselves prepared to take a break
if
for
need be.
5 or so minutes. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and throw some some replacement timers out there. It looks like they might have gotten out of the case there.
Well, as working for the Talk Radio WRNR and TV10, I've learned that in local broadcasting especially, you always got to have backup batteries, backup everything, and they always come in handy because you never know when something could go wrong and something needs to be replaced. And luckily for us, we're always really prepared. So,
yeah, looks like it. So it's very, very interesting day here on South Queen Street, especially, so very interesting from a broadcaster's perspective. This is the first on-air live broadcasting of an event that I have personally done. So this is a very interesting first time for me. So I know, Avery, you've been on the call for some baseball for TV10, but this is the first time live on the air outside of the sports mix for me. So.
Yeah, well,
fun times over here.
Welcome to the crew. This is quite some home. This is
my initiation.
That's right. Yeah, you're getting the treatment here today.
Yep. So let's see if.
Now I wonder how they're going to test these.
So
or if they will.
Yeah. So I believe that. Well, what do you think, Avery? Do you think we're going to get like 3 or 5 more minutes of a delay here?
Well, there continues to be discussion about the cameras here, and yeah, again, they're walking over to the timer over on the right side on lane 2, close to the sidewalk, and it looks like, here comes Weston Garvin.
Yeah, making his way
to
over to the side of the sidewalk and the end of the road here. So it's good to see him up close and personal, that he's all right after
Very glad
being
that
shaken up.
Nothing serious happened. That Weston is doing okay. That's great to see, great to hear, and of course, continue to give our well wishes to him that he continues to feel better after that scary crash a while ago. But Dylan, I think probably about now they looks like they were testing the timers with
throwing their feet in front of it, yeah,
like a motion sensor.
Make sure that it's picking up what they're doing.
Which it did. The timer on
heard the beeps.
Yeah, that's right. In lane 1, closest to the center lane, beeped when the race personnel guy was able to swing his leg in front of it and trigger a beep. But I didn't think that was the problem timer here, Dylan. I thought that timer on the other side of the hay was causing the problem. And I'm still not sure. I don't know if it's even clear yet to anyone as to whether the timer in lane 2 that's pushed in towards the center lane is the issue, or if it's the timer on the very far side of lane 2 towards the sidewalk, if which one is causing the issue. Who knows? Perhaps all of them are malfunctioning. I don't know. There's really there's not a whole lot of answers here, folks, as to what's the problem.
Yep. So it does look like we're extremely
I think probably
close.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're on our way to another break.
Yeah.
Here
It appears that they're still working through some issues. So I think maybe what are you thinking here? A 3-minute break?
That's what I was thinking.
3-minute break? I think a 3-minute break sounds appropriate, Nick. So if you want to go ahead and queue up a 3-minute break for us. They're still working through some timer issues here on South Queen. So, yeah, we'll take a 3-minute break.
Yep. So you are watching and listening to the 2022 Bucky's LTD AutoZone and Norwalk Soapbox Derby on Talk Radio WRNR TV 10's YouTube. We will be back with you in 3 minutes.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Welcome back to the 2022 Bucky's LTD AutoZone Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby here on South Queen Street in Martinsburg. I'm Dylan Bishop. On the call with me is Avery Newport. On site we have Jim Klein, Donald Kinney, Colin McLaughlin, and Nick Verzolini back in the studio. We are about to run the championship round of the Masters Division. We are hoping that the adjustments made to the timing system have come through and been successful.
While we were at commercial break, the exhibition race between Haley Pleasance and Valey Olak took place, and the timing system worked, Dylan. From what we saw here, from what we saw over at the table next to us, the timing system was working. So hopefully that's a good sign that whatever they did was the fix.
Yep.
They replaced the battery. They might have moved some things around as well. So this could be the fix that we were looking for. But again,
hopefully
the jury's still out.
So now we're moving on to the championship of the Masters Division with Delaney Cedars in lane 1 and Cohen Hoffman in lane 2. This will be the first of 2 races, I believe. So we will see who can come out with an advantage after one race and have the inside track to a trip to Akron. Again, it's Cohen Hoffman and Delaney Cedars. Lane 2 and lane 1. They went with the green light down at the bottom of the hill. So the top of the hill should follow suit soon. It looks like they are ready to go in the car. Well, no, there appears to be someone at least standing in front of one of the cars. So I guess they were not quite ready to go at the top of the hill.
Race personnel too at the bottom here that are perhaps they're unaware that the guys at the top of the hill are ready.
Yep, so the finish line is ready to go. It looks like the starting line, things are starting to clear out there and get ready to go here at the top. And here they come. So they're out of the starting blocks. Again, it's Delaney Cedars in lane 1 and Cohen Hoffman in lane 2. So they're starting to get towards the decline of South Queen Street here. And we have quite on the outside Cohen Hoffman. He might have a little bit of a lead here. And he's got about a car length and a little bit of room. And that's going to stick through the entirety of the race there. Good clean brakes right before even the braking cone. So that's a very good run for Cohen Hoffman. We'll get the official time.
Winning that phase is lane 2, Cohen Hoffman by 0.354.
0.354.
That's a pretty solid.
That's the margin.
Pretty solid margin there. So that would be a lot for Delaney Cedars to make up in race number 2 of this heat in the championship round of the Masters Division. So Cohen Hoffman in the flying WV car, looking good for a trip to Akron after one race.
How about a comeback here from Cohen Hoffman, losing his first race to Jackson Hill, having to battle through.
So now we're going back to the stock division, it looks like. We're going to go with Caleb Height and Bentley Brown in the challengers bracket. I believe this is the first race between the two of them. So, we're still red at the bottom of the hill here as the sun starts to come out a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. The clouds are starting to part slightly, and certainly no rain, which is great. No precipitation.
It was quite rainy and cloudy and kind of dark when we got here at about 6 a.m. to set up for...
It's been quite a day, quite a long day here.
Right, we expected racing to start at about 7:45 in the morning. Rain pushed that back to a little bit past 8 o'clock, and then for various reasons, one way or another,
there
have been some delays here and there as they come down the hill. So Brown and Height, and it's Height in lane 2, Brown in lane 1, and it's going to be Caleb Height. Really short stop there for Caleb Height.
Yeah.
I think as soon as he passed that finish line, he was on his brakes.
This one is going to be 3-2-0.
So about 0.3 of a second there. 3-2-0 is the winning margin for Caleb Height in leg number 1 of his 2-leg heat against Bentley Brown.
You got to imagine that as he was crossing the finish line there, he was probably already pushing on his brakes. I mean, he really did stop very, very far away from the hay bales towards the end here of the road.
He did. So
and Brown was able to get all the way down towards the end here, but did not prevent Caleb Height from taking the win.
Did not. So the winner of that matchup will go on to face Kylie Hoop. And we will stick with the stock series. Jermaine Rodriguez, JR Squared, and Erilyn Pritz in the winner's side of the bracket, the advancement bracket. And we should mention that the winner of Brown and Height will go on to face Kylie Hoop, who is advancing in the place of Weston Garvin, who I don't believe we got an official time on his last run where he had the wreck into the side, but he had a good lead after the first race, we should mention. So it's possible that he would have been advancing. We should just put that out there.
Make it clear, but
acknowledge his accomplishments.
Absolutely.
As they come down the hill here, Rodriguez and Pritz. It's been a fast day for Rodriguez, and that he's been too fast to brake at the bottom of the hill. And this is a close one.
Looks like Rodriguez.
And there's the brakes from Rodriguez.
All right. Okay, there we go.
After going into the hay bales for
numerous hay collisions all day, really.
He's finally. That was a very quick stop. Those brakes. Well, we found out that the brakes work. I suppose he just wasn't using them at first. It's a .185 margin of victory.
A lot closer than it looked. I mean, from our angle, looked like JR Squared had a pretty decent lead. But again, maybe he was trying to prematurely stop given all of his hay collisions from earlier in the day.
Yep, and it looks like we're going back to Kayden Blair and Hank Plunkert, who
back in the super stock division.
Yes, I believe they were the first race after lunch, and they had the timing issue immediately. Or they were the first race back after our injury timeout.
Yep.
So this is their first phase, their second try at the first phase. But you see the Tiki car and the Ricky Bobby car with another matchup against each other as they are out of the starting blocks at the top of South Queen Street. And they will make their way down the hill. You see Kayden Blair's been using that outside part of the track when he's been in lane 1. And you see Hank Plunkert also leaning towards the outside here. You got to be careful out there. You don't start running into those cones and slow yourself down.
Which we have seen earlier today. A racer did.
And it looks like Plunkert's got himself a lead.
Yep.
And he comes
Plunkert
through
again. And another quick break for Hank Plunkert. Did that last time he raced too.
Yep, the freaky tiki car.
If I'm not mistaken, he almost stopped in the exact same spot.
I think you're right.
Right past this tree here.
That was a .218 second victory for Hank Plunkert. So it'll be a pretty good margin of victory that'll help him have a bit of a buffer in his second race against Kayden Blair coming up here soon enough. So Hank the Tank out to another lead here.
Out to a good start.
He fell to Bailin Rodriguez in the advancement side of the bracket. Now in the challenger side, he's looking pretty good so far.
You will get stopped and you will be okay.
Let's see. It looks like it's possible that we could see Plunker go up against Braylon Rodriguez again in the depending on whether or not he is able to advance past Haley Pleasance. And speak of the devil, here comes Braylon Rodriguez and Haley Pleasance.
All right.
And it'll be Rodriguez in lane 1 and Pleasance in lane 2. So this is their first matchup against each other, after Haley Pleasance was finally able to advance past Bailey Olak after 3 or 4 tries at 2 races. As they are
various stoppages.
Yes. So they're coming out of the starting blocks here. You see lane 1 here, Rodriguez coming up, taking that outside path in lane 1, coming up close to the cones. They start to get towards the midpoint of the hill. And it looks like a pretty close race here. Looks like Haley Pleasance. Oh, this is going to be a photo finish, huh?
Oh, wow.
Very close.
Very close indeed.
If our camera is straight on, it looks like it might be Bailin Rodriguez by a nose.
There it is, you're right.
1-2-4. So that is very close. And then we're going to stay in Superstock. So it's a pretty good run there by Bailin Rodriguez.
We're going to switch over to lane 1, Corey Edwards, lane 2, Bailey Olak. This will be their first phase.
Here comes Bailey Olak after, again, that series that she had against Haley Pleasance. She wasn't able to advance, but she's still in the hunt.
It really was a series, wasn't it?
It really
multiple,
was. The back and forth.
Multiple trials and
back and forth.
Appears there's another person who's walking across the track here. A man in a bright orange jacket who taking a leisurely stroll in the middle of the track and been advised a number of times not to do that today.
Bold strategy, disguising himself as a traffic cone.
A very large moving traffic cone.
Well, it appears that this man just lives on this street, so he's just taking a trip down to his house. But we will get back into the action here with Corey Edwards and Bailey Olak. Again, Olak in the Challengers bracket after her series of events and runs with Haley Pleasance back and forth. So see if they are about to go at the top of the hill here. We are green at the bottom of the hill, so the finish line is ready to receive them. Haven't been sent out of the starting gates quite yet. Still have a race official sitting in front of one of the racers here, keeping their car in place. We'll see if they are about to be moved. And yep, moving out from in front of the car, and there they go. Out of the starting gates, down the hill. And again, it looks like whoever's in lane 1 likes to take that very outside track. It says somewhere along the way, people figured out in lane 1 that if you start out...
I believe lane 1 is Olak, perhaps, or...
I believe...
no.
I believe lane 1's Corey Edwards. Oh, we get a little bit of a swerving going on there with the shark-faced car in lane 1. Do believe that's Corey Edwards, and it looks like
it's Olak.
Olak's
going to get it.
Is going to get it, yeah. So we'll get exactly what the official time there was.
Yeah, there was a bit of swerving there on the car of Edwards.
And she might have
near the midway point. As the descent down the hill, there was some back tire movement.
Yeah.
0.22. Well, there you go.
We can't forget that this has also been a very long day for these kids.
It has.
They got up early. The racing started about 8 o'clock. It was supposed to start about 7:45, so they've probably been here with their cars since at least 7 o'clock in the morning, and you're looking at it's now 1:51.
Almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's
I mean, this
full
has
day.
Been like a full day of school when it comes to the length of time, and then, of course, anyone who's been in the school system knows that kids start to get tired or even a little antsy towards the end of the school day. And they're probably feeling about the same right now.
And definitely given the large amount of time dedicated to stoppages today for various different reasons, it's been hard. I'm sure it hasn't been easy on them to...
Okay. So I had heard mention of this earlier, and I wasn't sure what it meant, but very good point was made there. As we're going to the Masters Division, the championship here. So Cohen Hoffman won the first race, the first leg of this heat. If he comes out as the victor of this heat, they have to race another two-leg heat, because this is double elimination. Delaney Cedars has not lost. Delaney Cedars has not lost. So this is double elimination. If Hoffman wins this, they have to go for two more legs. As they're about midway point down the hill, it looks like Delaney Cedars is going to take this one.
Yep.
By about a full car's length, which is about what Hoffman won the first leg by. So it's going to come down to the precise timing. We wait for the
no ruling yet. Pretty clear that Hoffman came out ahead, but
so
3:56 was the time. Was that correct?
3:16.
3:16,
which I believe means Cohen Hoffman barely edges out the victory in this leg, which means they got to go for another heat. Yep. So yeah, Delaney Cedars was about 38 one-thousandths of a second away from being able to win this outright. But they have to go for another heat. So we get the official announcement that does confirm.
Again, this goes back to the double elimination that we do have.
So yes, that is technically Delaney Cedars' first loss of the day. So she's not eliminated. So they have to go again. So we're going to go back to, I believe, stock division.
I think that's right. And
so this is Bentley Brown and Caleb Height.
Stock division in our challengers bracket. This is phase 2.
Let's get our confirmation.
Going to be in lane 2.
Yes.
In lane 1 is
all right.
Height. Lane 2 is Brown.
So Height won the first leg of this by .32. So as long as Bentley Brown does not win this one by that margin or larger, Caleb Height will advance. As they begin coming down the hill. Let's see if anyone takes a more outside route. We're getting that on lane 2, it looks like. So they're coming towards about the mid-lane point here of South Queen Street. It looks like a pretty close race so far. Looks like Brown might edge it out just barely.
That is really close.
A very interesting timing issue.
There might, I don't know. I think Caleb Height. Wow.
0.008.
Listen to that.
Wow. I believe the second closest race of the day overall. But I get our official announcement. I think it means Caleb Height still advances. That is the case. So Caleb Height will move on to face Kylie Hoop. As we're going to go back to the super stock. So we're starting to get into the last portions of this. So Caleb Height will move on. We have Kylie
Blair
Hoop,
and Plunker again.
Pritz and Rodriguez on the other side. We're starting to get into the last portions of this.
That's right.
We go back to Hank Plunkert versus Kayden Blair.
Plunkert won their first time up by 0.2 of a second.
See, it's a pretty solid margin of victory there. It's not anything insurmountable. We've seen much larger deficits being made up in one race today, but it's not the easiest deficit to make up in the world either. So we'll see if Hank the Tank Plunkert can keep his lead against Kayden Ricky Bobby Jr. Blair.
About all the nicknames, Dylan.
I know. It seems like we have about four. We've gotten about nicknames out of about four drivers here, and I think they're almost all still left in it.
Yep.
I believe Liam Hoop, there it is still the only one that's been taken out of the competition, as they have been released from the starting blocks. Blair and Plunkert come down the hill. Hank Plunkert in lane 1, and Kayden Blair in lane 2. So again, they both like to take that outside approach, kind of getting up closer than some other drivers do to the outside cones. We'll see what happens here. It looks like lane 2, that's a pretty big advantage for Kayden Blair.
It is.
By a
Quite
full car length.
Yep.
Yeah. We got to get the official word, but I think that might have been enough to make up the deficit.
I think it might have. I think at least by 0.3.
It's going to be lane 2, Kayden Blair by 0.279.
Wow.
279.
Will advance.
So barely enough. Less than 1/10 of a second enough.
Wow.
But that is the advancement of Kayden Blair over Hank Plunkert. So we're going to move on back to the stock division. As Hank the Tank falls once and for all to Kayden Blair. So I believe we did get
Pritz and Rodriguez Jr. here coming
Yes,
up.
I believe we did get word that they aren't going to be doing these runoffs for 7th and 8th place,
That's
5th and 6th place. They're just going to figure out the top 4, top 3 races for those positions.
Yep, that is correct.
So that'll mean that for some drivers, their days are ending sooner than they might have.
Well, prematurely.
Yes.
But I ultimately I think that's the right decision to make, just given the number of stoppages we've had today, and
right.
You know, there's. I think that was an appropriate decision, just because. Given the number of racers we had today and the amount of time that's already elapsed, it makes sense.
Yep. So there's some sort of discussion happening over here. I'm not sure what this is about.
Well, they gave them a green light down here, so whatever it was resolved or overruled.
It looks like we're going with JR, Jermaine Rodriguez Jr., and Erlen Pritz.
JR squared in lane 1, Erlen Pritz in lane 2.
Said Rodriguez won the first leg of this heat by 0.185 seconds.
Bit of a narrower margin there.
Yep, so he's been fast all day today. We'll see if he can keep it up.
And he improved on his braking, too,
yes,
which I think is
certainly
really something to talk about. He struggled braking all afternoon.
We had some cones knocked out there at the top of the hill by Erlen Pritz. She got a little wide, but looks like a pretty solid recovery
kind of moving
there.
Towards the center line now.
Yep.
Staying away from the outer cones.
This is going to be a really close one.
Let's see it.
And it's
about
a dead heat. Oh, there's an even earlier
Check that out.
break by JR squared
Jermaine
there.
Rodriguez Jr. braked as soon as he got past the timer.
He really did. He maybe even before it. We don't. It's hard
Who
to
knows?
say. I believe.
Yeah.
It was.
Great job. JR squared. What a terrific.
Jermaine Rodriguez Jr.
He says he's feeling good. That's great to hear. After his wow.
There he goes.
There you go. Wow. Another narrow victory for Jermaine Rodriguez Jr.
Very narrow victory there.
I could have thought that Erlen Pritz might have stolen that one.
I thought so too.
Given our camera angle right at the finish line.
Yeah. So after a day of hitting the hay bales harder than anyone, he's evolved into making the fastest stops out of anyone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, how
what
about that?
What a turnaround.
Quick turnaround. Fast learner.
He's a fast driver, too.
Yeah. The guy's just fast.
That he is.
So we're going back to super stock, I believe.
Can't go that way. Can't go that. Come this way.
So we're going with Edwards and Olak, I believe. Wait for the official announcement, but I believe that's who is coming up next here. With Bailin Olak having won the first leg of the heat by .392 seconds.
Back to our super stock division, lane 1, Bailin Olak. Lane 2, Corey Edwards. This is going to be phase 2.
So this is, in fact, the second leg.
And Dylan, the sun has really started to come out here in Martinsburg.
It really has.
It's our tent here has turned from a rain shade to a sunshade.
It really has. We thought about taking the tent down, or I believe that was our other tent now that I think about it, but it's a good thing we haven't taken this one down.
Yeah, the weather has really turned, and that's significant too because this sun will help to dry the track a lot faster.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Avery. So, and as they are coming down, about halfway down the hill, it's Olak and Edwards, and it looks like Edwards is ahead in lane 2 here, and it's going to take it by about a car length. But the question will be,
was it enough?
It's going to be lane 2 by 0.321.
I think that's a bit short.
3-2-1, just slightly.
Corey Edwards will advance.
Well.
Oh, do we have a wrong? Might have had a wrong time.
Well, what I wrote for Olak was .220.
Well, that must be correct then, because they've said that Corey Edwards will advance.
Will advance there. There you go.
I had .392 for some reason.
All right.
Keeping in our super stop, we're in our advance.
So there goes Edwards.
Bracket, lane 1, Haley Pleasance. Lane 2,
so now
Rodriguez.
We're getting into the first leg of figuring out who is advancing to the super stock from the winner's side of things, who will get to go to the championship round needing to be beaten twice.
The winner of this heat will determine who goes from the advancers bracket to the championship round.
As we get that official announcement, yes. So it'll be Edwards versus Blair in the finals of the challengers. Well, actually, I can't speak quite soon, because the loser of this heat between Bailin Rodriguez and Haley Pleasance will still be in it, as they are coming down the hill about halfway here. This is another close one. It looks like Pleasance is a little ahead, and maybe by half a car's length.
Wow. How about that?
Just
ran right over the traffic cone. I don't think we've seen that today,
have
we?
Popped it right back up.
Yeah. Check that out. Haley Pleasance just goes straight over the traffic cone and pops it upright.
So 160 is the margin of victory.
Pleasance moves on.
Advance. So after some tough rerun after rerun for Haley Pleasance, she's been able to keep the momentum going. So now,
I believe we're going to the Masters.
As Haley Pleasance advances to her championship round, we go back to the championship round of the Masters division with Cohen Hoffman and Delaney Cedars. Now, Hoffman was able to win an entire heat against Cedars just a few minutes ago to take this to a winner-takes-all scenario. So whoever wins these two races combined, the best margin of victory. As the rules are being explained over the PA. Again, Delaney Cedars had not been beaten all day today, so Cohen Hoffman won against her, but now he has to do it again.
Hoffman in lane 1, Cedars in lane 2. And
we've been given the green light down at the bottom of the hill. And they are coming out of the starting blocks down the hill. So let's see if Cohen Hoffman can keep this up. After 2 straight victories.
They're pulling out the upset.
Yep, pulling it out. Again, lost his first race of the day to Jackson Hill then came back and got his win back against Hill. And now handing Cedars her first loss, and now trying to do it again. Can Lightning strike twice? This first race, down as they come. It's going to be Cedars by a car length.
Cedars.
So we'll see just how much time he has to make up. 3:36.
It's the official time.
That's not an easy one to make up.
No, it's not.
But
nope, Cedars had a sizable lead coming down the hill. And
got a good start.
Yep. Jim Klein was just saying that in last year's race, lane 2, cars that were racing over there were faster in the sun. And now that the sun is shining here in Martinsburg, that might change some things here in the course, Dylan.
It might. I think it was slowing down lane 2 when the rain had come through. There was a bit more standing water over in lane 2. But now that the sun has come out and the rain has dried up a bit, a reversal of fortune may have come up. We'll have to see if we have to make a note of that for the next time that they come around to the very last race in the Masters division.
That's right.
So we're back to the stock division, it looks like. Is this going to be hoop and height?
It is.
It'll be the first.
This is phase 1.
Yes, phase 1 between them. Again, this is the race that we may have seen Weston Garvin in before he had taken off into the sidewalk or tree area by the past the finish line as the racers begin down the track. So Kylie Hoop is able to come down. And we'll see if she can keep it going against Caleb Height. And it looks like Height has a pretty wide margin here.
Yeah, he does.
Coming in easy. Good brakes on both cars this time.
Height's had some pretty solid brakes, too, recently.
He's been braking well all day.
Yep. Wow, 0.684. That's quite a margin.
That's going to be hard to make up. It's going to be a hard one. Kylie Hoop did come into the second leg of her heat against Weston Garvin down 0.736. And then it looked like she had kind of made up a pretty good margin to that before. The result of that wasn't, but she may have made up that margin in that race. So we'll see if she can make it up. Again, 0.684 is
0.6 is quite a margin, though. I mean, that's really not easy.
That is the deficit to make up. So we're headed back to. We'll see. There isn't 2 cars set up into the starting blocks, top of the hill. So we're taking a
5-minute break here.
5-minute break from the race officials. So, I guess that means we're going to take a 5-minute break with them. So we'll have to just take a second to get our things in order. Nick Verzolini back in the studio. It's going to take us to a 5-minute break here at the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby here on WRNR and TV10 on YouTube. I'm Dylan Bishop. With me is Avery Newport. We have Donald Kinney, Jim Klein, Colin McLaughlin on site, and again, Nick Verzolini in the studio. It's going to take us to a 5-minute break here on WRNR and TV10.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsinis.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Welcome back to the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby. I am Dylan Bishop here with Avery Newport here on South Queen Street of Martinsburg. We have Donald Kinney, Jim Klein, Colin McLaughlin on site, and Nick Ferzolini as our producer in the studio as we get ready to set up Super Stock Kayden Blair and Corey Edwards towards the end of the Challengers bracket.
So we are starting to get into the placings.
So I believe yes, whoever does not come out on top in this series will be 4th place in these Super Stock series, as they just announced.
They're on their way.
The winner will go on, and yes, they are coming down the hill. The winner will be guaranteed 3rd place at worst. See, they're coming down towards the finish line. It looks pretty close. But I think Corey
Edwards might have gotten it. Might have, just barely.
I do think Corey Edwards nudged that one out. This is the first of 2 races with them.
That's right.
0.095. So less than a tenth. Less than a tenth of a second. So that second race is going to be very important. Just barely coming out on top there. So that second race, timing is going to matter. So we'll see them have their cars taken up on the trailer and back up around Martinsburg, the main street, back to the top of South Queen Street for their second race. So we'll see if we stay. Well, we won't stay in the Super Stock division because Haley Pleasance is simply awaiting the victor. And we're going over to the Masters division. This will be the last race of the Masters division of the day. Someone will be going to Akron after this race.
That's right.
It'll either be Delaney Cedars or it'll be Cohen Huffman.
This is the last race that they will need to run. Lane 1, Delaney Cedars.
So it's a pretty wide margin of victory that Cohen Huffman has to make up from the first race. 0.336. And we mentioned that Jim Klein mentioned to us that apparently in the sun, lane 2 has been quicker in the past. So they'll be switching lanes, and this time Cohen Huffman will be in lane 2. So we'll see if that makes a difference.
That's interesting.
So let's see. They haven't been
cleared yet.
They haven't gone out
Got
of the
the
starting
green light
blocks
here.
Yet. Yep. Green light at the bottom of the hill, so they are ready to be received. And it looks like they will be sent any second now. There they go.
Phase and also this most recent phase, the winner of that. And
all right. So they're making the announcement as they come down the hill. Looks like it's pretty close so far. They're all getting a little bit of back and forth movement.
Cedars over in.
Looks like Huffman has the lead.
Yes, he does.
And he takes it by about a car length. Was it enough?
Yeah, Huffman was really riding that far
he needed to make
right
up
side of the
He needed to make up .336.
Let's hear it.
Did he do it? The flying WV car.
He potentially.
They're adding it up. They don't want to get this wrong. They're making sure to calculate it exactly right. He took it, but did he take it by enough?
Okay, so we have lane 2 by .268. However,
.268.
268.
Delaney Cedars is your Masters champion.
Wow.
So that's Delaney Cedars. .268 was not quite enough. Delaney Cedars wins the Masters division of the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby here on South Queen Street. And she will be the one that advances to the All-American Soapbox Derby in Akron, Ohio. How about that? So we got our first champion of the day, and we got 2 more to go. So that'll be the end of our Masters series for the day.
And Cedars really, I mean, she had a pretty dominant run throughout the Masters tournament.
Right, yeah. She was
had that one loss towards the end against Huffman, but they rematched and she came out on top.
Yep, Huffman put up a good fight. Won those first 2, and he won 3 out of the 4 races.
That's right.
They raced against each other.
After a loss to start his day, Cohen Huffman fought back through the challengers bracket and put up a valiant effort.
Yep,
so have to give a shout out to him.
Yep. So we're going back to height and hoop
in the stock division.
Yep. So we will get an advance to find out who is 4th place and who is guaranteed at least 3rd place. Here after this race, Caleb Height won the first leg of this by points.
By wide margin.
Yeah, it's points.
Almost .7, really.
684. See, they have been given the green light down at the bottom of the hill. So
It's a lot of ground for Hoop to make up here.
It really is. We've seen bigger margins be made up today. But it's still a tough one to overcome as they are sent out of the starting blocks. See, Hoop getting that wide start on the left side. Both drivers kind of taking that outside approach.
Yeah, again, they're really riding towards that right side, towards the outside edge.
It looks like Hoop is ahead.
Hoop's now leaning towards the center a bit.
That's quite a margin of that's more than a car's length there. Again, the number to make up was .684.
Yeah.
Did she win that? Should he win this one by more than that?
Well, she won this phase, but I don't think it was quite by 6.84. Again, I could be wrong, but
we'll wait for the official.
Interesting strategy. She started towards the outside of the lane and then veered inward.
It's going to be lane 1, Kylie Hoop by 0.692.
Wow,
692 by 8 1/1000.
How about that?
By 8 1/1000ths of a second, it'll be Kylie Hoop.
Remarkable.
Advancing, guaranteeing herself a top 3 finish. And
Oh.
Caleb Height finishing 4th place.
Wow.
So how about
I didn't expect that. I didn't expect it, Dylan. I really didn't think that Hoop won.
I thought it was
by a big enough margin.
It was possible. It was possible. Wasn't certain either way. But Hoop will advance on to the championship round of the Challengers bracket against Erlen Pritz. And the winner of that will await Jermaine Rodriguez Jr., JR squared, as we like to call it.
That's right.
With that means that we will have to move back on to the super stock because our last remaining stock racers that can go right now just went and are at the bottom of the hill, and our Masters division is done.
That's right, back to super stock.
To see if we are getting, I believe we should be getting Blair and
Edwards for phase 2.
They're the only ones who can go at this point.
And Edwards won, I believe Edwards won last time by a slim margin.
.095, less than a tenth of a second. So this is a very crucial race here. Whoever wins this one. And the winner of this will await Bailin Rodriguez. So it doesn't look like the two. So it looks like they're not at the top of the ramp right now.
Champion, Delaney Cedars. This is a happy moment and a sad moment. Delaney has won previously in the stock division here, which meant she has gone to Akron before. And then she came back and she ran super stock.
Oh, wow.
And she won again and went back to Akron. And now she's won the Masters division, which means she will go back to Akron. But unfortunately, she won't be able to come back and race with us. So we're definitely going to miss having Delaney race with us here in Martinsburg.
Wow.
So you heard the announcement over the PA. Delaney Cedars, now a champion
of all 3 divisions.
Yes, all 3 divisions, which means that she has to move on.
Her racing career, in Martinsburg at least, is finished.
So how about that? But she made the clean sweep. She won Triple Crown of the Martinsburg Soapbox Derby.
Quite an accomplishment for her. Big congratulations.
Absolutely. So we'll see who joins her in the winner's circle today as we await the next riders. See, we've reached the point in the day where there's so few riders left, so few drivers left, that they aren't always going to be at the top of the hill immediately.
That's right.
Because
right now, a little bit of a break.
Because right now, the only people that can go are Blair and Edwards.
That's right.
And it wasn't long ago that they just went again. So we have to wait for them to be brought back up to the top of the hill, around the horn, back up on the trailer.
I believe right now they're just waiting on cars to get back to the top of the hill so they can get staged to come back down.
Yes, we see that.
Our sponsors again, Bucky's Limited Auto Auto Body, Virginia Riggers, First Energy Foundation,
We get the
C-Hess Construction LLC,
sponsors read off over the intercom.
B&S Hauling, Hornby Media Group, Berkeley County
Well,
Youth Fair Association.
again, Blair and Edwards had a very close contest last time. Edwards eking it out by less than a tenth of a second.
Yeah, so again, it's essentially whoever wins this race will win the heat, because a tenth of a second hard to make up. But we've seen closer margins of victory, so it's possible that Edwards could lose this race and still win the heat overall. It's completely possible. But once they get back to the hill, we will find out for certain. As you can see at the top of the hill, you can see Blair's number 62 Ricky Bobby mobile being wheeled back up towards the starting gates. Great design. That's probably my personal favorite design of any car I've seen today, just because it just completely exactly matches the car from the movie Talladega Nights. But there's been some great ones today.
I think Hank Plunkert's Tiki car has to be up there too. It's a top tier design. Been a lot of good ones, a lot of creative ones today.
He doesn't have the Cougar on the car, does he?
Does not. I don't think he does.
Well, that's true. You have to the Cougar on the car is an important part.
I need to see it again.
The 62 Me car, but a Cougar is hard to get on a design on a car, I suppose. But we will get back into the action. They're coming back. They're at the top of the hill. So Edwards is going to be in lane 1, Blair in lane 2.
And the one that does not win will receive 4th place in the Super Stock division.
All right, so the winner of this is going to guarantee themselves, once again, 3rd place.
Or higher.
Or higher. The loser of this, you can't scoff at being you can't scoff at being 4th place too much. It's a good day. You'll be disappointed you didn't finish on the medal stand, but 4th place is something to be proud of. So even if you don't advance here, you should. Look at how many people we had on this full bracket.
That's right. We had the majority of the racers here in the Super Stock division, and there's a lot of competition in here, and to fight through a majority of that in the Challengers bracket and finish in 4th is certainly an accomplishment in its own right.
Absolutely.
And we're hoping for a tight race here, because in Phase 1, these two really came down to the wire. And I think we're still waiting for something.
It's hard to say, and I think they're just making sure that they're for sure.
We have gotten the green light down here.
Yep, we're ready for them at the bottom of the hill. At the top of the hill, looks like they still just got to make sure that everything's right with the starting blocks, or whatever it is they have to make sure of. Just make sure the cars are okay, make sure the starting blocks are properly where they should be, so and make sure they're aligned, make sure everything at the top of the hill is A-okay before they send them down. Send them down to us. So we'll see. Again, after this, it should be followed back over to the stock series.
That's really all it can do, I think.
Yes, for Hoop and Pritz. And they are off. Here we go, Blair and Edwards. Again, whoever wins this will be 3rd place guaranteed, if not higher. Let's see, as they come down the hill, it was a .095 difference in the first race, with Edwards having the edge. So that's the difference that Kayden Blair has to make up. And
another tight one.
Really close again.
Edwards was really riding that outside edge again of lane 1.
It's going to be lane 1 by 0.060.
0.06.
Even narrower margin.
So couldn't
Edwards
quite
wins
do
it twice. 2 extremely close races.
So there goes Kayden Blair into 4th place officially.
Edwards.
And Corey Edwards will advance to face Bailin Rodriguez.
Man, how lucky is that, really? I mean, 2 extremely close wins, under a tenth of a second for Edwards there.
Yep, I believe that's our closest race of the day. We had a .007.
Yep.
That was a .006. So again, we move back over to the stock division. So this will be Hoop and Pritz, the first leg of their heat. And the winner of this heat will go on to the championship.
That's right.
To face JR Squared, Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. And again, whoever does win this race will have to beat JR in 2 straight heats.
Yeah, which is going to be a difficult task. I mean,
it will.
JR Squared has been superb today.
It really has. He's gotten the braking down.
The fastest racer on the track, and that's right, he has really improved his braking after being a little reckless there to begin the races today. He's really figured it out.
Happy learned how to putt. So
Here they
coming
come.
down.
Both in
This looks like a close one.
pink
Looks
cards.
like lane 2 might have it.
Lane 2, that's Haley.
I believe you're right, Haley. Got that one. Let's see what the margin was. Or Pritz.
Oh, whoops.
157 was the number there. Erlen Pritz. So that's a pretty good start there. It's a pretty solid margin. It's something that, you know, it makes you feel confident going into the second leg there. 157.
Yeah, but it wasn't by a car length or, you know, a chunk of one. It was still a decent margin, but again, it's not impossible for Hoop to make it a little more competitive next round.
Yep, it definitely can be made up. So we'll see if she's able to do it. And I believe we might be in another situation where we have to wait a couple minutes for cars to get back up to the top, because I believe our next race
It'll have to be between Edwards and Rodriguez.
I believe you're right, and Edwards just went. Rodriguez has been sitting around for a minute.
Making the rounds around the block.
Haley Pleasance after.
You know, I was about to say that. Haley Pleasance has been chilling for quite some time here.
Yeah, and as has Bailin Rodriguez, because his last race was the loss to Haley Pleasance. But the fact that he had yet to lose a heat today meant that he was whisked over to the challengers bracket, guaranteed third place already. And once Corey Edwards gets back up to the top of the hill and they're ready to go, we'll see Edwards and Rodriguez. So we have 2 Rodriguezes
that are remaining
in the super stock and the stock. Don't know if they're related.
Both of whom, I should say, have done really well today for the most part. They have more or less cruised, other than a couple of recent losses, but you know, they've done very well, and haven't gotten any official word yet, but
what to see is they are. There's no sign of them
it
at the
doesn't
top
look
of the
like
hill
anybody's
yet.
up there yet.
Wonder if we should start taking breaks, Avery, when this sort of thing happens. Maybe just short 2-minute breaks.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's probably a wise idea, just to give the cars enough time to get the racers back up onto the top of the hill.
It sounds like a pretty good idea to me. I think that we'll go ahead, and Nick Verzolini back in the studio can take us to a 2-minute break here at South Queen Street in Martinsburg, the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby. Dylan Bishop and Avery Newport with you on the call right now, with Donald Kinney, Jim Klein, and Colin McLaughlin on site. And Nick Verzolini will take a 2-minute break here on WRNR and TV 10 on YouTube.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever, with 1-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Welcome back to the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body in Norwalk Soapbox Derby here on South Queen Street in Martinsburg. Here with you is WRNR and TV10. I'm Dylan Bishop. With me is Avery Newport on the call. Avery, we took a 2-minute break to give ourselves some time to wait for the cars to move up back to the top of the hill so we can race again, because there's not that many races left. It takes a few minutes for the cars to come from the bottom of the hill to the top of the hill. And when you have we're getting down to the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, we are. We really are.
We just have to figure out who the top threes are in the stock and the super stock, as we've already gotten.
And we generally have an idea of who will be in the top three. It's just a matter of where they'll be placed.
Yes.
That's what we're looking for here. And right now I think we're... Yep, looks like we're all set to go in the super stock division here between Corey Edwards and Rodriguez, Bailin Rodriguez.
Yep, like we said, we've got a Rodriguez in the top three of the stock and the super stock. So we'll see. They are off. This is the first leg of the heat between Edwards and Rodriguez. The winner of this will go on to face Haley Pleasance in our championship round. They will have to win two heats in a row against Pleasance.
Once again, both racers are really leaning towards the outside portion of the lane.
They are.
Some dangerous territory towards the cones.
Pretty close one. Looks like Edwards has the advantage. Can she keep it?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, she can, and a nice clean break, too.
So, looking back over her shoulder was Corey Edwards. Make sure she did, in fact,
Edwards,
break after the finish line.
Yeah, that's right. She's had an interesting strategy, Dylan, because she starts a lot of her phases here towards the outside cones that are nearest to us here on the sidewalk. Then she veers inwards towards the center lane, and that's worked pretty well for her. She's been able to have some success with that strategy.
Yeah, it looks like trying to get a little bit of like a whipping action kind of going, like trying to get that little bit of a little turn from the outside towards the middle, maybe give you just a little extra bump of velocity. So did we hear the number on Corey Edwards?
I did not. I didn't hear the number.
So we know Corey Edwards won the first leg. We may have to get confirmation of what exact time she was better so that we know what Bailin Rodriguez has to make up.
Now we're back into the stock division, and
so it was 157 in the first leg of Hoop versus Pritz. Pritz taking the first leg. So Hoop will have to try to make up that advantage, that deficit, as they come down the hill. So we got a little bit of a veer from the outside towards the inside
the middle,
by Pritz in lane one.
Now back towards the outside edge.
Not quite straight. It looks like it's making Hoop a little faster as they come across the finish.
I think that's Hoop.
Hoop got the win on that one, but did she get it
Not
by
by
enough?
much. Not by much. Very narrow. But
she needed to win by 1:57.
Interesting by Erlen Pritz there to start towards the center line and then veer back outwards towards the outer edge. Let's see what the time is.
So it's going to be lane 2, Kylie Hoop by 0.166.
166. Yes, it is.
So
Just
that was
barely.
That was the one. 9/1000th of a second. Kylie Hoop advances
to the championship.
That's our second time in just the last few races that we had someone advance by thousandths of a second.
Yeah.
Jermaine Rodriguez Jr.
So we have our stock series championship set. Be Jermaine Rodriguez Jr., JR Squared, and Kylie Hoop in the finals. So you see Kylie Hoop was sent over into the challengers bracket by Caleb Height. Height was the one that was able to get the win there, and then Height lost the heat himself to Jermaine Rodriguez. So that's how we've gotten there, and then Hoop was sent over, was able to advance past Weston Garvin, Caleb Height himself, and Erlen Pritz to set up our stock series championship. So we just had those two races there. Edwards and Rodriguez and Hoop and Pritz, those are the two races that we're really able to do right now. So now it's another time that we wait for them to get back to the top of the hill.
Have to take another 2-minute break here just to wait for the car to turn around the block and get everybody back up top on top of the hill.
Yeah, so I think we can set ourselves another 2-minute break here from the Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby here on WRNR and TV10 on YouTube. Dylan Bishop and Avery Newport will be back with you in 2 minutes.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices. We've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Welcome back to the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby here on WRNR and TV10. Dylan Bishop and Avery Newport with you on the microphones, and with us on site is Jim Klein, Donald Kinney, and Colin McLaughlin, and Nick Verzolini back in the studio. We've all been on our different roles here today. Started the day with Colin and Jim on the commentary, doing a great job. I subbed in for Colin. Avery subbed in for Jim. We have all been moving around, switching the cameras, running the cameras.
Running the ATEM, doing everything today. And, I think the plan for today going into it was that, Jim and Colin would handle most of the commentary, and the two of us might get some time here and there, but we've kind of taken over. I think we've done a pretty good job here, Dylan.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt that we had all of those delays. We had about an hour where only about 2 races took place, and we took over the commentary there in that point. Of course, there were some breaks in there. But now we are back to the Superstock Series. So Corey Edwards and Braylon Rodriguez already run one race against each other. That was won by Corey Edwards. That we weren't able to confirm the time that she won by. But we know that this race, combined with the last one, will decide who faces Haley Pleasance in the finals of the Superstock. And, of course, whoever that is will have to beat Haley Pleasance in 2 straight heats, since Pleasance has not lost today. So once they're sent down the hill, they cross that finish line, they'll add them up, and we'll find out whether it's Rodriguez in 3rd place or Corey Edwards in 3rd place, and who moves on. They're coming down the hill. So see, we have Edwards in lane 2 and Rodriguez in lane 1, switched up from the last leg. So we'll see who can get the advantage today. I guess, again, we've heard that in previous years that lane 2 in the sun can be faster. We'll see if that continues to play out here. It looks like it's really close.
It is.
And
wow. It is close.
Wow, incredibly close.
My goodness.
It looks like Rodriguez maybe got it by a nose.
I couldn't tell, frankly.
Simply judging off of our finish line camera.
It's going to be lane 1, Bailin Rodriguez
yep.
by 0.040.
0.04.
Corey Edwards will advance.
So Edwards advances.
Edwards advances.
Third place today.
So there we go. Bailin Rodriguez ekes out the victory in that last leg, but it wasn't quite enough to make up the first leg's margin of victory by Corey Edwards. So it will be in the finals of the Superstock Series. It'll be Haley Pleasance and Corey Edwards. Edwards will have to win 2 straight heats against Haley Pleasance in order to get the victory. And Pleasance simply only has to win once out of those 2 heats.
Yep.
We saw that just happened in the Masters final, where 3 out of the 4 legs went to Cohen Huffman, but just that one that was won by Delaney Cedars.
It was all she needed.
It was all she needed because it was by a wide enough margin, and that made her a Triple Crown champion in the Stock, Superstock, and Masters division.
That's right. Moving on to the Soapbox Derby Championships in Akron, Ohio.
Yep, so we'll see who else will be moving on, become champion today. Again, we have Cedars, Delaney Cedars, as the champion of the Masters Series. We're going into
this is the Stock Championship here between Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. and Kylie Hoop.
It's been a minute since we've seen Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. come back down the hill. Again, we've been talking about him as one of the fastest on the track
He's
today.
arguably been the most impressive racer. You could make the argument for him.
Yep, and it's been in his last couple races, he's been really hitting the brakes after the finish line, after a day of really
almost immediately after the finish line. As soon as he crosses,
it was pretty impressive, that last one. It was like perfect timing. As soon as he was past that finish line, he was on those brakes, as opposed to the start of the day where he was just
ramming right into the hay bales there towards the end of the street.
They're coming down the hill. So let's see what's going on here. It looks pretty close so far. It looks like
Rodriguez might have it. Slight edge.
He might. Hoop is taking more of an outside approach. Rodriguez on the inside. Rodriguez does look faster so far.
Oh, I don't know.
Took it, and again, hits the brakes early.
Right there, right at the phone pole.
I think he got it by a nose.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the timing is while they add it up.
All right, it's going to be lane 1.
Yep.
Yep.
There's Rodriguez.
Junior by 0.235.
235.
That's a bit
That's more
higher
than
I expected. Yeah, I agree.
I
Thought that
did.
was much closer than it actually turned out to be.
How about
but there
that?
might have been something, maybe that piping or something down there was obstructing the view. I'm not exactly sure
Certainly
because
possible.
looked a lot closer.
So we'll have to see here.
Once again, I mean that was a picture perfect. 5-minute break. All right.
So, yeah, we're going to have a 5-minute break here, I believe, because, again, as we wind down to the beginning of the end here from
very
South
existential wording there.
beginning of the end of the event, we're getting into the final countdown here. We will take a 5-minute break with the race officials as they take a 5-minute break. Again, you are watching the Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby here at South Queen Street in Martinsburg. Dylan Bishop, Avery Newport on commentary. Jim Klein, Colin McLaughlin, and Donald Kinney on site. Nick Verzolini back in the studio. Nick can send us to a 5-minute commercial break. We'll see you on the other side. This is WRNR and TV10 on YouTube.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Your business can become an advertiser today on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10, your home for local news, talk, and sports. With over 17 million views and counting, you won't want to miss out. From Eastern Panhandle Talk every morning to the Sports Mix at noon and local high school, Shepherd Rams, Mountaineers, Commanders, Steelers, Nationals, Wizards, or Capital games each evening, Talk Radio WRNR has it all day long. So advertise with us, Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
Just need 5 more seconds. Welcome back to the Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby. We are approaching championship races here in the Super Stock and Stock divisions. We're going to start with the Super Stock. This is Haley Pleasance and Corey Edwards. It'll be the first leg of their first heat. They're going to explain over the PA system the same thing I will go ahead and reiterate to you now. Haley Pleasance is undefeated on the day in heats. So this being a double elimination tournament, Corey Edwards needs to win 2 heats in a row in order to defeat Haley Pleasance. So they will run the first leg of the first heat. We will see if we end up needing a second one or if Haley Pleasance can seal it away early. And it's Dylan Bishop and Avery Newport on the call with you right now.
It looks like they're maybe not. Oh, yep. They're off.
Yep,
they're going.
Coming down the hill.
Both, again, sticking towards that outside edge.
And it's Pleasance in lane 1 and Edwards in lane 2. So again, yep, more Edwards off to the outside.
Going back to that outside action. Maybe she veers inside here.
And this looks like a close one. And
oh, my.
That one was hard to tell.
Well, I know the reason why. I believe it's because our
finish line camera,
transmitter battery on our finish line camera has died. So, perfect timing, right?
Go and replace that. We'll do our best
on
that.
Unfortunate because that looked to be very close. I couldn't quite tell who finished on top there. But you know what? Not surprising, given that batteries don't last forever, and we've been here
a solid
a long time, since 6 a.m. So
9 hours here.
It's not a surprise at all that battery just couldn't hang on. But you know what? A credit to it, because it lasted all the way to championship round.
Honestly, yeah, more power. It's a really impressive performance by that battery.
Battery should at least get some MVP votes, get some consideration.
So it looked like Pleasance edged that one out in the first heat there. And we're going to go into JR.
Back to the stock division.
So I believe it was 2.35 margin of victory in that first leg for Junior. So we'll see if he can seal it away, the victory here right now. He's had the fastest car so far. So we'll have our finish line camera back for this for this race, it looks like, which is good to have. And they're coming down the hill. It's Hoop in lane 1, and it's Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. in lane 2. Again, he won the first leg of this by .235 seconds.
They've switched lanes here as well.
They have, and it looks like Hoop might be a little faster on this one.
Rodriguez looking a little shaky
there. Wow,
there.
this is
That's a
big margin of victory.
Almost 2 lengths, it looked like.
For Kylie Hoop, I think that's going to do it. I think that, let's see.
0.8. My goodness.
0.8 of a second.
Wow. Shocking.
So that means that we're going to run a second heat.
This means that they will need to race again to determine the overall winner. They will get to come back down.
So that's remarkable. You know what? Jim was pointing out earlier that lane 2 has success in the sun, but I don't know. I mean, the last 2 times, winners in stock division anyway, have won in lane 1.
So how about that? The advantage has been going that way so far, so they will.
0.8. That's shocking. Really,
it really is.
Did not at all
saw
expect that.
a little bit of a back and forth.
Something I don't know.
JR squared got a little rickety there in the middle.
Exactly
but, that was just a very good, very fast run by.
I
Kylie
guess
Hoop.
that JR squared just got off to a bit of a shaky start, and that really kind of set him back for the remainder of the race because Hoop was a lot more sturdy, and her car was able to cross by a surprisingly large margin. I mean, 0.8 is impressive, especially considering how well Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. has driven today.
Yeah, so where we stand.
Looks like we're headed towards another break here, Dylan, because might have to get the racers back up to the hill.
Yep, so I think that we can...
Just saw Pleasant and Edwards just a minute ago.
Yep, so we are going to go ahead and take another break.
I think about 3 minutes, perhaps?
I would say that
sounds
3
appropriate.
minutes would go ahead and do the trick here with Dylan Bishop and Avery Newport with you, along with Nick Verzolini in the studio is going to take us to a 3-minute break here from the Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby here on WRNR and TV10 on YouTube. We'll catch you back in 3 minutes.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back to the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby here on South Queen Street in Martinsburg as we go into the championship of the Superstock. Leg 2 of the first heat of what could be 2 heats, as again Haley Pleasance, champion of the winner's bracket, has to be defeated twice in a row. So we'll have Corey Edwards in lane #1 this time, and Pleasance in lane #2. I believe we said that Pleasance eked out the advantage in heat #1's first leg as they begin coming down the hill out of the starting blocks. Seeing a big, wide turn to the outside by Corey Edwards, using that strategy of starting outside and starting to come in towards the middle.
Yeah, both racers are outside, pretty leaning heavily. There she comes back towards the middle again.
Yep, so it's looking pretty neck and neck.
Pleasant still leaning outside.
So again, and they're coming into the finish line, and
that's
Edwards.
Edwards.
Got it.
Got it in a pretty clean break as well, too.
We're going to have to see what the official ruling is. 2-2-0.
These numbers, we will need to run again.
And, of course, there we go.
Yep.
So both the stock and the super stock series are going
to extras.
Yes, they are. So, again, that's a win in the heat for Corey Edwards, but it is Haley Pleasant's first heat loss of the day. So this being double elimination, they will run another heat, another 2 races down the hill, and whoever combines for the best margin of victory in those 2 races will be the super stock champion for 2022. And that is what has also happened in our stock division, where we are getting ready to run that second heat with Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. and Kylie Hoop. Kylie Hoop was able to win the first heat.
Surprisingly wide margin.
Yes, over 0.8 of a second in the second leg in order to force this extra heat here against who has been the fastest rider on the course today.
As we've
JR squared, Jermaine Rodriguez.
A number of times, too, his braking has vastly improved in recent rounds. But you know what? His braking might have actually been to his detriment because he could have possibly...
might be doing it too early now.
Yeah, I think he might be in a rhythm where he's braking too soon, and it's affecting his times.
It's certainly possible. We'll see what happens on this one as we see Hoop in lane 1 on the right side of your
again looking
screen.
Wobbly here.
Yeah, he's really starting to slow down.
Falling behind.
We'll see if he picks it back up. But
another huge win.
It's a
huge win for Hoop.
Yeah,
twice.
Rodriguez's car just doesn't look quite as fast.
I don't know. Something looks off with
something gave out a little bit.
JR Square's vehicle here.
Just not coming down the hill quite as fast as he did, although...
7-8, another huge win, almost again by the same margin.
Wow. We'll see if lane 1 is better luck for JR.
Really inexplicable. I mean, I unless there's something mechanically wrong with Jermaine Rodriguez Jr.'s vehicle, I don't know. I mean, again, we've seen his last couple of races here. He looks awfully wobbly coming down the hill. So perhaps there's a wheel malfunction or something. Yeah, and again, we mentioned, Dylan, that he's gotten into a habit of braking early.
Yeah, much earlier than he did before.
And perhaps he's braking, maybe he's even braking during his descent down the hill.
He might be.
Which could be really slowing his times down.
Since Weston Garvin's collision into the side of the course, into the tree or sidewalk area over here, it seems that ever since that point in time, every race that JR has run since then, he's been going to the brakes early. So, again, maybe he's going to it too early at this point. Again, he went from, at the beginning of the day, going into the hay bales every
never
time.
Braking.
Going into the hay bales every time.
Yeah.
So now he's really adjusted, and perhaps he is laying on the brakes while going down the hill. So, and before he reaches the finish line. So
yeah, and you know what? That would explain perhaps some of the wobbly motion that we've been seeing from his car if he's braking as he's descending, which would cause his tires to lock up and perhaps create that wobbling.
It is certainly possible, as
you don't want to discourage
safety.
Yeah,
right.
That's right. You know, but
we're all for being more safe
of course,
than sorry.
And we're not encouraging him to just ram right into the hay bales again.
No,
but
we'd much rather he brake early than not brake at all. We like
I
his.
think he's really taken that early braking to heart because it's gotten in the way now of his last 2 races.
Yeah, those last 2 were both in lane 2, I believe. We'll see if they switch back over to lane 1 on the lane closest to our side, right side of your screen, ends up being better for him. So we'll see. So we're going back to the Superstock Series. Superstock. Corey Edwards in lane 1 and Haley Pleasance in lane 2. Corey Edwards was able to win that heat to force this do-or-die scenario where the winner of this heat, the best of 2 legs, will be your Superstock champion for 2022. So they start to get them up towards the starting blocks. They're not quite there yet, it doesn't look like. They're not quite ready to go. There's green at the bottom of the hill, so the finish line is ready to receive them down here. It's been a while, the classic announcer's jinx is going to come out here, but it's been a while since they've had a timing issue. So it looks like we've...
oh, you shouldn't have said that, Dylan.
I'm really just welcoming it at this point, just for the extra chaos.
You're asking for it now, man.
I really am. But we'll see. We have...
ill-timed.
We have 2 heats in these 2 divisions left to go. So we'll see what happens. We are getting started. We're ready again. This is the Superstock Series that we're about to see the final heat of between Corey Edwards and Haley Pleasance as they are up by the starting blocks, and they've been released, and here they come down Queen Street. So let's see. Again, we have Corey Edwards on the right side of your screen in lane 1, and Haley Pleasance to the left of your screen in lane 2. Again, these 2 like to take the outside approach.
That's right. Going on the outside. Edwards has done this pretty consistently, starting on the outside, then veering inside towards the center line.
This looks like a close one. Their 2 races in the first heat were also very close.
And it looks like Edwards.
I think it was Edwards by
a hair.
By a nose. And I think that's how the first 2 went. This might just be Corey Edwards. Time? 174. So
again, very narrow win.
Not a whole lot to make up there, but it's not insignificant.
Edwards didn't quite go as further into the center as she has in the past.
Yep. So they are down to their very last race coming up. So we're getting back up to the top of the hill.
Are the racers ready up there yet?
The first leg, I'm not sure if they are ready at the top of the hill.
Up at the top of the hill, we're going back to our stock division.
Looks like they are. Wow, that was quick. No break needed.
All right. They're at least announcing it as if they're ready to go. As we look up toward the top,
they've gotten the green light down here.
Yeah, they're not in the starting blocks, but they have been transmitting it down to the PA announcers pretty early. They did that time as well. They announced that they were ready to go, but it was another minute or 2 before they actually went down the hill.
It looks like as soon as we are done racing, we will not have the banquet until everything is picked up. So we do need help picking up, cleaning up, getting things where they need to be. Once everything is picked up and everything's good to go.
All right, so they are in the middle of announcing news about the banquet afterwards. They are starting to go down the hill. So here comes Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. on the right side of your screen in lane 1, and Kylie Hoop in lane 2 on the left side of your screen. This is a big margin of victory.
Rodriguez is a lot straighter this time.
0.78 is what it broke by, and again, an early stop.
Another early stop.
I think this one was very definitively before the finish line.
Yes, it was. Absolutely it was.
So
that said,
I believe Hoop had already won the leg, though. So I think, with that being said, we'll get the official time from the announcers, from the announcer's desk.
All right, so it's going to be Jermaine Rodriguez Jr. winning that one by
Oh, wow, he won.
0.235.
235.
Which was the...
That's not going to be enough.
Nope.
We'll get the official word.
Kylie Hoop did have a higher differential, which means Kylie Hoop is your...
There we are.
The winner.
Kylie Hoop is your winner of the stock series of the 2022 Norwalk Soapbox Derby here in Martinsburg.
This means that all that's left
Wow.
So there
really
we go.
A shocking upset there.
It really is. That was great.
Rodriguez
what a comeback.
Jr. had been fantastic all afternoon, but I think what did him in, Dylan, was his early braking towards the end. There was, especially in that last race you just saw, another early break that was pretty clearly started before he reached the finish line. And even though he was credited as the winner, it just was not enough from a differential standpoint.
That's right. So, and at the beginning of the day, you would have never expected it.
That's right. What a turnaround!
Lose races because he's braking too
give
early.
Give him credit because
he
learned from his mistakes of just running right into the hail too often, and was able to adjust his strategy and still keep up that positive momentum. But in the end, I think he took it a little too far, and it came back to haunt him.
Also, his car just kind of, I don't know if it ran out of gas or ran out of steam, metaphorically speaking.
Of course,
because
right?
Obviously,
these are not fuel-powered machines.
No gasoline, no ethanol being put into the tanks of these cars, obviously. But metaphorically speaking, running out of steam or gas.
Well, if you did
fuel.
put gas in a car like this, you'd probably get disqualified or something, or who knows?
Yeah, I feel like an engine-powered car would result in a disqualification.
Probably result in a disqualification. Yeah, that does not seem like it would be a lawful maneuver. But
yep. So we'll see. That means that we only have one race to go, and that is Corey Edwards.
The final race between
Haley
Edwards and Pleasant. Edwards again eking it out the last time by a little under 0.2 of a second.
Yep, so I think we've got a couple minutes here that we're going to have to wait before those cars get back up to the top of the hill. So it looks like we're going to take probably a couple-minute break here. What do you think?
I'd say 3.
Yeah, we'll
go 3
again.
We'll go
3 minutes here on a break as the stock cars are taken back up to the top of the hill by the trailer. It is Dylan Bishop and Avery Newport on the call here from the Soapbox Derby here in South Queen Street in Martinsburg. Nick Verzolini back in the studio will take us on a 3-minute break here on the WRNR and TV10 on YouTube.
The Berkeley County Youth Fair is celebrating its 75th anniversary, and we invite you to be a part of it. Come enjoy one of the largest and best fairs in the area, with all the events you know and love, like our carnival with your favorite rides, games, and prizes, our vendors with your favorite fair food and pop-up shops, our youth exhibitor shows and barns full of livestock to walk through and visit, our daily entertainment featuring demolition derbies, tractor pulls, a rodeo, live concerts, and more. If you've never attended the Berkeley County Youth Fair before, this year is gearing up to be our biggest and best ever. There's something for the whole family to enjoy. We're also excited to launch a brand new Berkeley County Youth Fair app and website experience, so you won't miss a thing. Now you can find a full fair map, schedule, vendors, and more all on your smartphone. And our website has been upgraded to help you navigate and find things easier. We look forward to seeing you at the 75th Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
A reputation for caring, a legacy of service. At Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, it's been our story since 1880. A family-owned business, we support the needs and wishes of families. We offer traditional services, as well as many options for cremation, customized remembrances, and pre-planning. Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations retains its family atmosphere and stays true to its roots. Contact us for advanced planning, or at your time of loss. We're here when you need us.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back into the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby here in Martinsburg on South Queen Street, and we have reached the final race of the day. It is the championship of the Superstock Series between Haley Pleasance and Corey Edwards. Corey Edwards won the first leg of this heat by .174 seconds, which means that is the time that Haley Pleasance has to beat in order to become the Superstock champion. After Corey Edwards was able to make up the difference in this double elimination tournament, Edwards went out earlier, pretty early actually, first round to Vayli Olak as they come down the hill. And here we go, we have Pleasance in lane 1 on the right side of your screen, and Edwards in lane 2 on the left side of your screen. Again, .174 is the time to beat. If Edwards wins this race, she wins the championship.
Close.
And they're coming across, and
looks
it
like
is
Edwards
by a nose. It may have been Pleasance, it may have been Edwards, but I think either
from our
way,
perspective, it looked like it was Edwards from our cam.
I believe either way, the difference isn't going to be enough for Haley Pleasance to make this up. Let's get the official word. 0.038 is the difference, which means that your super stock champion for 2022 in this division is Corey Edwards over Haley Pleasance. What a race. That was one of the closest races.
Close.
.038. Incredible. One of the closest races of the day to end the day.
Really a toss-up. I couldn't initially tell, but I think just by an inch, it was Edwards towards the end there.
Yep, but no matter who won that one, that just wasn't quite enough. Edwards had a really good run in the first leg of that heat.
All right,
So
we've
there
got
we go.
all of our champs.
How about that? So
Edwards
yeah, let's go through our
finishes in
champions.
first.
In the stock division, we had Kylie Hoop as your stock champion. Super stock, which we just saw, Corey Edwards took home the championship. And in
Cedars,
the Masters,
of course, in the Masters.
In the Masters division, it was Delaney Cedars completing the Triple Crown, becoming a stock, super stock, and a Masters champion. How about that?
Well, after
folks?
a very long day, Dylan, Colin, everybody, I think it's a good way to end the day with a very closely contested race and another upset win by Edwards.
How about that? So it's been a very long day.
Lots of pauses and interruptions, but you know what?
Yes.
Fought through it. Everybody did a phenomenal job of trying to keep the races going and to do what they can. And I think it was very worthwhile.
It really
very worthwhile.
It really has been. Long day, but worthwhile. It was fun here. Honestly, it was more entertaining than I thought, just to watch cars roll down a hill. How about that? It's actually quite fun. How about that? So, how about that? WRNR and TV10, we're here with you from the 2022 Bucky's LTD Auto Body Norwalk Soapbox Derby. Dylan Bishop, Avery Newport, Colin McLaughlin on the A10. We had Jim Klein.
Who does not have a headset, so.
Jim Klein and Donald Kinney on site. Here comes Donald Kinney into the shot to say hello.
Donald saying hi.
Jim Klein came into the shot, and or Jim Klein didn't come into the shot. He's already left for the day today. And then we have Nick Verzolini back in the studio with all the breaks that we made him take today. So that's about all that we've had for you today from South Queen Street in Martinsburg. This is the WRNR and TV10 on YouTube saying goodbye from the Soapbox Derby for 2022.
This has been the 2022 Norwalk Soapbox Derby. The 2022 Norwalk Soapbox Derby is sponsored by Bucky's LTD Auto Body, Virginia Riggers, First Energy Foundation, Z Hess Construction LLC, Sunset Water Service, B&S Hauling, the Hornby Media Group, the Berkeley County Youth Fair Association, Sheets, Kent Parsons Ford, Norwalk Antique Car Club, Main Street Martinsburg, B&G Custom, Chick-fil-A, Hoss's Steak and Sea House, Domino's, DM Bowman Incorporated, Pill & Pill PLLC, Hagerstown Ford, and Brown's Funeral Homes and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons. Keep it tuned to TV 10 for live local events every day. All rights reserved.